Alrighty, looks like we're back again. Sorry for that. We were having some technical difficulties down here in the truck in here at Bathurst. While we were gone, nothing really much has happened. This battle between David Cox and Renato Dornalis is still on fire, and with this, is actually allowing Mia Rose to quickly catch back up to these two. And as well as Terakov. Terakov is actually catching up to these two by about a second a lap. So this battle might turn into a four-way battle if it continues. Yeah, we're working on this. Just flipping through the field. Yeah, nothing much has gone on. Rados has made his way back up. And is catching up to Machado. Oh, and as we say it, Renato Dornalis has finally made his way around David Cox. It looked like it was due to a little help from a back marker, allowing him to make his way through. Now Renato is just going to put the hammer down and hopefully get as far away from David Cox as he possibly can. So much action going on track. Dornalis now making his way up the mountain. The stream must be using Tesla internet for the authentic Bathurst experience. I guess that is the name of a cable company down there in Australia, and I guess they have bad internet down there. So hopefully everybody can see the stream, and you guys can all hear me. Sorry, I'm doing this on the fly. As we have a battle right now for P17, Kevin Blanchette and Savage. Blanchette just made his way around Savage to take away that P17 position, and is now starting to open up a 1 second gap already, heading into the first turn. That 20 hours of free AOL must have run out. Oh boy. Yeah, this battle right here for P17 is still ongoing, as we see. Savage has now just lost he's now out of the slipstream a little bit and is starting to lose his way. That GTR is not liking the twists and turns of the mountain, which is now allowing Kevin Blanchette to pull away now 1.5 seconds.
Hello. I have returned. My apologies. I had to nip away, pour myself a very quick drink. Make sure everyone is watching. Make sure you all stay well hydrated as well. A few star jumps to keep the blood pumping. Always a good idea. So yeah, that's why I'm out of breath running up down the stairs. But it's good for you. We finally saw that overtake though, Stephen. Dornalis is now free to continue his charger as much as he can during making his way through the traffic. And as you mentioned, Terakov and Rose are certainly making hay while the sun shines, with the two battling ahead. Rose especially, she's now within 40 seconds of Terakov. That's almost 30 seconds she's made up in this stint on the car ahead, and they've been out now.
Yep.
It's reset. I can't see the pit times. Okay, yeah, let me grab that. Okay, cool. So let me... sorry, yep, continued technical issues, so we're just changing a couple of things.
Whoa, as we have a
Oh,
crash up on the mountain. And that is Stam.
in
Oh,
the
where's
top
Stam?
10 as well. Quick replay. Oh, such a familiar spot for it to happen, heading down the hill. Oh, now he's made it through there. Oh, and it's on the
Oh,
exit, Stephen. That's pretty much every part of that corner we've seen an incident so far.
yeah, turned in
The
a
full
little
house.
too early there for the dipper. Oh, and just plows into the wall a second time.
Full Austin Powers exit there.
Yeah.
37-point turn for Stam, and picks up that extra bit of damage, that extra salt in the wound. Dornelles has come. Oh, he's come into the pits and he's handed the car to Wilson Fernandez.
There
They
we
just keep
go.
getting quicker and quicker. Absolutely disturbing team lineup for some of these cars. Of course, we've got Gabriel Felipe still still in the pit box. It's yeah, it's quite the lineup. It is quite the lineup. But that is Fernandez back out. He's come back out in sixth position, meaning he is behind Terakov and Rose. He'll be coming into the pit soon. Rose, will she be ahead of Terakov? We will find out soon. Andrew Rados is looking for another overtake if he can. The Honda doing good things up through the field. 14th place at the moment and is within a second and a half of Machado. So that's we were talking about it earlier. Yannis mentioned that, Stephen, you love to see the sportsmanship to the teams that they're having a bad race, but they're hanging on in there and they're determined to make it to the end. Rados in the team, another car. They've had a bit of a tough start. They are absolutely making the most of it and already back up to 14th. Top 10, nowhere near out of the question for this team.
Yeah, definitely kudos to the drivers or the drivers and the team sticking into it, as we have some teams that are currently about the most that I'm seeing out on track. They are 23 laps down, but they are still sticking it through because you never know what might happen. You could have a bunch of cars ahead of you get collected in a huge crash at Skyline, and boom, you are right back into this race.
Absolutely. As we are on board with a replay. The Porsche, having a difficult run so far. It's Santon. Oh, the top of the hill, or just before the top of the hill. So many potential flashpoints on the track. That's not one that we've seen so far. That was Savage catching up there and just goes through in the Nissan. And Goncalves does make up a position, so the two Porsches swapping spots. And Goncalves, blue flagging past Savage as well, so he's put a car between. But yeah, that is a big contact for Santon just out of the pits. That's going to cause a fair bit of extra time. A couple more cars coming into the pits. Terakov is into the pits as well. That's put Fernandez back up to 5th place. And Mia Rose now 46 seconds behind Cox, so that kind of stabling itself out. Thiago Denart within 23 of the race leader as Cox comes into the pits. So Cox is in. Santon came in as well. Stam is in. Terakov is in. It's all happening in the pit lane at the moment, and we are still an hour and a half from the halfway mark. It's it's incredible stuff so far, Stephen.
Yeah, an hour and a half away from the halfway point, and this race really is starting to evolve, where maybe the teams are now starting to put maybe their slower drivers in. They might be making some more mistakes out on track, and which is starting to really show the spectrum of how fast and how slow we have on of drivers we have on this field, and the experience levels really is what it is. So you have like your pro drivers helping out your AM drivers.
Yeah, right through the field. We're on board with Noah McComber there, just checking him out. He's got a 5-second penalty to serve at his next pit stop. But he is closing in on Keeley in the Fear No Moto McLaren just ahead. This is for top 20 honours between these two. Beautiful pictures heading down the hill, and you can see there is the prey ahead. Although that was an absolutely incredible exit there for Keeley. Yeah, extending that gap out ever so slightly, but McComber certainly in the hunt, as I'm just seeing more cars coming out of the pits. Beveridge into the pits, and there was the Need for Speed BMW making his way out the pits. For Mato, for the FNM car, still comfortably leading the way. Denart 24 seconds down. Rose promoted up to third, with cars coming in to the pits. And Calves goes past Beveridge while he's in the pits, but the Nissan GNR up to 10th position before coming into the pits, so a position's definitely being made there. Machado putting in some very good laps as well at the moment, fending off Rados, keeping that gap at 1.5 seconds. More cars in the top 10. Boonstra, another car coming into. Unfortunately, we did have a bit of a moment with Pitwall Live as well, so it's reset a lot of the pit information that we've got, so we'll have to rebuild that up from now. And see how all the cars got on and see who's been out for how long. For Mato, 130 laps in, still absolutely leading the way pretty handsomely. We hope to continue that.
Just looking through our top four. So we've already had Wilson Fernandez come in for his pit stop on lap 128. Tyler also pulled in and gave the car over to Formato at lap 128. The second and third cars of Denarte and Rose still have yet to come in. They have about maybe 11 more laps, well, not 11, maybe 9 more laps till they come in and pit. But Wilson is now just dropping fast lap after fast lap, and he's starting to slowly catch up to these front runners again.
Yeah, and of course when Rose comes in. Oh wow, no, yeah, actually that's just dawned on me what's going on there. That is Rose has caught up to Rados. These two could easily be battling for overall podiums, and it's now a blue flag. In fact, there's a double blue flag as Breen in the Ferrari is there as well. Very quickly these two go past, so yeah, that's Rados in 13th and Rose in 3rd. Such a cruel mistress, the racing. Machado. Yeah, so Rados actually losing a bit of time over the top of the mountain as well, actually. Another penalty coming in for one of the cars. But yeah, Rados actually losing time over the top of the mountain. Now 4 seconds down on Machado, who's closed right on Santon just at the pits. Rados moving over out of the penultimate corner. Rose goes through. Fernandez, though, has found the second. Wow, so we've been waxing lyrical about the pace of Rose and Dornelles. Fernandez, hold my beer. Absolutely picking up those lap times instantly, pretty quickly into the 201s as well. And another few stewarding decisions coming in as Andy Borchers in 15th, all over the back. Oh, and he's gone for his oil switcheroo and not quite close enough. That is Cox's BMW that's just ahead of them. I believe it's Axlin. Yep, it's the Mustang. Axlin is ahead. Andy Borchers looking for it into turn number 1. No room at the end. Beveridge fending off the advances for the moment. But onto the mountain straight. Beveridge and Borchers. Ooh, and that's a touch of the wall there for Mare Rose on the way up as well. Oh,
Ooh,
wow,
hit
that's
it
a big
again.
contact with the wall, Stephen. Big contact.
Yeah, big contact. Looked like the car just understeered through that top section of the mountain, and now that has allowed Orados to catch right back up.
Yeah, Rados right back in the slipstream. I'll tell you, we'll see if that compromises Rose's lap times, which have been mighty impressive up to now. Keely Savage. Savage has come into the pits. Andy Borchers is still all over the back of Beveridge. No way to get past over the mountain for him at the minute as Rados looks to hang on. Ooh, there's almost a bit of contact between Beveridge and Rados. Sorry, Beveridge and Borchers. As Savage is in the pits, and there comes Rose. I did wonder how much longer Rose is going to be out for. Rose coming in to the pits from third place, and that will inevitably put Fernandez up to third.
Yeah, so that is
very
looking
close.
like that looks like it's going to be a scheduled pit stop now for Mare Rose. I don't know if they're going to be swapping out drivers, because I believe they have two other drivers they need to get into that car, of Amy Lavoie and Fazli Mahid are the other two drivers that need to get into that car before the end of this race.
Yeah, we'll see if Rose comes back out, or if it is one of the other two drivers. Fernandez pulling massively away as we are watching the Muppet Mobile chased by Andrea Borchers, who is flashing those lights, trying to distract the driver ahead. Maybe a bit too bright in the day for that type of tactic to work, but certainly looking to squeeze past if he can. Beveridge putting up an impressive display so far to fend off Borchers' advances. Rose has come back out of the pits. Oh no. Yeah, they've just disconnected.
Oh no. Oh.
Yeah, they are still on the main tower, but yeah, they have disconnected.
That is so unfortunate. You hate to see it.
Yeah, one of the quickest teams, and yeah, the driver swap once again causing them issues, and that has. They are still on the main timing tower, but they are not. Oh,
They have.
oh, there we go. So they have reconnected, and they've got back in fifth. Well, yep, and of course the reconnection they'll have to wait for 2 minutes 30. So going to lose another couple of positions. Although Chronota, yeah, there goes Chronotus now.
Oh,
he's got Fernandez ahead of him. Yeah, that is really brutal. Really, really brutal, especially with the pace that they were showing.
Yeah, they were still the fastest car out on track compared to Wilson Fernandez. So they were definitely making up so much time.
Yeah. Absolute warriors for reconnecting, though. Absolute kudos to them. That's the second time they've been disconnected. It's the second time they're going to have to sit there for 2.5 minutes before they can get back out on track.
Yeah, we got a battle starting to brew between Orados and Santon. They're just now coming down through the dipper. Rados is within 2/10. See if they can make a push coming out of Forest Elba, which it looks like Santon has caught up to the back of a back marker, which might have slowed him down and compromised his exit out of Forest Elba.
Yes, indeed. Oh, that is very close. Support's moving over very quickly to try to cut off the slipstream for Rados, and they've got the Aston Martin, the Tenerio, not too far ahead of them either. And that Honda was thinking about it there. Didn't quite have, not often you say this sentence, but yeah, Honda didn't quite have the pace against the Porsche there. But that is the Aston of Santon, who is not too far up the road as well. Rados could be in for 2 quick positions. Rose.
I just expected as well.
Yes. Yep, so looks like the server has had a moment. And yeah, we are. Let me just grab that. Yeah, so we will get Mike Nause back in the booth. Unfortunately, the technical issues have continued, and the server has decided to exit the driver. So, yep, server death. Yep, whether it's real racing or sim racing, technical issues do happen, and unfortunately, with an absolute barn burner of a race. I mean, the only thing is, if we maybe do start it up again for a couple and get a couple of hours, it does bring everyone back onto the lead lap, and from the battles that we've seen,
it's gonna be spicy.
I am currently heading on over to the Discord chat right now myself to see exactly what we're going to be doing about this, because the server definitely has disconnected. The server CPU spiked up to over 100% and apparently crashed. So to update everyone on exactly what happened, the server said no, is basically what happened, unfortunately. Just like my internet did earlier, which apologies for that again, chat. That was, that had nothing to do with this disconnect. Let me just clarify that before we go and blame Mike on this one. This is not a blame Mike moment. My internet is still holding fast.
Just blame you anyway.
Yeah, you can blame me, that's fine, but it's just... You'll even see I'm tieless right now.
Yep.
I'm even tieless at the moment. As you can see, that's how unprepared I was. I was not ready to come back into the booth, but as we wait here...
Mike Nause looks like without a tie.
This is what Mike Nause looks like without a tie. In fact, you know what? I'll leave it with you boys. I need to put my tie back on.
For the professional, absolutely refuses to be underdressed for the occasion. The proper pomp and ceremony, of course, demanded by the Trackalicious overlords. Mike always happy to adhere to that, Stephen. I have to admit, I do have a tie on at the moment as well. I am using my tie to tie my housecoat closed because I can't find housecoat. Because I can't. What is it you guys call a housecoat?
A housecoat?
And we now have Mike tying his tie on stream.
We are getting the live leak of Mike tying his tie on stream. Just in case, for all the people who are curious and thinking I'm using a clip-on, I'm just going to let you know that that's cap. All right? So there ain't no clip-on in this house, okay? We are going with the full-on double Windsor knot and tucking that collar down. And bam, would you look at that, folks? We have a tie that the green screen is kind of trying to make look green a little bit, but that's pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. Yeah, so like I said, we're just waiting here for some form of update with what exactly is going to happen to the rest of this race. If we're going to take the results from the session that we just had, if we're going to have another session, if we're going to restart from the 12-hour on another date. I don't know, but we're checking, which I guess gives a moment to talk about the Daytona. Steven, have you caught up with that at all?
I have not.
All right, well, that's fine. We probably don't want to spoil that anyways, so that might actually be fine now. I just kind of thought about that out loud. Yeah, just an awkward moment here because we had such a good battle going on. The Andrew Rados fight. We had 3 fights literally brewing up in the matter of seconds, and the server decided to not be a server anymore.
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking. There is actually still people driving in the server. It looks like 2 cars actually managed to remain in the server.
It must have reset. The CP, I think
right,
everything
so yeah,
crashed,
there must have just been, yeah, everything crashed and then it just... yeah, so there is a couple of cars back in. We have the replay with the current positions working on a solution.
The
Yeah,
server is back up, and it's in a practice session right now. So
yeah, so we don't know exactly what that means, but
little bit of an update. The admins do have a copy of the replay with current positions. They're working to get a solution and to hold tight. So we're probably going to be here for a little bit.
yeah, probably, unfortunately. So, yeah, that was definitely an unexpected scheduling error. Safely car restart. Yeah, this will definitely help a couple teams. Some teams like the 269, the 69 as well, both of them having very poor days leading up into this one. And then now going to be benefiting
Actually,
quite a
hold
bit. Yeah.
I actually just checked the server. This is actually in the race section still.
Oh, so the server never actually crashed. Wow.
Yeah, no, it never
out.
fully crashed. It kicked everybody bar 2 cars out, it would appear. Senatore. So it's maybe just quickly done a kick out and restart or something, whatever crazy. But yeah, it does still say race. It's got a race timer at the top right that says there's 7 hours and 14 minutes left to go. So that would actually mean it's missed about 2 minutes.
And Senatore is now your race leader on 135 laps. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be keeping this order. I'm just going to go out on a limb. I'd
imagine there would be protests lodged.
Oh, there's already going to be protests. I can tell you that right now. The server just go again.
Yes.
I think they actually closed. There we go. They closed the server.
Yeah,
now.
they closed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, that was very much unexpected. 47 going to be in the top 10. 1v1 for 6 hours. It would have been 7.5 hours. 4 hours. Hey, at least it happened now. Okay? Like, I don't want to be that guy and say, like, oh, it sucks. Look, it sucks. I'm not denying that fact. But at least it happened now, before we made it to the halfway point, before we were, like, really invested into this thing. Not to say that we weren't, not to say that other drivers aren't, because now it's going to add a bit of a poor taste in people's mouth, and obviously scheduling and all of that. So, maybe should have switched to ACC. You know what, Ryan? Maybe we should have switched to ACC. It's a dang shame that we did the EVO. No, of course not. But, yes. I'm glad the clickbait worked. That definitely, that was something that did have me. I took that one, by the way, full credit, but just going behind the full credit to James Yexley for that one from Williams. That was his idea, and he did it for one of the Williams streams that we were on, and it worked. And so I definitely just stole it. All of ACC is down. Are you kidding me? That makes me feel a lot better. And maybe why the server went suddenly to 100%. Is because it just couldn't get the info. Is ACC down? No, that's not true.
That's it. Dead game.
Wait, that's not true? I see servers. Squashmonger lied, everybody. Blame Squashmonger. I'm currently in the Googling process right now of is ACC down. I'll check a couple sources. ACC seems to be up. Kunos website. AC servers seem to be up. I think we're. I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think it was ACC this time. Unfortunately,
could be the server host.
Yes. It was the server PC is what happened. So we do host our servers off of a dedicated PC, and it is a beast of a PC that definitely should not have spiked to 100 CPU usage, but it did, and. Here we are.
Mike.
Here we are.
Hey, Eric, we have an explanation. Alrighty. Live explanation, folks.
Yeah, we're having some inexplicable issues with the server for sure. I did call our server admin. We're trying to figure out what's going on, doing a hard reset of the server. Should we be able to get stability in the server again, then what we'll do is we'll resume the race with the current standings with a 6-hour time remaining. However, if we can't get stability in the server, then we'll likely call it. So just some patience from everybody. We apologize. This isn't something that's happened to us before. But while we figure it out, probably in the next 5-10 minutes, we'll let everybody know.
In the meantime, while we're waiting, folks, we'll have some lovely music in the background by Chris Larande. Head on over to SoundCloud, Larande_alpha. Check him out. He's got some awesome beats. He just came out with some recently, more lo-fi sort of style. So if that's your vibe, you're into the more lo-fi mix, then that will be definitely a potential artist that you are going to find some great tracks to add to your playlists. But this here is my absolute favorite song by Chris Larande, Amber Glass. Stream Racer? All right. I think we can do that, actually. Now that you mention, that's a good idea, Neil. Steven, what are your thoughts on that?
I am down for that. Being a past Stream Racer winner.
Fair enough. Yeah, let's try it. What could possibly go wrong? It's almost like my internet already broke. This shouldn't. I mean, my CPU was fine. It was my internet that broke. So let's test the waters, shall we? I pressed the button to launch Stream Racer and it didn't do anything. Do I have it installed? If it's not installed, it takes 2 seconds. It's a very, very small game. I don't have it installed. Let's get that installed. A solid 700 megabytes. Oh goodness, I can hear my computer lagging, my internet. You shouldn't maybe start downloading when I'm live streaming. What could possibly go wrong? But thankfully it's small. All right, we're good.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
What could possibly go wrong? Famous last words. Oh goodness, it's loud. You guys can definitely hear that. Not much I can do about it. You guys are gonna have to hear it in the background. Again, we do it live, folks. This wasn't planned by any stretch of the imagination. It's very loud though, so we are gonna turn this bad boy down here just a hair. And by just a hair, I mean pretty much all the way. There we go. Now, in order to be connected to oh goodness, Eric is currently in the process. Hold up. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get some Stream Racer. I don't think we're gonna be able to get Stream Racer, folks, unless Eric is listening right now. We'll find out. Let's find out here, folks. Again, apologies. We do everything live, it turns out. From I'm trying to set up Stream Racer to, yeah, so how's everyone's Saturday going? Yeah, unfortunately, I think we all know the answer to that for everybody.
Much like exiting Skyline. It's all downhill, Mike.
Yes. About 173 feet of downhill, exactly.
Yeah. A phenomenally high rate. Yeah, we would definitely have gone through Sector 2 quicker than anyone else there. That is for absolutely sure. But yeah, I mean, Bathurst, it not only keeps the drivers on their toes, yeah, the server apparently still got a handle for all that elevation change as well. What happened to the race, Neo? Yeah, the server had a little heart attack and kicked us all out.
Yes.
Turn it up, Squatchmonger is shouting. My ears aren't even bleeding yet.
We'll keep it on a low volume.
Oh, Mike, that is that coming through on stream?
Yeah. Well, the video.
Okay.
No. The feed is not. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah. The feed. I am currently on stream right now. Hello.
Yeah. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, I know. Shield your eyes. I know, right? It's
the double Windsor, not just
the double
absolute
Windsor.
Perfection.
The Trackalicious tie, courtesy of Neil Kerbal, by the way, folks. Look at that bad boy. I know I've showed it off a couple times, but it is sweet.
That is worth showing off. That is nice. I'll be expecting one of them in the post as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Contact Neil Kerbal for that one. I am not responsible. Also, but if you guys are interested, though, we have Trackalicious merch now. Head on over to our merch store, which I still haven't made a pin for. Gosh dang it. I am a terrible streamer, I swear. Why do you guys watch me?
I think you've just answered your own question.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, no, that's we do have a merch store out now, and I'm sure one of the fine admins' faces in chat can get us a link. But folks, we do have an update on Stream Racer. We're in chat. So we are going to have some racing here whilst we wait for the server to potentially come back online, potentially not. Let's go down to, I hope this hotkey still works, to the Stream Racer scene and hope it's not broken. Okay, black screen of anticipation. It worked. It worked. All right, I need to crop myself a little bit. That's clear. There we go. Do some cropping here, folks. Nice. There we are.
The magic of television.
The magic of live TV. Exclamation mark race in chat to get yourself involved, folks. And you might be asking, why am I
race as a commentator?
Yes.
Oh, you're,
yes.
Yep.
Get in there.
Let's go.
I'm in there too. So basically, a lot of people might be asking, what are we about to watch? Great question, folks, and I'm going to answer it kind of, and it will still be questionable. So, we were just watching a nice 6-hour race that's now since been intermissioned. We are going to be watching a nice little 2-minute race now with all of you guys battling each other. And you might ask, what do I have to do if I'm battling these other drivers? Pretty much nothing, but type exclamation mark boost in chat when we get into the race. That will allow you to get a nice speed boost along the way. And potentially send yourself into a wall or potentially send yourself into first position. We got 13 people in, 1 minute on the clock for you to enter exclamation mark race. As you can see, we got Xanderzone, Neo. Is that Neo Kabuki? No, probably not. We got Neo, we got Steven, we got Beachley, we got myself, we got John, AV6 Scott, Squashmonger, Buggy, Norris, we got Shadow, we got Devin Anthony, I think, and we have Jez all joining us so far. Exclamation mark race to get involved, folks. And we'll get out on track here very, very soon. Thank you very much, Stephen Tomazic, for also sending me a link to our merch store that I will now create a link to after this. There is a link to our merch store, folks, in case you guys are curious. You can get a sticker of my face and then place it on a stop sign or something somewhere. No, don't do that, but you know, maybe. I don't know. If you do, send it to me. If you do, send me a picture, though. But folks,
I'm gonna get those and I'm gonna start putting them on fuel pumps with just your face right next to the cost of the fuel.
If you do, send a picture. That's all I have to say. I don't advocate you for or against now, though, folks.
I will be having one of those hats.
Here we go. We're underway, and Stephen Tomazic is off to an incredible start. Jez, though, picking up the scraps out of the background as everyone goes over the first jump. It's flying, and Beachley is going into the next stratosphere. Whoa. He's overshot the track by an absolute mile. AV6 Scott in the Formula car into the grass. That's not the place. Traction certainly limited. The brick walls playing a role as always. Cars strung amongst the ranks. John, though, crawling up in the background. What does he have?
Let's go. You're winning out the team commentary here. I didn't want to stir it up too much, but lead commentator, that would be me. Let's go, Double O Raven, up in the top 3, on the podium. This could be absolutely incredible. See if I finish on the podium in a race. Hell might actually freeze over.
Oh, he threads the needle!
Oh, he's taking the lead!
Double O Raven, John Wright threads the brick walls and takes the race lead. Rodriguez, though, coming up in the background. It's not Rodriguez, it's Roges in the background. With Buggy, John has hit the tire barrier. He's beached himself, though. High centered on the tires. Rodriguez going to the tire barriers next. He's hit the next checkpoint. We're in the final sector, folks. It's down to the wire. John, though, he's a nice guy and he's carrying a cone with him. He ditches it onto the side, though, like a rude jerk. He gets candy cane, though. Rodriguez heading to the line, takes the boost and the victory. John, he had the prospects of greatness, but since has tumbled down the order. Doc Milwee, an uncharacteristic boost out of shape. Jez takes home second. John takes the podium. Bottom step somehow. Norris behind. Buggy in 5th. Stephen Tomazic 6th. Rose in 7th. Doc Milwee 8th, and the rest of the field coming up short. Nemesis 9th, Devin Anthony in 10th, and that, folks, AV6 Scott in last.
I will take a podium, baby. Let's go.
We just had
Somebody
60 people
screenshot,
watch
clip that and
that.
send that to my mum.
What a race. What a race.
Oh yeah.
My goodness, that was something. Donarte
I've never seen that before.
Donarte is Rodriguez. So Tiago Donarte is the one that takes home the victory then tonight. On Stream Racer, that is. Now, do we have an update for the actual server? You know, the whole reason that we're here? That I'm not sure. But I'll let Steven, I don't know. Can you find, I don't know if you can find an update on that while I
I'm
this
looking.
thing. Well, I do whatever the heck it is I'm doing here. Let's go through the order.
Let's do another one of those.
We can do another one, yeah. Well, let's get an update from Steven first, and then we can decide if we are going to or not. But yes, Stream Racer is always a hoot of a time. Run it back, says Squashmonger. That's the highest Buggy's ever finished. Not bad, 5th position. Is it Boogie or Buggy? Buggy, it's Buggy. Double G. 6 hours of Stream Race. They have some pretty long tracks actually here, so let's we can go through the game here together. Why not? As so the way we get into it here, we see there's a bunch of different tracks and they have different lengths. So that's kind of how I decide, as I like to do the shorter length ones typically. But yeah, like I say, if you guys create a Stream Racer track, they have custom tracks that you can make. Send it over to me. We could play it on stream. I don't know. Don't go on Stream Racer and make a track, folks, for this. Please don't. You have better things to do with your time than this. I hope.
Mean, you say that, but...
Steven, do we have any form of update? Oh, Steven's gone. Steven's doing the update. Okay,
He's
my
gone.
bad.
I think he has jumped into... Oh no, I did see him in the chat. Oh, he's maybe jumped into the driver briefing actually. All the drivers are in the pre-race driver briefing. Casey, Neil, who I will be speaking to about the tie. Eric's voice chat, Rod is in there. So yeah, nothing in the chat at the minute. The admin are still working furiously. Oh no, Stephen has rejoined. In and out like an absolute ninja, Stephen. That is some impressive skills there.
I am very sneaky, sir. Yes. So I just joined into the drivers briefing channel where the drivers are getting a quick briefing on what's going on. They are working to get the server back up, or they are going through the driver list because they now have to swap out number 1 drivers. And we should be seeing the server going back up in a few minutes.
Yeah, the swapping out will take a minute. That makes sense, unfortunately, and hopefully everyone has someone here. Obvious, I'm sure they do. Definitely inconvenient, though, nonetheless, but we are going to be, as Eric had mentioned, restarting the race with 6 hours on the clock, so it is now going to be a 6-hour race with a 6-hour build-up to it. Certainly a little less exciting than 12, but...
6-hour qualifying session.
Oh, jeez. I mean, yeah, actually, you're actually 100% right now that you mention it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a 6-hour qualifying session. With just
that's a poor way to look at it, but you are right. Oh, well, folks, I don't know. We can do another one. Why don't we do Monaco? There's a Monaco track here, and I don't know if it's actually Monaco, but we're going to find out. Let's get back down to Stream Racer. There we go.
It'd be interesting to see what Stephen does in this race, Mike. In the last race there, he was pretty consistent in the midfield and he had a good run towards the end. I think Stephen could be a bit of a dark horse. Could be its own. Just let's throw the full commentary weight behind this stuff. I think Stephen could be one to watch. I think, and Rogues as well.
Buggy is the man on my list here for tonight. I think Buggy is a great shout, up and coming. He's made great progress. He's had his highest place finish in the previous race of 5th, and now he's looking to improve up onto the podium potentially. But he does need to type !race first. That is one of the requirements, of course. And everyone else getting involved here. A couple other drivers. AV6 Scott, back of the pack. That is an uncharacteristic finish for AV6 Scott. He is normally a heavy hitter in the Stream Racer community, and that's why he has that formula car. You can see he's been around the block, not once, not twice, but upwards of 30 times probably. He's done some Stream Racer races. Now, that makes you quite the experience. Your ! Boosts, they become on point once you realize it. And yeah, I don't know how much more commentary weight can I put in this. 1 more minute on the clocks, folks! ! Race to get involved.
Right, oh yeah, you can unlock new cars at app.streamracer. Right, okay, that is where I'll be going. But yeah, good to know the more, so that's how you get the, oh, I just spent my points customizing my car, says AV Scott. There we go.
Yeah, but you gotta finish high, though, to get points, though. That's the thing, is you only... Nightbot, get your butt out of here. Nightbot somehow sneaking their way into the race. that is just... What? No robots allowed, okay?
AI is taking over.
We are not accepting
Nightbot
that.
wins, that is incredible.
I kicked Nightbot. Nightbot doesn't deserve it. They don't deserve to be involved.
They didn't use the command either, and they still got in.
No, you don't need an exclamation mark, believe it or not, but here we go, folks. It's Monaco, allegedly. This is Monaco as we get ready here to go green through the arena sector. Steven Tomazic shot out like a cannon down through Casino del Lago, now through the square, up through the triangle. No, I'm second. That's pretty cool. Oh, everyone's getting taken out by the wall. So am I. No, I got it through. Wait, am I in first? AB6 Scott's through. Where did I go? I've disappeared into the sunset. I don't know where. Steven, AB6 Scott, side by side. Scott was one of my predictions. They're inside each other, nevertheless, side by side. Over the boost pad and over the jump. AB6 Scott with a little more aerodynamics there. You see, he's able to land that significantly better, but he almost boosts into the river. He almost went in the drink. Swimming with the fishes is Alex Hansen, though. Guillermy behind. Double O Raven, John Wright, currently sitting in second position. This is the dark horse, but he's taken the cones with. The spectators are on their feet cheering. AB6 Scott is still winning, and he's quite far ahead right now. Double O Raven behind. Guilherme takes out the barriers. Now a drag race between Steven Tomazic and Beachley, who Steven says, I'm going to take the wall. Squashmonger weaving around like a knitting grandma. Somehow, AB6 Scott is climbing a mountain now. Okay. Oh, and Justin Beachley taking his flight off on towards Switzerland. Double O Raven, John Wright, leads the race, and we have one sector to go. John, is this the victory? Oh, it's the wall, unfortunately. Will Hermie in the background takes the wall as well. Double O Raven just has one more stretch, needs to avoid the cones, needs to avoid the tires, and take the boost pad. And John Wright, folks, will be taking victory.
Boom, the only way is up. Baby!
Rigged.
EV6 Scott, that is incredibly bad luck there. Led for so long, and then one fudging of the Huggies. 6th place, Steven with the 5th place again. Mike with the top 10. Go on, Mike. That's it. All three commentators in the top 10 because we are the greatest.
Because there only was 10, but we pay no mind to that fact.
No, exactly. Listen, we can gloss over that.
AB6 Scott got a little too ambitious with the boost. Unfortunately, he was leading the race and then he was climbing the Alps. Well, trying to take an approach from Hannibal. Unfortunately, he was not trying to defeat the Roman Legion. He was trying to defeat Double O Raven, and you gotta wake up pretty early in the morning to do that.
Yes, indeed you do, apparently. Stream Racer King, let's go. That's what I've been doing wrong all these years. I've been trying to race with the wheel. I need to get myself on Stream Racer. Returning champion I'm going to be the next time this is on. That's it. I'm going to be absolutely in there. Oh, yeah, I was just doing that as well. Mike, restarting.
Yeah, you can take care of that. That's fine. We have Eric joining us here in the chat for a potential update. Eric.
Hello. So just wanted to give an update to everybody who's not already in the VC. We have had some network issues. Apologize to everybody. We know how much time and effort has gone into preparing for races like these. But just a technical issue out of our hands. We did manage to reset all of our hardware. It looks like the network has stabilized and that the server seems to be running as expected. So I wanted to let you know what we're doing. The grid will be reset to the standings at the time of the disconnect. There will be 0 laps between drivers. It will be a 6-hour race moving forward, starting at 11 a.m. in-game time, so a continuation of our race thus far. Driver ones will have to join first as per SimGrid. If you do not have access to your driver one and cannot reach them, please reach out to Chrono. I think everybody has done so already. All drivers are not required to drive a stint. So if you had a driver that is on the list and is unable to drive anymore, that's okay. We will place a short practice session at the start of the race, right before the race, before it starts. So everybody will be able to get in, swap drivers, or whatever else they need to do. Remember to load up your setups again, and hopefully we can get this thing going, and really do apologize about all the issues we've had so far.
Do we have an estimated time for green flag or no?
Somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes, I would guess.
So the server is up, you said?
In 5 or 10 minutes. We just have to manually update the... Yeah, we have to manually update the entry list so that we can get everybody in the order in which we got disconnected.
Excellent. So if you heard that, folks, if you are a driver one, or if you don't have your driver one around, go and message Eric or Chrono to make sure that you have a proper driver one, and then that driver one joins the server first. If not, you will not be allowed in because ACC things. Driver one, join first. One more Stream Racer. I think we'll call it on Stream Racer for tonight. That was it. We gotta let John take the victory here in stride, right? He got his. You gotta end on a high, right?
Absolutely. I appreciate that support, Mike. Yeah, thank you very much. I will be reigning champion.
Yes, reigning
race, but yeah.
You're only as good as your last race, right? That's what they say.
Yep. That is exactly what they're saying. My last race was a win.
Exactly. That's, believe it or not, my last race on ACC, I beat Ollie Raza. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm better than Ollie Raza. Was that over a year ago? Yes, but I don't really care, quite frankly. And did he join late?
Is that the reason you've never raced again, just in case he beats you? Yes!
Yes, I am better than Ollie Raza as of my last race by definition. So I take that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, jump right on that bandwagon. You got to take the wins where you can, Mike. Absolutely got to take the wins where you can.
How many channel points do we got for another race? Honestly, I don't know. Chat, do we want another race? We got a couple more minutes. I don't know. Why not? Why not? All right, why not? Let's get another stream race up. I got to relaunch the game, of course.
Am I a bit too keen there? I've already typed exclamation mark race.
Yeah, you are a little keen.
Yeah, a little keen.
It turns out that my hotkey, my hotkey is not working for my Stream Deck, so I need to launch it manually.
Elgato products have absolutely the bed during the broadcast. I would never believe
honestly, like, look, credit where credit's due here. Like, Elgato, if you are listening, first off, I'm using your webcam and your Stream Deck. You guys do have good products, all right? But like, no, I mean, you know, no, honestly, I don't agree, John. I think that my Stream Deck has never.
Well, see, the problem is I've got the camera, the Stream Deck, and a microphone, and for some reason,
you got the
trifecta. Just don't want to communicate.
Yeah,
They
just going for that. I got 3 Stream Decks.
Okay,
3 Stream Decks.
I got the 4K 60 and a Cam Link.
Dang.
So what are you, DCS, or what's that? Why do you need to, are you a farm sim aficionado? What's all the Stream Decks for, Steven? I'm fascinated.
I got the one Stream Deck for sitting at my desk, and I got one Stream Deck for the sim rig to operate the stream, and then another Stream Deck to operate the car in the game.
Wow.
You could be like Saagar.
I like it.
For anyone curious, I'm going to do a little behind the scenes with Saagar Bakshi right now. He's not here right now to speak, and that's good. He can't defend himself. So, Saagar, the way that he sets up his Stream Deck profile makes me upset, okay? I'm just going to be completely honest. The problem is his is actually quite logical, and I think it makes me upset because mine is chaotic, and his is actually organized, and his makes sense, and I just can't make sense of it. So, He has, for anyone curious what I'm talking about, by the way, here is my stream deck. This is, you can see all the various buttons and whatnot that we have and all that. He has like a bunch of folders and stuff that he presses and it opens a folder up, and then he can press another folder and it opens a folder up. I don't have that. I just have these pages that I switch back and forth to change my scenes and stuff. And yes, for anyone curious, that is in fact what I use for the booth. Oops. Is my face. You can't quite see it, but it is in fact my face. Because why not? Why not, folks? Where's my folder? I don't have any folders. I literally have 0 folders on my stream deck because you bet Mike's desktop looks the same. How did you know? I have, yes, my desktop is in fact a mess. That is a fact. That is an absolute fact. But it's a chaotic mess that makes sense to me. And this is what happens when you try to edit YouTube, and when you edit shorts, your desktop becomes a nightmare. 4_81 has hit the follow button during this. Thank you. First off, thank you. I'm not saying I don't appreciate it. But the fact that we still have 52 people watching is quite incredible to me in general. So thank you guys for tuning in. We do apologize for the technical difficulties in the meantime. We're waiting to get the race back up and running shortly enough once we do see the TRACKILICIOUS server back. But in the meantime, we've had some requests for Stream Racer, so I guess I'm a man to please the people. Let's get down to it. Exclamation mark
There we go.
race.
This is your chance to, this is your chance to take the title. That's right, Double O Raven putting his crown on the line. Is AV Scott going to go one better and finish on the podium this time? I think Stephen's been biding his time. I think he knew there was 3 races coming. He's had back-to-back 5th. I think a podium definitely on the card. Mike trending upward as well. Got himself into the top 10 in the last race. So come on, step up. Come and have a go if you think you're quick enough. The commentary team challenge you all to do better than us out on track, because we are the greatest, because I said so, and I'm just waffling nonsense. Let's get involved, people.
AB6 Scott's goal is not last. That is the goal.
Well, that's
that is a goal.
what happened with me that one time. I won the one time, and then the next race I joined in for Stream Race, I was in dead last.
Love it.
Oh, premonition for me there. I think that's Stephen just kind of half throwing me under the bus, trying to say he's going to finish ahead of me. Well, bring it on, Stephen. I've got your number.
Buggy is the man I got. There we go. Buggy's back in this race, though. He had a 5th place finish in his day, or in his previous, not in the previous, he didn't race in the last one, but he raced in the one before that. So, Doc Milwee in, Alex Hansen, Beachley, Guilherme, which I still need help on pronouncing that name. If anyone in chat can do so, please phonetically break it down. Me, Mike Nause, that's who I am. Guilherme?
Yep.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Same name as the director. Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Guilherme.
Okay. That is, I appreciate that. Thank you, Guilherme. Drivenge. We have Tobias Gable, AV6 Scott, Squashmonger, Steven, John, now joining us. Xander Zone as well. Last seconds, folks. Sorry, you probably missed the bucket if you're hearing this by now. Let's get into it. It's the Queen of Racing track. Let's see who is going to be the Queen of Racing. Is it going to be Double O Raven? Let's find out. Green, Beachley and AV6 Scott, dead heat. Beachley, though, getting the exclamation mark boost as we go underneath the circuit for those two, and now they have glitched. That's unfortunate. That is unlucky is what I would describe that. Tobias Gable makes it through. Everyone's struggling here at the beginning ramp as multiple drivers are stuck. Steven, Buggy, Alex Hansen, John, Squashmonger now starting to make it through. Doc Milwee leads this race after flipping and flopping, though. He hands it over to Tobias Gable. Beachley with a boost off the circuit, though. It's an ambitious boost, and he takes out the tire wall. Tobias, discretion. Look at that. Easy on the accelerator, right into the brick wall. But then, exclamation mark boost, and he's gone swimming.
That was a bad bait on the boost there, it has to be said, but no bad beats up at the front. Look at Doc Milwee leading the way. Beautiful apex there he took. He's got Drivenage, who's just gone right through him. Absolutely, just passed clean through him. Oh, and that's a bounce. He's gone for the double front flip. That is not the most solid of strategy. And it's Guilherme. Guilherme's taking the lead. We got the pronunciation, and he's got the lead of the race, Mike, but Drivenage is not giving up on this one.
We're on board with Driving Age right now as he chases down Guilherme. This is where everything could be made or broken, quite literally. All the brick walls and the tires get in the way. Guilherme now storms into the lead. Driven side by side. AV6 Scott climbing the ranks. John is back in the mix, folks. Double O Raven. Call him Mr. Consistency. You can't take this man out of the podiums. AV6 Scott with a boost catches up with Guilherme into the final spot of the track. Guilherme going to cross the line ahead of Scott. Third position going to Double O Raven. It's a third, a first, and a third tonight for John. Again, hashtag rigged. Everybody else following suit. Driven in fourth. Mike, me in fifth. Xanderzone in sixth. Tobias Gable, seventh. Squashmonger, eighth. Buggy in ninth. And 10th for Alex Hansen. Steven Tomazic will be there eventually.
I'm taking in the scenery, okay? I'm just taking in the scenery.
That's what. Yeah, we get a beautiful onboard lap of the track here from Stephen, who does eventually cross the line at a pedestrian pace, it's fair to say, but give us some beautiful views along the way. Speaking of beautiful views, and not to blow my own trumpet, is that 3 podiums in a row for the Double O Raven?
That is 3 podiums in a row for Mr. John Wright. How he's managed that, I have no idea. To be fair,
All right. As a heads up, the server is back up, and here's a wrench. There's rain in 30 minutes.
Oh my god. So if the Discord messages weren't already upset enough, then yeah. Extra practice for Monday now.
Time to retire.
Absolute scenes.
Well, folks, I think things are going to get dramatic. That is my sneaking suspicion. I feel drama is on the horizon. And I'm here for it. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun, I have to say. Hopefully, again, we do apologize to anybody who is upset about the fact that the server decided to break without any control. We do apologize for that. I hope everyone understands that it's not like we did this intentionally. Just because the TRACKILICIOUS team wasn't leading the race, we didn't just disconnect the servers to, upset everyone. Like I said, there's no grand conspiracy regardless of what people are thinking here. But, yeah.
Oh, that's quality. That's quality. Hashtag conspiracy theory. Bathurst is going to be... it really is, yeah. If we get some rain falling on the track.
Now this...
Oh, yeah. What a restart this is going to be. We've got 28 or 29 cars left in the race. They're all going to be on the lead lap, and the battles were already off the charts. And we're about to start again. Oh, yeah, it's just, this is going to be an absolute mind melter of a restart, Stephen. We've got the rain, we've got everybody back on the lead lap. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I might, I think I'll be around for the restart, I hope. Got about 3 to... minute and a half till they switch off to the race session. So we're still in practice.
We'll see. We do have, though, I guess, joining us immediately. We might as well just introduce them while we're here. We got 4 company in the booth. I'll be leaving. Don't worry, folks. Once the race gets in, I'm going to be disappearing back into my little broadcasting hole for the next couple hours. But we have Mr. George joining us. George, welcome.
Hello. Yeah, great to be in here. And finally, someone with a little bit of a South Pacific accent joins the booth properly. Really stoked to be here. Honestly, I just want to say, when I came in here and I saw Stream Racer up, I reckon we have another round of that. That was great fun. Get me involved in that next time. That is some excellent fun. I'm lucky about the server. And I reckon, Stephen, honestly, mate, stick around. You do the restart. You've been here. I'm going to watch back. I'm going to sit back, watch this beautiful restart, then I'll take over from you, mate.
Sounds great. definitely the rain is going to throw a wrench into this entire race
Well-
because it was looking like it was going to be dry the whole time.
So I am asking myself, though, is it says that there's rain coming up here shortly for the next 30 minutes, but as we get ready to transition over to the next session, it is... Oh, you're right, it is only... It's 1 hour ahead of us, so it might be... yeah, and it's going to be heavy rain predicted, too. Oh, my goodness. Whose idea was this?
It's a
I'm
great
happy
idea.
to take full credit. It wasn't my idea. I'm happy to take full credit, though. I'll take the blame on this one. Let's go. I definitely wasn't doing rain dances.
Fans of Bathurst unite. Rain at Bathurst just makes it better. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
it
true.
does. It does. The IRL race a couple of years ago, I'm sure George will definitely remember it. Anybody that watched it will remember. It was very much a river runs through it. There was legitimate rivers running through the pit lane. It is incredible when it rains in Australia. Just like everything else, George, in Australia and New Zealand, it is just that bit bigger and scarier. Everything is trying to kill you. And the weather, it's one extreme or the other.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
upsetting. It's a damp track, not a wet track.
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say, we've hyped it up, and now unfortunately it's damp and sunny, which means that the rain will be 99.9% gone.
Womp womp.
That said, it'll still be a great restart.
Yes, it will. Yeah, because which tyres do you come out on? And it's exactly as I said as well. I was speaking to either Stephen or Yannis. There's been so much going on, I can't quite remember. But I did say this is one of these tracks where it gets very, very hot and can still rain. The track's damp, but it's 32 degrees. It's going to dry very quickly indeed. Oh, but Worley's out on wet tyres.
With that, folks, let's get down to the action here. I'm going to pop away. We're going to hand it over to Steven and John for the outlap and the race restart. The 6-hour qualifying is done, unfortunately, and we will get down to the action very, very briefly. Let's get into it.
Here we go then. As Mike said, the 6-hour qualification period is done, and after that it is Tyler Carr who's on the top spot for Fear No Moto. Please break turn 1. And in second place, Vacuum Racing going to start this one in third place with Pagasi in fourth. It's Mia Rose for Designs MHR in fifth position with Professor Chronotis in sixth place. We've got Boonstra for Sim Racing Alliance in seventh, and it's going to be Vincenzo Senatore back out behind the wheel of the NCR Most Wanted Beamer. Guillermo Goncalves, he's just won in Stream Racer, and he's about to restart in the Porsche in the top 10, side by side with Christian Tenerio for Beach Dean AMR. It's then the Porsche. Alex Ames for E1 Simsport in 11th, and it looks like Rados is going to be back out for Team Up Garage. What an opening lap this is going to be. Teixeira out for Sim Esports PT, their 13th position. Eric the Boss, he's just been in. They've got the server back up and running. He's back behind the wheel. 14th position for the Trackalicious car, just ahead of Bullet Racing's Kevin Blanchette in 15th. Jabadal for Fear No Moto got their McLaren in 16th position, with Worley for Matco Please Sponsor Me in 17th position, just ahead of the first Nissan GTR. Oh, looks like the second one's missing. And it's Paul Miles who's going to take the wheel for the start of the restart of the race. Matt Russo for Noobs R Us got their Porsche in 19th, and it's going to be Jack Cross did join, but it's Amos Movo for Errol Motors. I can say Purple Burglar Alarm. Can I say Errol? No. 20th position, Mazic has handed over to Varmusa for Tetrari Racing. Jakob Winter has given the wheel to Novaki for Engineered Velocity. They've got 22nd place for the restart. Sjogren is out for Rogue Element Racing. Eric's car is not moving. We'll come back to that in a second. Livrieri behind the wheel for Team 54 in 24th position. It's Trinka for GRL going to start in 25th. Then it is Quinn Smith. Brings further credence to the definitely not a conspiracy theory, because the Trackalicious Beamer is in 26th position. And then it is Tony Danzig. Is that the name of a famous actor? Noobs R Us, 27th position. And Andrew Oakley The red doohickey is going to start down in 28th place. And yeah, Stephen, the track is already gone to greasy. Talk about changeable.
Yeah, very changeable. As I just watched Eric Gagassian's car get teleported into the pits, so it doesn't look like he's sitting in the car right now.
Yeah, no, you're right. He is completely stationary.
He's now taking that pit start. I mean, he did hit drive, so he was in the lineup, but now just going for the pit start now, it looks like.
Yeah, there is actually a couple of... Yeah, they're all just reconnected to the server properly, so a bit of a server spike at the minute, so he's maybe just monitoring that. Or, yeah, hopefully it's not an issue that he's had. What a race prospect we have that was so close in the lap times between a lot of these cars, and they're now going to be very close together. Felipe is the driver that is out for the Vacuum racing car. He's got Axlin behind him for Pegassi, and then Mia Rose for the Designs MHR car, with Chronotis and of course Senatore. The near legendary battle between Senatore and Rose in the second stint of the first half of the race. Yeah, could well be reignited. We are absolutely here for it. 6 hours to go of the 12 hours of Bathurst. We've got myself, John Wright. We've got Stephen Tomazic. We've also got George Cooke in as well. He'll be taking over from Stephen, but has graciously said to Stephen that he can stay and preside over the first lap or two of the restart, because we was here just before it cut out, and it is going to be, Stephen. I mean, the track is already green, so the track has gone through 2 evolutions in the warm-up lap.
Oh, that's kind of gutting, but it does show that we might actually get rain further into this race. So I'm hoping we will actually see some wet weather come this way.
Yeah, absolutely. With the weather variation, it would be nice to see a bit of precipitation fall from the sky. I think it was just a visual glitch. I thought I saw wet tyres on one of the cars, but no, they've all got the yellow band. You can all see them furiously wiggling the nose of the car, trying to get as much temperature as possible into those front tyres. They are going to need it into the first corner, aptly named Hell's Corner, and in these changeable conditions. Never was a truer word spoken. The track is now up to green. It was damp when we joined. Tyler Carr is going to be the car with the huge target on the back. And I tell you, Thiago Denart, all these drivers up at the top putting in some incredible lap times, of course. Denart, Felipe, Rose and Denart. Felipe had Fernandez behind the wheel of his car. Here we go for the restart, though. Oh, row 2 is a bit separated, and it is a flyer of a start then. Denart is absolutely keeping pace. So look at the Honda. Mia Rose looking for positions off the start line, and it's a bit close in the background as well, as Chronotis does make himself up an early spot, with McKechnie making a move as well. Justin in the Porsche. That is a lightning start there. Geert Axlin was absolutely bogged down off the start line, dropping 5 positions at the start. And Thiago Denart is taking the lead of the race. I was busy looking down the field instead of what was happening on stream, and Thiago Denart is taking the lead.
Oh, who was that? Rados has hit the wall at Griffin's and is falling down all the way to 16th.
Yes, he has. It looks like Nowaki is involved in that. Paul Miles was involved in that one as well. They have tumbled down the order. Gagassian starting from the pits makes up 2 positions. But yeah, Paul Miles, oh, and he's pulled over. That is an absolute horror show restart for Miles. I am going to quickly view myself a replay of that while we all watch Mia Rose chase the BMW down the hill. Alright, okay, yeah, no, I can't quite see what happened to Miles.
Mia Rose literally
sorry, on you go, Stephen.
Mia Rose is rubbing a hole into the back bumper of that BMW being piloted by Gabriel Felipe. as they're now making it onto the Conrad Straight.
Yeah, they're on the Conrad Straight. I've got both eyes working in different directions here. Oh, there was a bit of bump drafting ahead of the Nissan. He backed right out of it to avoid any contact and then took contact in the rear. So that's what happened with the Nissan. It is now limped back to the pits as we concentrate again. Oh, Mia Rose.
Mia Rose makes the pass on Renato Dornato onto Gabriel Felipe. Gabriel going off onto the grass, losing that the precious traction on corner exit.
On Chronotis is going to get the move done as well. Out with the last corner, Chronotis has got this bang to rights, and here comes the Porsche that we were talking about in the early stages as well. As Goncalves, not content with the Stream Racer when he's looking for places here in the Bathurst race as well. But at the moment, in fact, to tell you what, it's the two Porsches behind there, Goncalves and McKechnie. Goncalves is under real pressure at the minute. Oh, sorry, applying the pressure at the minute, looking for the move around the outside. Absolutely nails this one. It's side by side with the two Porsches. Up the hill they go, and it's the car on the inside that manages to hold on to position. But for how much longer? Gear Axlin. Oh, he's right on the rear bumper as well. Had an absolutely horror start. Horror restart. Can't get my words out with so much going on. He's lost 4 positions at the start. He's now right on the back bumper of the two Porsches battling ahead. Mia Rose is up to 3rd place as well. No real surprise there, you would say. But I'm bored watching the back of McKechnie's car. He's got Goncalves all over the back of him, with Gear Axlin well within striking distance. Tenerio and Senatore are not too far behind this either, with Blanchet, Jabadal, Varmusa all well within the stretching. Rados in 15th position as well. So let's see here. Rados has dropped 3 off the start. Wow, so 2 of the big hitters I thought would make gains at the beginning have definitely not done so. Miles has retired to the pits. Nowaki down those 5 positions. Kakosian starting from the pits down at the back of the grid. But we're watching the slipstream battle between the two Porsches, and it is going to be Goncalves tries to go round the outside on the way into the chase at the end of the second lap. And he has got this one done. Axlin with a beautiful view of everything that's going on. I tell you, they're not too far behind Chronotis. Felipe is going to be feeling the pressure, and I'll tell you who else is going to be feeling the pressure. It is one Tyler Carr. Mia Rose is within 0.4 of a second of second place, 2 laps into the start. Now that not overly unexpected to Stephen. We did wonder who would rise to the top after the restart, and it looks like Mia Rose is the one that's really occasion up 2 places and given second place a real hard time just now.
Yeah, definitely giving second place a hard time, but Tyler Carr has also picked up the pace a little bit and is closing the gap between him and Donarte in that P1 position as they're now making their way back up the mountain. So
indeed, yeah, the top 3 very close just now.
Yeah, the top 3 very close. Ooh, getting even closer. That time has now fallen to 0.5 second to Carr. So Carr definitely now has a slipstream to help cover off Mia Rose. But will he have the pace going back down the mountain to fend off Mia?
Yeah, that is the million-dollar question at the minute. Is Mia Rose going to take the lead of the race before the end of this lap? That is a genuine question. I think the answer might be yes. I'm not being funny, but within 1.2 seconds of the race lead, and when you're that close, that is a 3-way train. Oh, and a big connection with the wall on the way out of Forest Elbow. That's why it should be called Hell's Corner. And Mia Rose, I was just asking whether the race lead was about to be had on the Conrad Straight, and it's now a case of... will she get close enough to again in the mountain straight? And his car about to benefit from this one here as he's within 0.3 of a second, right on the back of the Rose, right on the edge of the track on the way into the chase chicane. A little bit of a wiggle through the corner exit there, but down towards the final corner. Donat and Carr, 0.3 of a second. That is definitely not helping their cause. Trying to shake off the advances of Rose. It's just playing right into her hands. Goncalves and Chronotis are right on top of one another still. Tenerio has just lost an absolute handful of positions as well. He's dropped down to 13th place. Blanchette dropping a position as well. It's all happening down the field. The Conrod Straight absolutely playing into multiple drivers' hands, and it is an absolute traffic jam on the way through turn 1. Oh, and we've got a car running wide. We've got a car running wide on the exit. It's a Ferrari. Oh, and we've got a Mustang taking a wiggle. It's all kicking off, Stephen.
Yeah, definitely kicking off, and there's definitely an unsafe rejoin joining right onto the racing line by that Ferrari in the back. But I just popped on board with Mia Rose. The steering wheel is still straight after that bonk into the wall, so they are still in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely still in the fight. There's so many cars in fights just now. Rados has got himself back up to 11. He's all over the back of Blanchette like an absolute rash at the minute. I mean, Russo and Sjogren battling for 18th and 19th. Worley on the back off to Sheriff. We've got Ames, Tenerio, Jabadal, Rados, Blanchette all battling Senatore for 9th place. That's right, a 5-way battle for 9th position with Senatore leading the way. He's in 9th place. He has dropped a position at the start. Axlin ahead of him has dropped 4. We're watching from the back of the train as Rados tears down the hill. There's even a blue flag car involved in this little pack already. You've absolutely got to love what Bathurst has to offer. But I think if we jump back up to Mia Rose, this is going to be an interesting one along the Conrod Straight. That is not the car I expected to see there. Oh no, sorry, that's Felipe who's just behind. He's not quite been dropped off. You can see the top 3 separated by 0.6 of a second. Once again, Cardinat 0.3 apart into the last corner, but it's Mia Rose who's back to within half a second. Wow, we did anticipate battles like this. Felipe not quite keeping pace at the moment, but he's certainly being helped. Ooh, bit wide there. Certainly being helped by the Chronotis Goncalves battle that's going on behind him. And McKechnie certainly slowing up Axlin's advances at the moment. Senatore still in the lead of that 5-way battle. Ames, Teixeira and Worley still on top of one another as well, Stephen. So much going on.
Yeah, Gabriel Felipe, just looking at the numbers right now, is average the fastest car out on track. Unfortunately, he's not really closing much ground onto Mia Rose as they're just make their way through the cutting.
Yeah, so being the quickest, but not quite. But only by the slightest of margins, clearly not able to make any impressions on that gap. Rados looking to get past Blanchette and Senatore still. And yeah, Goncalves and Chronotis, 5th and 6th position, having themselves a proper ding-dong battle as well. And Gear Axlin, he'll be keen for that to continue. Whoa! Sorry, I got one eye on Carr and Rose there. Rose almost popping into the backseat of the Mustang for a second. And manages to keep it out the wall just onto the Conrod Straight. And Calves making his way down towards the Conrod Straight. But he's got the Ferrari of Chronotis ahead of him. And I'll tell you what we'll do. We're 4 laps in now, Stephen. So I do think maybe, because it is the crack it on for him as well, we'll maybe get Mr. George Cooke in and let you crack on with the rest of your day and enjoy the race from the spectator side.
Yeah, thank you very much. I enjoyed this and hope the rest of this race is as exciting as it was from the start.
Indeed, yeah, there's absolutely no doubt that is going to be the case. The only thing we're really going to be asking is, will there be rain? Yes, please, yes, please. As Goncalves, he's got the move done. So there we go, cheeky little overtake for you just before you leave, Stephen. But yeah, Stephen, been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us for today, and congratulations on some consistent results in the stream. So obviously not as good as some of the other commentators, but yeah. But yeah, thank you once again, Stephen.
Yep, thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Thank you. There we go. One legend out, one legend in. The only difference, this one actually lives within very distance of the track and can actually pronounce the name of the track correctly. He's even been there and knows all the little local hidey holes. It is the one and only from down under, Mr. George Cooke. Good morning, George. Welcome in once again, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, Bathurst and coffee is a great combination. And one question I did have for you immediately, John, was how many times have you called it Bathurst? You need to be honest with me, my friend. You need to be honest with me. How many times has it been called Bathurst this race throughout the last 6 hours of racing? You tell me a number. You think about how honest you want to be with your answer, and you tell me in a bit. Fantastic racing so far. Bathurst, what a brilliant location. My favorite track in the world. Shame not to see as many McLarens on the grid as I thought, but nice to have the representation from the Australian community there with Mia Rose. She is a super involved sim racer globally, and especially in the Oceanic region, in both New Zealand leagues and Australian leagues, and a number of other incredible drivers here today as well. 33 degrees Celsius out on track. Typical day in Australia for this kind of race. We've got a long way to go. The restart's certainly thrown a few curveballs here and there, and this three-way battle at the top is rapidly becoming a four-way battle. Talking of numbers, John, how about that number about Bathurst, huh?
Unfortunately, as soon as it got past 20, I ran out of fingers and toes, so was unable to count.
I will one day I'll correct you. One day I'll have you doing that correctly. For those of you who don't know, the American way happens to be the right way of pronouncing it. Bathurst.
Bathurst. Yeah. Purple burglar alarm's fine, but I really can't do this one. But yeah, the drivers, as you mentioned as well, yeah, Mia Rose, driver that you know well from some of the leagues that you commentate on down under, Olympically quick driver. Was absolutely carving up the time, and they were cruelly disconnected twice as well, George. They've been disconnected from the server twice and rejoined.
Yeah, this is actually standard practice for Mia Rose, you know, whether it's disconnects or ending up in accidents. I'm not going to say that I haven't been the cause of at least one of those accidents that Mia Rose, in fact, actually, ironically, literally at Bathurst down Skyline. Bit of a battle here as we head through the cutting and up through Quarry. Teneriello is in a bit of a battle. This is a good little pack of cars down here, John. Really, really happy to see it. The other thing that excites me about the race so far is the fact that it's still been green all the way since that outlap, formation lap. Fantastic to see. Bathurst is a real monster when you get into the green circuit. It's just gone fast. So thank you very much, ACC Weather. Usually when I start talking about the weather report, it does tend to change. Nonetheless, that green circuit has been allowing a lot of people to get involved in overtakes, find those early positions, especially after the restart. Got a yellow flag over at the cutting at the moment. The number 6 having a bit of a problem, and also notice number 5 has made a whole bunch of progress since starting essentially from the pit lane. Let's take a little look at the replay and see exactly what's gone on here. See two cars side by side, and it's just actually the rear slipping out from the Ford, and actually that's caused the Ferrari to be in a little bit of an awkward situation. And yeah, then you are essentially part of the scenery, and lots of people do tend to run into the scenery here at Bathurst.
Indeed they do, yes. We've got Quinn Smith going for the overtake, and he is signed, sealed and delivered through the chase there. That one on showground. So yeah, very good move indeed by Smith. Not overly surprised. He's made up 9 positions since the start. Yeah, the restart, he dropped right down. Not sure why. I think there may be someone having just before the server fully crashed. Jabudal all over the back of Axlin, who's now down 6 positions with Rados, the driver, ahead of him. Blanchett with an absolute move in the opening stages. He's up 7 places, biggest mover in the top 10 to find Bullet Racing, only 1 behind Professor Chronotis. Goncalves, the most impressive mover in the top 5. He's up 4 spots to get himself into the top 5, so he's potentially just typing exclamation mark boost a lot. Word from Stream Racer, it seems to be working for him now. He's got that Porsche absolutely dialed in. But the top 3, George, you absolutely love to see it. Denart with a flying start takes the lead from Carr along the mountain straight, so literally just out of turn number 1. And now the top 3 is separated by less than 2 seconds, and Felipe, definitely not keen to be the forgotten man in this battle. He is within 7/10 of Rose as well. This is absolutely electric stuff from the top 4.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and you know, setup comes in so much at a track like this. The two Fords, we know how fast the Fords can be in basically all conditions. Now that it's moving back to fast, they can stretch their legs a little bit in the acceleration zones. Just gives the Ford the ability to put down the power a little bit easier. So that early advantage that we saw Mare Rose have in the NSX generally can be contributed to that surface being a little bit more slippery. It's where the NSX really does shine. Now the BMW in a similar situation behind. This is probably part of the reason why we're seeing Felipe just getting more and more familiar with how the car is going to operate. A couple of people coming out of the pits. It is still Car with the fastest lap, and he's getting that nice toe from the Ford ahead. But Mare Rose, don't count her out. She is absolutely in the running to get back into this. Probably cook the tyres a little bit throughout some of that, and of course with a little bit of a touch at Forest Elbow, probably got a little bit of damage on that car too, which is not going to be helping her at all. But for Car, this is critical. He needs to find a way past Ternate as soon as possible for a number of reasons, and the main one being that the tyres in 33 degrees Celsius weather and getting a whole bunch of dirty air coming from the rear wing of the car ahead is going to be critical for him. Every single lap, every single second as we head through McPhillamy, this is a critical moment for the number 11 car. Mare Rose just needs to hold on. Really ideally needs to stay within that second margin. See the NSX does lose a little bit of time through the top of the hill. Kind of the nature of the MR cars, they're just a little bit trickier to deal with, and the Fords are just monsters up and down the hill. As soon as they get through Forest Elbow, though, it's a low speed corner. Usually you'll have Mare Rose pulling them back in ever so slightly. That said, I do want to mention, I've been in the commentary box with Mare Rose before. She is an absolute legend. She is a brilliantly clever sim racer, and she knows this track so well. I don't want to toot the horn of the Oceanic region, but we have many thousands of laps, more than most people do at Bathurst, because of how much we love it.
Indeed, yeah, it's cheat codes engaged. The local knowledge definitely helps, and yeah, it's definitely helping Gabriel Felipe, the vacuum racing driver. I was singing his death knell not too many laps ago. He's now well within 2 seconds, and that is fluctuating. Oh, as we see Car there, puts two wheels on the grass, and Mare Rose puts in the fastest lap and looks to take let's get up there. Looks to take second place. Not quite close enough. Was definitely threatening, and is going to threaten again. Quarry Bend is going to be an interesting one. The Honda's good in a straight line. The Mustang is good as well. What can she do now that she's popped out the slipstream? Is that front axle going to get close enough? No, it's not. The BMW fending off the advances of the Honda along the mountain straight.
Yeah, the Ford here, when it stretches its legs, John, it goes. It really does, and the NSX will always fall behind, but it's good exits and good apex speed that Mare Rose has to her advantage in this NSX, and that is really important that she's focusing on those things, especially as we go up the hill where she will lose a little bit of time. We had a question in chat, what is the fastest lap? Mike has answered 2:02. It's actually now a 2:01.967 fastest lap of the restarted part of the race by Mare Rose, the NSX just behind. Got close enough, got that slipstream, but I have to admit, Tyler Carr, that is some fantastic defending work he's doing there. Defend the inside, hold off, because every time a car goes to the outside, there is absolutely no grip there.
Indeed, there's going to... Oh, and that is close. He's missed that apex. Yeah, that's going to bring Blanchette into this one. This is what you love to see. A battle bringing another car in, and the Bullet Racing has absolutely fired himself into a good position here. This is going to be an interesting one along the Conrod Straight. Goncalves, they've got a blue flag ahead of them as well. Mare Rose is still within 0.3 of a second. Now Car's within 0.3. The top three are back within 0.8 of a second. Oh, and the Bullet Racing car just a little touch on the exit to Forest Elbow, and it is bye-bye BMW. That puts a different slant on the chase entrance now as Senatore. Oh no, now that I've said, after me saying that, look at the Aston Martin closing in on the Beamer there. That is incredible. What's even more incredible is that the Porsches managed to stay ahead of them both. The Bullet car looking very quick, and so is Rados behind. We're going to have a quick look and see. Look at that absolute precision stuff from the top three, with Felipe now 1.2 down. Goncalves in 5th position, Senatore in 6th, Blanchette. Here comes Rados though, out with the last corner. I did wonder if Blanchette could get the move done, but Rados, they've had an up and down race to say the least, and it's on the way up once again as the Honda takes one in the rear, manages to hold on to the back of it. That, George, is what we around here call a very good save.
Very, very good save there in the Aston Martin. I'm not quite sure what was going on there in the mind of the Aston Martin driver. They had a car on the inside. The NSX was there, had fair right to the apex, and yeah, they turned in way too early, didn't give any space, and luckily for the NSX there, they did not have a major accident, which is usually the result when you get rear-ended like that into Hell Corner. Having a look around the grid, Axelin here is still defending against Jadubal, the only McLaren on the grid. Go McLaren, come on. My bias as usual. Oh, that's a big, big blue flag right there. Is that the number 6? No, it's the 721.
Yeah, completely stationary.
Yeah, stopped essentially on the exit of the cutting. Not the place to be. Let's see what's happened here on the replay. They're very slow, already got damage in the corner, and then just for some reason decides not to accelerate and is sitting on the racing line. I'm afraid that I have to go to the old quote of, you can't park there, sir. And you really can't park there. There's a big accident up ahead.
Yep, that is Rados. That is Rados, the number 82 car, up at the top of the hill. So he's got the Bullet Racing car still ahead of him. That last incident didn't affect him. Oh, the Bullet car looking a little bit slow there. Oh, sorry, look, not as slow as the Ferrari. They're right on top of one another. They've got a bit close there. Concertina effect. Oh, and the Honda back instead. Oh, and that has collected the Ferrari, the blue shell Ferrari as well. Gear Axlin's car has just been gifted position. Senatore is about to take the position from Goncalves. Goncalves! Fast and Furious time, George?
Yeah, round of applause, Goncalves. That is, that he was incredibly close to the barrier there. Manages to do the Tokyo drift just past the edge of the barrier. John, we have just seen a moment in this race. Everything in every corner has just happened all at once, except for up in the top 3, where it remains exactly the same. But crikey, we've had a whole bunch of antics there. The Aston Martin that made contact with the yellow NSX does manage to end up causing another bit of contact there with the back marker, who's going a little bit harder on the brakes than the Aston Martin was expecting. And especially in the Skyline, you've got to be so careful following cars through that section. And again, more contact through there. We also saw that Sean Leach for the 296 also had a problem, as well as the 82. Side by side here for the Ferrari and the BMW. BMW has the inside line. Will there be space given? There is. Good racing there. Good overtake by the BMW. Nothing the Ferrari can do about that.
Yeah, no, for Musa there, absolutely bang to rights. To tell you what, Smith is on a move at the minute. McKechnie is going to be absolutely feeling the pressure, and it doesn't get any better. He's got Showground behind him as well, so lots of positions could be changing here, just like up at the front. Axelin and Cronotas, Blanchette and Goncalves are all having battles in the top 10. Quinn Smith trying to make some moves. Tenerio not too far ahead, but this absolute, just, it's an incredible sight up at the front. The top 3 within 0.8 of a second again, lap after lap. Let's see Blanchette. Oh yeah, Aston Martin just ahead. Cronotas, of course, the car suffering all that damage. So Axelin will be closing in as Blanchette looking to get a move done on Goncalves. Goncalves we've seen off track, and Bullet Racing send it right up the inside. Very little battle there from the post, George. Oh, although no, as I say that, they've come right back, and it's going to go side by side into the last corner, George.
Oh, that's a nice move there. The Porsche is holding on, but it does mean outside line for Murray's Bend. A pretty awkward place to be, especially if the Aston Martin squeezes, which it does. So nice driving there by Blanchette. Moves up into that P6 position. Great stuff, and nice little fight back from the Porsche, but not a lot that it can do. Once you lose that inside line to Murray's Bend, it's really all over unless you can really send it around the outside. Does take a compliant overtaker on the inside, that is for sure. And I do want to remind everyone, I mentioned a moment or two ago, or just when I came into the commentary box, that the difference between the type of track surface here, fast, green, optimum, it makes a huge difference at this circuit, and often a lot of these cars will be running a low wing setup. So it's like when you go to Spa, certainly from a McLaren point of view, which I know the best, when you run low wing there, the difference between the track surface makes a massive difference. And I think you've probably got a few drivers that are still just adjusting the fact that they are on a fast circuit. It's really sunny, easy to think that it's optimum. That fast notice though, honestly, it makes a big difference. You still got to be really careful. This top battle starting to heat up once again. Mia's got another chance here, as does Tyler, but zero progress really, John, between the top three. Also noting in chat, we've got a couple of comments as well. First work trip in 2 years, would rather be racing from Prime. We'd rather have you here, mate. Oh, well, next time.
Yeah, definitely get yourself involved, get yourself over to the SimGrid page, get into the Discord as well. Even TRACKILICIOUS merch now, you better believe I'm getting myself one of those Under Armour blue caps. That will be a proud addition to my hat collection. Will there be any proud additions to the position collection? Mia Rose has gained 2, Denart has gained 1, Carr has lost 1. Big shout out though as well to Senatore, he's up 3, but Blanchett up 9 positions since the restart, up to 6th place. That is quite the drive. Quinn Smith, not to be outdone, he's made up 12 since the start, and he is closing in on Worley, who's got a bit of an intense battle. Ooh, and that is Tenerio. Oh no, sorry, Tenerio's ahead of them. That Aston Martin was
Grosjean, 32.
Oh, yeah, let's further down the field. There we go, Sjogren. Oh no, that's Sjogren there,
No,
number
that's
32.
a BMW. Well, it
Yes,
was an
it
Aston
is.
Martin, that's for sure. Nowaki, maybe.
Yes,
Yes.
Nowaki, there it is. Yeah, there we go. You think at least I would have known that, considering much of the race I've covered so far. Oakley with a good start as well, up to 19th position, so up 9. They've certainly had a yo-yo race so far. Varmusa looking for the overtake, not quite close enough. The top 3 are within 8/10 of a second. Told you, 6/10 of a second. That was a complete guess, but they absolutely had to be. Within 8/10 of a second as well. Chronotis with the damage. Now find themselves, that is a spicy meatball right there. That is a Mustang hunting down a damaged blue shell, and Jabadal in George's beloved McLaren hunt again. I'm going to leave you with this one, George, for a couple of seconds while I just have a quick moment,
absolutely.
as he has a moment himself.
He does have a big moment there. So escape road time for the Ford number 725, Professor Chronotis, which, by the way, greatest name on the grid, absolutely hands down, was involved in that incident with the blue flag and Blanchett at Skyline. So damage on that Ferrari, which, you know, it doesn't always massively affect the Ferrari, but they did go into the barrier at about 90 degrees. So there will be a lot of front damage. That means that the Ford's job, Ackland's job, is going to be fairly straightforward for the most part. But Jadabal, my money's on him. McLaren driver, let's go. Come on, I'm allowed to show my bias as a commentator. McLarens are an absolute weapon at this track in the right hands. Good progress by Jadabal so far, and in the top 10. Does need to make a couple of overtakes, and no surprise there. Chronotis is going to make a dive into the pits, get that Ferrari repaired so he can get out and get that car going again, get some better laps on the board, because boy oh boy, they have been bleeding time. Last lap was a 207.7, previous laps in the mid to high 203s. That is not the pace that they need to stay in the top 10. So pit stop there to get the damage repaired, and they will be able to get going again. We are keeping a close eye as well on the top 3 for now, focusing in on Axland and just seeing what progress Jadabal in that McLaren can make. In behind, we do have Amez trying to make a bit of progress on the Aston Martin 999 ahead of him. Don't think that's ended up happening this time round at Griffin's Bend. Griffin, of course, Mayor Griffin, the one who abused political power to open Bathurst. Great story that is, by the way. Tried to apply to get a circuit made here at Mount Panorama, and then the council said, no, you're not going to spend money on a racetrack. We don't want that kind of stuff happening here. So he said, right, well, I'm going to come back with another proposal. I'm going to make a scenic drive. Yes. And they said, oh, scenic drive, that'd be lovely. It'd be fantastic. You know, beautiful Mount Panorama, get the views. Next minute, he opens it up to be a race course. And as I think Mike and a few others have explained earlier on, there was a motorcycle and car race as the first race here at Bathurst. Yes, the scenic drive, the best abuse of political power possible. Miro's getting ever closer now to Tyler Carr. So close, in fact, that I think that Tyler can smell the exhaust fumes potentially moving forward into the braking zone. 150 kilometers an hour into that braking zone at Murray's Bend. Great stuff. And Mia Rose, you can see how much progress she is making on the brakes here on the Fords, where the NSX is going to shine, John, and this is as close as it's been. Don't think there'll be an inside line here for Mia Rose to take, because Tyler Carr has been incredibly smart with the positioning of that Ford.
Yep, he has indeed, and I tell you, it's keeping the Nart ahead, certainly keeping Carr on his toes, and Felipe, an ever-present spectre in the background. You can just see him appearing every now and again behind Rose's Honda. As the head up through the cutting once again. We're already 15 laps in to the restart. It's the Trackalicious 12 hours of Bathurst. The server had itself a Bathurst moment. We've done a restart with 6 hours of racing. The track temperature already up to 34 degrees. Before the restart, it was quite sunny, and the track temperature was sitting at 26 quite steadily, but did the restart, the track was damp. Oh, and look how much better on the brakes the Honda is there. Tyler Carr very lucky not to end up with the Honda in the back there. Rose with absolute supreme control on the brakes, and all this is doing, George, and this is why we love to see these battles. It just brings more cars into it, and Gabriel Felipe is now right on the edge of that slipstream, and we are about to see a four-way battle for the lead of the race.
Absolutely. In fact, in endurance terms, it really has been a four-way battle strategy here, and I get the feeling that Felipe maybe hasn't been going absolutely full send on this. He's given it enough of a gap that he's getting a little wisp of slipstream every single time we get to the Mountain Straight and the Conrod Straight, but he is not close enough to burn those tires out, and management is such an important thing. Bad exit through the exit of the chase for Tyler Carr, and that's going to be Mia Rose on the outside line. Can she hold it, though? Space has been given, little wiggle for the NSX. This is bringing Felipe, and I was about to say, John, that going side by side and fighting at this stage is not a sensible thing to be doing with 5.5 hours left, but they are already doing that, and it's going to be advantage to Tyler Carr again. But Felipe is well and truly in this battle. Nearly gets the cut back on the inside line, following through the Ford. He's going to be forced to the outside line. Mia will be able to defend, and I think it'll be back to the status quo.
Just through there as well, Felipe, just as you were saying, he wasn't maybe giving it the full beans. He's just set the fastest lap, so he is maybe now giving it the full beans, and certainly was almost handed a double overtake to see himself go from 4th to 2nd with the duel that's going on. Happiest man and happiest driver in all this, Thiago Denart, because there's what his rear view mirror sees, a much smaller Ford Mustang. Denart now 1.7 seconds up the road. The fastest lap moniker being shared between Rose and Felipe in 3rd and 4th, and Tyler Carr putting on an absolute masterclass of defensive prowess at the minute to keep that Honda behind. And it's one of these, there's so many aspects to endurance racing, but one of the most fundamental things is knowing where your car is quicker, but also being able to identify where it's slower and what you can do about it. And Carr is managing, his risk management over the lap is absolutely incredible, especially as you and I both know just how quick Rose is.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Mia Rose, and especially at a circuit like this is where Mia Rose is in her prime. She knows this track incredibly well. I've raced against her here, and she is usually 20 million seconds faster than I am, and most of the grid as well, racing amongst, the esports professionals around the world. She has multi-platform experience. She's a fantastic commentator, very, very clever racer as well. And I think she's aware too, if she's going to go for an overtake, she needs to make it stick. Nearly did that last time at Hell Corner. Unfortunately for her, not able to make it stick that time, and that has costed them. It's even costing Tyler Carr. We're watching a replay right now. Another NSX, the yellow NSX, and one of the Porsches going side by side. Very awkward to do that through the quarry, but they're doing it beautifully at the moment. Will they try it through Frog Hollow? Oh my goodness, they are doing for that. That is unbelievable racing and such respectful driving by these two, because that is a place you rarely see two cars going side by side. Somehow they've managed to navigate the top of the hill. Yeah,
someone clipped that on stream.
Yeah,
that is rarer than Rocking Horse droppings.
That we're going to drop that into page 1 of 101 of how to race against each other.
That is incredible. I mean, Bathurst is not the easiest track to overtake, but to go side by side up through that corner section, yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Oh, and it's a bounce to the wall there for Mia Rose. And that's going to bring, oh no, in fact, they're saying that, the bounce off the wall, but it hasn't actually slowed their momentum in any way, shape or form. And Felipe is a gargantuan 3/10 behind now.
Yeah, well, the thing with the walls here, when you get a sideways glance, it often, often doesn't do a lot of damage. But we've also got to remember Mia Rose is connecting from Australia. There is a little bit more latency in her connection, so we probably are seeing the server just dumping her around a bit. I suspect it's a visual bug. I do see in chat as well, Mia lives like 5 minutes away from Bathurst, in brackets, citation needed. If you don't know how big Australia is, I don't think she lives in Bathurst. But if you have an idea of the dimensions of the Australian continent, which essentially it is, then you might understand that it's probably more than a few minutes away. Mia's going for it. It's on the outside. Tyler's defending. That is a nearly move there. Mia's going to do the switch back. Is she going to make that happen? Oh, contact between the two. Big contact. Tyler's off, and Mia will take the position, but whether she got squeezed or not, John, that's the question. Felipe's up to third now, and Tyler is in fourth.
Indeed, yeah, big switch up of positions up at the top there again. You did see Mia's car teleport somewhat. And yeah, just to back up what George was saying, I believe it's 56 times the size of Britain.
Correct.
Australia. It's either 28 it's 56, yeah, something along those lines.
Exactly, that's right. Yeah, when someone says we're going to drive across the country, so 50, maybe our director can say this stat again. 10 Texases side by side is the width of Australia. When someone says we're going to drive across Australia, you go, cool. Where are we sleeping for the 5 nights it's going to take?
Yeah.
It is a massive, massive place.
It is a huge continent. It is a huge continent. What's not a huge continent is the gap between Felipe and Rose. He might have been ejected from the battle. Car's been ejected from the podium battle, but up step Felipe, currently the fastest car on track. Blanchett coming in to the pits. Now, I didn't reset my pit wall live, hopefully. Haha! It has worked. Excellente. We've got, Andrew Oakley, the red doohickey car, having an incredible start. And the number 69, there's been a couple of incidents. So they're already carrying damage at this point. So this is just compound interest. 2 wheels on the gravel. 2 wheels on the grass. You don't like to see it there. And there is the result. Very, 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 very warm back tyres. Because in 34 degrees you lock up and spin the back end of the car. Your tyres are absolutely going to know about it. And I tell you what, Tiago Diart is about to know about it. George, because Mia Rose is within a 10th and Felipe is half a second back. Denart was almost 3 seconds ahead of these two when Rose took that position, and we're still on for a 3-way battle for the lead.
Yeah, and this comes down to, I think a lot of it comes down to the experience that Mia Rose has at a track like this. That said, Denart has been fantastic so far. But, Tyler, the defending he did, that's what was protecting the number 3 at the top of this grid. We can see now Mia, and it's optimum conditions too, so she is well and truly in her element. Denart is going to have a lot of work to continue to do in this race. He now has to become Tyler Carr in essence. He has to be a defensive driver all the way through. Does get to relax a little bit up the mountain straight and over the hill, but as soon as we come down towards Conrad and the chase again, he is going to be starting to sweat just that little bit more. And as you said before, there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be suffering with their tires now. This 3-way battle has been incredibly intense all the way through the beginning of the restart of this race. 34 degrees Celsius is a brutal temperature. Pretty standard for Australia, I will admit, but it is brutal, as we all know. Those who race in ACC in these temperatures, it will ruin your tires. And this circuit, especially given that there's a lot of bumps up and down, it's exhausting as a driver, and also does tend to take a lot out of the PSI. It's a real tornado, sort of fire tornado in a way, a downward spiral truly. As you heat up the tires and go over the bumps, you lose PSI, more contact with the between the rubber and the road, which means more heat, which means more pressure loss when you go over the bumps. It truly is a downward cycle, and I suspect that a lot of these cars are going to start to suffer from that. These top 3 and 4 are going to be the ones that know how to manage that the best. Felipe in a great position for a potential overtake right now, John.
Indeed, along the corner straight, he's got an absolute flyer out of Forest Elbow, and Gabriel Felipe, he's got the fastest lap on track, and he's about to take second place as he tries to hang it around the outside. Mia Rose bravely hangs onto that apex, and Felipe couldn't quite get it done around the outside, but he's certainly going to be in contention along that mountain straight. And again, once again, Denart snakes off into the distance as the two cars behind battle. Let's see what Rose and Felipe have got as they exit Hell's Corner. I'll tell you, Felipe got very close there. It's easy to see why he's got the fastest lap of the race with the 2:01.9. There is a blue flag there. Marek Buren still carrying a bit of damage, just getting himself out of the way. And there in the foreground is the race leader, George, and yeah, absolute cat and mouse game, cat and mouse race on this podium. And you know what it is, you and I have broadcast a few times, we're usually watching the battles up and down the field, but this is absolutely compelling when the top three are within a second, lap after lap after lap, and any one of them could be in the lead of the race when the next cross the start-finish line.
Yes, I think a better metaphor for this instead of cat and mouse is probably wallaby and farmer. But nonetheless, it is absolutely a wild race so far. Been really good to see the action. Lots of battle packs still nice and close together, and especially the top three. This is exactly the kind of racing that you want to see at a circuit like this. And there have been some comments in chat around the incident we saw between Tyler Carr and Mia Rose. Of course, that will go to the steward's box to see if there was any wrongdoing. But at the end of the day, I think what's happened there is a little bit of server latency for Mia Rose, and so we get to see the sort of glitchy side of that, and probably a bounce off the wall. A comment here saying as if Mia would ever do something risky. Well, she's been known to do a lot of risky stuff, that's for sure, but this is also why she is one of the top racers in the ACC sim racing world. She knows when to take those risks, but I don't think that was a risk. I think it was an accident, and these things do happen, especially with a bit of latency involved. For anyone who's raced in a server across the other side of the world and from Australian internet, I tell you, they do not have the best internet out there in Australia, so sometimes the connection does start to play a little bit of a factor. That's just the nature of sim racing, and we all just have to keep on moving with our lives. And almost a little bit of a moment there through Murray's Bend for Mia Rose, still holding on to the back. .3 is the gap between her and Denart, and her and Felipe. Carr, though, has fallen back 4.5 seconds, John. So that contact has cost him massively. He's definitely got damage on the car, and you can see the gap there all the way back. Massive, massive gap. Luckily for him, he's in a bit of space. Senatore a long way back in that 627 BMW.
Yeah, he does have a bit of time to make back to, or a bit of time behind him to Senatore, but as you point out, he is losing a bit of time to these top three. There he is, just making his way up the mountain as they are through the cutting, but the three of them are certainly more than willing, it seems, to help Carr catch back up. They are in one another's pockets at the minute. And was that net code there?
Oh. No, that was contact. That was you can see she got run very, very wide on the line on the exit, so she nearly put it on the grass. If she had done that, she would have been riding the barrier like that NASCAR driver did all the way through Frog Hollow and Silliman Park. Yeah. And luckily, yeah, you know the one, everyone knows the one. Yep. I'm not going to mention names, but NASCAR driver, wall riding. Yeah, that's right, but in this case, the Mia Rose wouldn't have made any overtakes as a result of it. Also, just want to call attention to a comment in chat. Fantastic comment, this. Fazli saying he lived in Australia for a few years, and he remembers that he could get faster and cheaper internet by paying people to stand on rooftops yelling ones and zeros at each other. That is exactly true, and this is why a lot of people in Australia now use Starlink. Fantastic comment. Absolutely true to this day. You're in Australia, use Starlink. It's much, much better to beam your ones and zeros into space, have it bounce around the planet and come back faster than moving between the cables under the ground. That said, big country, big place, hard for the ISPs to get the internet connected at a high pace, and also underfunded, and also federal government. I'm sure Mike has got a few comments about federal style government and local state and county governments as well. Maybe I'll continue focusing on the racing before we end up in a large discussion about the structure of political and government. Yeah, we're going to organize a revolution from the sim racing space. Okay, that is the yellow flag. It's a 992. McEachnie is in the barrier at Skyline. Let's see what's happened, John.
Indeed, yeah, coming over the top of the mountain, and that is a bit wider than you would potentially like. Oh, yeah, he kicked off the curb. Little touch of the wall, such an innocuous little touch, and that is enough to just take you off. And these tyres They've absolutely got grip under the right circumstances. That unfortunately isn't the right circumstances. We call that Bambi on ice, and the Poor's finding its way into the wall. The Sim Racing Alliance having a very good first half to the race. Gabriel Felipe, absolutely cannot take my eyes off this battle for the top three. And for anybody that's wondering, I can see Quinn Smith making moves. He's got excellent ahead of him. They're only separated by 2/10, and I'm fully aware that Danzig and Blanchett are chasing down now McKechnie. These two are chasing one another. The Porsche peels into the pits. And yeah, with the 70-minute stint timer, that is a bit of an early one.
It is, but with the 992, I mean, the MR cars through Skyline are so tricky to deal with. The rear end, for some reason, it's just something around how the MR cars are balanced in that, and especially if you're running a low wing, which you usually do have to do, the MR cars want to have the rear end just lift up. The FR cars, generally speaking, as long as you're on the accelerator, you're generally okay through there. So actually, it's a bit of an unintuitive sort of situation at Skyline. You really actually need to be back on the accelerator as you head down the hill to try and front load the car as much as possible and keep traction. Otherwise, your rear steps out and you're absolutely gone. So one moment, one lack of confidence for one split second, and you will have a crash like the 992 just did before. We're still on board with the rear wing of the Nause, and it's absolutely fantastic. I want to give a quick race update for those around. Yes, we've been focusing on the top three cars. Still 27 on the grid. Oakley, the number 69, in the pit. And the number 5, who started the restart of this race 45 minutes ago, or 48 minutes ago, Eric Gakausen, is actually doing incredibly well in this race, John. He's up to P13 right now. They are on fire. We know how quick they are. Real shame not to see them take the restart of this race, but they are making some great progress, and you know, a lot can happen in 5 hours and 12 minutes. Mare Rose is so quick up the hill in that Honda.
Yeah, absolutely, incredibly quick. And yeah, Eric the boss, of course, the main man at Trackalicious.
Oh, that is a mistake.
Yes, it is. Yeah, big slide there. I think the netcode might have accentuated it slightly, but and I tell you what, strangely, that hasn't come up on the as a yellow flag.
Yeah, the side impacts generally don't. I mean, it's technically not off track there. I think the way that the track is configured, and it's a short little grass strip like that, unless you have, you know, 3 wheels off the track, which you really can't do there. Oh, that said, I mean, with the glitch there, kind of looks like she had all 4 tires, and in fact, one was actually across the other side of the barrier. But yeah, it was a momentary thing, so I don't think that'll be cause enough for the server to trigger a yellow flag. But yeah, I mean, on the replay, John, it looked like a pretty major moment. Luckily, it was a side impact only. Shouldn't affect the car too much.
Yes, indeed, yeah. The Honda not happy, and a few drivers have said in chat the Honda, the front end, does like to lift off when you're going over that mountain, and certainly falling foul of that. And Felipe looking to take advantage if he can. Donat's definitely taking advantage. He is holding on to the lead of the race, and so is Tyler Carr taking advantage. The gap now back down to 3.2 seconds, so he's made up almost a second as these three battle their way out for the race. Lead through turn 1 on lap 24 as Donat leading Rose, leading Felipe, leading Carr, and Senatore is actually losing a bit of time to Carr ahead. That gap moved into 22 seconds.
John, big yellow flag at the chase. We've had a massive accident. 296, the 69, and the 977.
Let's have a look at this.
3 cars involved, 2 BMWs, and let's see what's happened, John.
Yeah, so this is Fitzgerald. Oh, wow.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. And there was another car there as well, actually.
It was already. Yeah, so yeah, not a fun time there at the chase for some as penalties start to roll in. Blanchett in the 585 is getting a 10-second penalty. I suspect that'll be with for the contact with the number 6 and the NSX, so the yellow NSX of Rados, the 82 car. So a little bit of a penalty coming out there. Smith is defending on the inside into Griffin's Bend. Nicely done there. Nowhere for Axton to go, but the Ford is still looking really quick at this stage of the race. We'll see if any more penalties come on in. I suspect the stewards are having a bit of a job to do at the beginning of this race. A lot to break down, a lot to analyze. We've had our fair share of great racing and unfortunately our fair share of yellow flags early on. That is usually what happens at the beginning of a restart. Opportunity for Felipe. He's got the pace. He's going to dive to the outside, tries to. Mare sticks that car right on the middle, takes out the 100 board. Have fun, everyone. Your braking marker is gone.
In fact, all three of them went within the first hour of the race, I believe. And the first race, so they're they're doing well to have lasted this long.
But when that does happen, the braking marker on the left-hand side, there's a crane. Just as it goes through your view, depending on your POV in car, just as the crane disappears from view, if you hit the brakes then, that's the place to brake. There's a number of these little markers around the track. It's just one of those circuits. In fact, I could do a little bit of a track walk now if you wanted me to, John.
Go for it.
All right, we're on board with Felipe, so it's the BMW. Now hit the brakes just as you get to the 75-meter mark. Turn it in. You want to go early into that apex. Avoid the inside line because it's going to really bump you out. You've got to just ever so slightly skirt it. Up the hill we go. Big braking zone here. The car wants to let loose. The rear end doesn't want to play ball, but you need to maintain apex 3 speed through that section. Get on the accelerator early. Get into a nice high gear for that as you head up towards Frog Hollow. Tricky section this. Got to aim for that tree. Just there, that one. That is a tree in real life that drivers use as a braking marker. Hold it wide. Watch out for the bump. A little bit of a bump there for Felipe, so it doesn't get quite the turn and he needs. Through into McPhillamy. Now this is the key part. Dab on the brakes. Downshift. Get back onto the accelerator as you head through Skyline, and then get those downshifts nice and early, feathering that throttle through the dipper. Key part to do it in because you need to get that car. As soon as the rear diffuser hits the ground, you need to be back on the power, pushing down the hill. As we head to Frog Hollow, 2 bits of contact there with the rear exit barrier of Forest Elbow. Not ideal for either Felipe or Rose. Another critical corner where you need to get off the brake as soon as possible and roll the car through Forest Elbow to maximize your exit. Mare Rose looks to be extremely compromised through that section, so it will be an overtake there for Felipe. Second position has been given up by Mare Rose. Nothing she can do about that. Must have sustained some pretty serious contact in Forest Elbow through the chase at that braking zone around the 100-meter mark. That's where all the rubber is put down. You need to be on that outside line, and now into the most famous corner here. For those who haven't seen the Lap of the Gods by the supercar legend Mare, then go and watch it on YouTube. It is absolutely amazing. Brilliant corner there as you head across the line, and that is your lap as more penalties start to roll in across the grid.
We do indeed, and it was declared in the chat as well, so we have a soothsayer. Fazli, Mia is pitting, which is only 26 laps in, so an hour, so 70-minute stint, so quite a short first stint in the grand scheme of things. But I'm sure the team knows something that we definitely don't. There is Senatore making his way up to 4th. Jabadal is in the hunt. Axton was overtaken by Smith, and Jabadal is quickly looking to replicate that feat as he is closing right in there as well. One penalty has been cleared. Blanchett still with 10 seconds. Koski is out, so Saagar out down in 23rd and 22nd and 23rd. Buren is still running. They've picked up some damage. Vermusa, the other car, with that penalty from the stewards. Rose still in the pits. That's Radar's gone up.
Yeah, update on Mia Rose. 20 seconds of damage throughout the first stint there by her. So that last bit of contact with Forest Elbow would have just sent it over a limit, and you could see that the car just had absolutely no pace. So that is a big pit stop there for Mia Rose and the team. They're going to have a lot of work to do to get back up towards that P3. Will you trust them to do it? I would.
Yeah, definitely would be betting against them. Danny, good afternoon. How are you getting on? I did actually see earlier on in the chat, there's been so much going on track. I've been struggling to keep up with everything that's going on. Although I do think it is. The Stream Race champion must bow out. Yeah, I think that is my last hour done and dusted. I do believe I can do another 30 minutes. Yep. Yeah, I could definitely do another 30 minutes. Then I've got some family matters to attend to. So yeah, cool. Let's do another 30 because let's face it, it's still all absolutely kicking off, and the battle for the lead is about to come into firm focus as Felipe now finds himself right on the back of Denart. And you'd have to say, George, as good as Denart has been, he has led the race, but he has been somewhat protected by the battles that coming for second, third, and of course fourth as well. But at the minute, nothing stands between him and second place. And what we've seen from Felipe so far, not going to be betting against him getting this move done sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and the BMW is a strong contender around a circuit like this. It's really, it's understeery. It doesn't like to brake, but in fact, that is actually kind of advantage at Bathurst. You really want to be focusing on the apex speed, rolling off the brakes as much as possible. So you're not using the areas that the BMW is disadvantaged in. It's an absolute weapon in most conditions. And this forward ahead just struggles up and over the hill and down as well. You can even probably tell even through Forest Elbow, just the amount of time that it loses. Does get great drive weight. Ford is incredibly fast and incredibly good at putting the power down, but the BMW with a slipstream is an absolute monster. And yeah, look, at the end of the day, there was a good overtake at the beginning of the restart of this race for Denart, but at the end of the day, I think his luck is starting to run a little bit thin now in terms of his position. It's looking a little bit more compromised every single lap. He did hold off Mia for a long time, and now he's holding off Felipe, but we'll see what Felipe can do. I get the feeling this BMW is going to find an opportunity, as he did on Mia Rose a while back, from a brief moment, and launch that BMW past. That is probably an inevitable thing that'll happen at this stage. So Denart's really got to drive the wheels off the Ford as he heads towards the end of his first stint.
Indeed, yeah, he's going to have to be absolutely on. As you say, drive the absolute wheels off it, which is not the best thing. It's not the thing you want to be doing in 35-degree track temperature. And tell you what, Tyler Carr as well has not been put off by that early incident. That is now 3 seconds between Carr and Felipe. Car 53 picking up a penalty. Livrieri and Koski both into the pits. Rose's car. Amy Lavoie has come back out behind the wheel. 14th position they've come back out, so the grid is still very close. An hour into the restart. We've got, do you guys fill the fuel tank up all the way? Yeah, actually, yeah, do feel free to share any strategies. Nobody's watching, I promise. We'll keep them secret. Mia is going to sleep finally. Yeah, because it's like HS. She's been doing the early morning stints, like 5 in the morning or so, 4 in the morning she started, which is just incredible. Yeah, Brandon Chan as well, of course. What a race he had. What a race he had. Lavoie's going to be finishing off the race though. So yeah, we'll see where they can bring the car home. But Denart once again though, George, he's just got that Mustang absolutely dialed in on the exit to Forest Elbow and out of Hell's Corner as well. That's all he really needs to do around here. Felipe's not going to try any crazy moves over the mountain, and as long as Denart can keep those exits on point, it's, the ball's definitely in his court, even if Felipe is clearly the fastest driver on track at the minute.
Yeah, no, Bathurst is all about the sensibilities and the practicality. And the practical thing at the circuit like this is you really have to focus on those exits. That is where you're going to get overtaken. You don't have to worry on the hill. You just have to survive over the top of the hill. That's all you actually have to do. But as soon as you get through Hell Corner, onto the mountain straight, or through Forest Elbow and onto Conrod, you've really got to dial it. You've really got to make sure that you are taking advantage of a good exit, getting the pace up. And of course, these two cars here will probably be running quite a low wing setup to take advantage of the potential top speed. We do know that the BMW can potentially, with a very low wing setup, can reach 290 kilometers per hour down the chase, which is an incredibly long straight. So, you've got to be taking these things into account. If you can't get to 290 in your car, but the car behind you can, yeah, you're going to have a real think about how you're going to manage the exits and trying to slow up the other car and compromise their exit every single lap. If you're not doing that, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble. On board now with Felipe, does hold the fastest lap of this race so far. It's a 2:01.647 as we head through Skyline once again. BMW looking a little bit more planted than the Ford, but the Ford will of course get the good power down towards the exit and run away with things as we enter the braking zone. Another tricky part here. So difficult to get the amount of brakes right without engaging the ABS, without getting the car to slide and put you offline and compromise that exit downhill and sideways into the braking zone. You see it in supercars a lot when they go sideways, lock the tires up and send it down the inside line to make an overtake at Forest Elbow, which usually doesn't end up working out. It's usually the third car in the mix there that gets the advantage and goes, oh, I'll just do a switchback and get you guys on speed because I got the better exit. And that is exactly how the Forest Elbow works. It is one of those corners where it's all about the apex speed and all about the exit. Similar to Hell, similar to Murray's, and we go back on board with the battle at the bottom of the top 10. Jadabal in the McLaren making some good progress, and ahead of him, as you can see, it's the yellow Honda Rados still making some good progress in this race and holding on nicely. This is a great four-way battle right now. We're going to go on board the rear wing of the Ford ahead. It is Axelin, and let's see how he does compared to these MR cars. He's really being hunted down by the MR cars right now. Probably hearing a little bit of Jaws music in his helmet right now.
Oh yeah, he definitely is. He's definitely hearing that Honda engine singing, and he, oh, look at the pace before they even get to the braking zone. He's going to pop the car right round the outside. Oh no, he's not. The Mustang is going to absolutely hold it. Wow, as soon as the Honda got out with the slipstream, the Mustang just disappeared. Tyler Carr's come into the pits. Quinn Smith is all over the back of Goncalves, and Axelin is really under pressure. He's put two wheels on the gravel. That's going to bring Jabadal and Worley. Worley's not too far behind this group either. He's going to be another one get brought into this. Goncalves comes into the pits with Danzig and Teixeira also coming into the pits just past the hour mark of the restart. So these drivers are all going to be promoted as drivers, make their way into the pits. Felipe still looking to take first place. Look how close they are once again down the mountain. It is incredible stuff from the top drivers. After this restart, Tyler Carr comes back out of the pits. No, sorry, it's Marc-Antoine Landry who's come back out.
I do want to keep an eye on that battle for P9, P8 because that was absolutely popping off. Yeah, the wall of air that the NSX hits, that just shows you. I mean, if you put them side by side, the Ford will beat the Honda every single day of the week. Then you get the slipstream in there, and the Honda suddenly, oh, looking really, really fast. Must have had a good exit. No, unfortunately not. It's just the slipstream. And as soon as they pull out into that wall of air, the Ford just goes and breathes a big sigh of relief. The big long legs start to show themselves, and the unfortunately slightly shorter legs of the Honda also start to show themselves as well. Might indicate a slightly higher wing setup on that Honda because it's so dicey up and over the hill through Skyline that often these MR cars have to run a bit of a higher wing. That's usually advantage to the FR cars on the straights. They can run a slightly lower wing, and then through the corners it's always the MR cars. In the pits we have Dinart and Felipe, so our race leaders both in the pits, and they'll be doing the driver swap, getting a bunch of fuel in that car and some lovely fresh tires in this 35 degrees Celsius weather, 28 degrees atmospheric, so pretty chilly after a bit for Australia. Atmospheric wide, be pretty comfortable here if you're a supporter in the grandstand. A little bit of a look there from the Honda, nothing coming of it. I've just seen a momentary yellow flag for the number 5, still in P13, as Axelin pulls into the pits.
He does indeed, yeah. First pit stop for Axelin and the team. Jabadal and Rados are both going to stay out. Quinn Smith has taken the lead of the race on track. Dinart, as George pointed out, in and out of the pits. Axelin is in, Jabadal is through. Dinart is handed over to Chandler Williams. They've come back out in second place, so they timed that absolutely perfectly. Still says Dinart there, but that will change. Gabriel Felipe is back out behind the wheel, so he's going for a second stint, and why not? Fastest driver on the track, why not stick with it? Does have a whole lot of blue flags just ahead of him though. Sjogren comes into the pits as well. Blanchett just behind with a 10-second penalty is going to drop behind Lavoie, who's back up to 13th place. And in fact, jumping up the order, but still the Honda only just inside the top 10. There in the background is Eric the Boss making his way past it. There is Blanchette. It was actually Felipe that I was looking for. And now got one car between himself and Chandler Williams.
Yep, we have seen the 999 have a yellow flag moment. Looks like at Frog Hollow, so Juho Koski is having a bit of a moment at the top of the hill. JC, thank you so much for following the TRACKILICIOUS channel. Welcome in. Fantastic to have you here. We've also got a question in chat. Gargle is asking, how's the race been? It has been exciting. It's been enthralling. It has been absolutely fantastic. Some really close battles in amongst the top 4 cars with some big moments, mostly at Forest Elbow. A lot of action throughout the grid in the first hour of this restart. By the way, a little update for those of you who are joining and are wondering why there's so few laps on the board. Unfortunately, the server had an issue 6 hours in, so the race was restarted 6 hours to go. And that meant we had a nice bunched up grid and a good restart. So that really threw a cat amongst the pigeons well and truly. And we've had some great racing so far in this race. A few penalties that have been handed out. At the moment, it is the number 8 car leading overall in this race. That said, the number 3 car. I can't tell the difference between a 3 and an 8, turns out. Chandler Williams in the car now in place of Donate, who had a fantastic starting stint, and the 888 in P2, Gabriel Felipe, doing a double stint at the beginning of this restart. And yeah, John, we're on board with Felipe right now. Double stint. I actually heard Mike talking about this earlier on in the stream. I think it was about 7 hours ago. When I should have been really sleeping, but unfortunately couldn't for reasons. Talking about whether or not you do a single stint or a double stint, whether you take the longer break between your double stints or if you go for shorter stints and do more of them. And I've always found this to be a fascinating question because it really comes down to your endurance. Sometimes it comes down to how much feedback you're pushing through, hopefully, your direct drive wheel and how exhausted your wrists and your ankles are going to get. My preference is to double stint it. Once you get into the flow at Bathurst, and I'm certainly not alone in this, once you get into the flow in Bathurst, you kind of want to stay there. But for some, the hour stints are much, much better. Did just see Felipe have a moment there too.
Yeah, I think he did. Just coming out of Forest Elbow. I literally just looked away for a second because McComber in the Mustang is about to get a move done on Costa, and he's got that one nailed. Signed, sealed and delivered up the hill. McComber past Costa, and he's got Keeley just ahead of him. So this is another battle that's brewing. Axlin back out with the pits with these 3 cars absolutely hunting him down. But yeah, Felipe did look like he had a bit of a moment just coming out of Forest Elbow as Rados was up to 3rd, comes in to the pits. 9 places he was up. Blanchett up 9 as well. Ali Raza has taken the wheel for the TRACKILICIOUS BMW. They're up 18 positions with the TRACKILICIOUS Aston Martin just behind them in 9th place. They're up 5 spots themselves. In fact, started right down at the back, but yeah, they've made up a net 5 positions. They started in 14th and they're up to 9th place. Got a lot of pit stops still to come. The drivers that haven't been in the pit will need to come in on this lap. It's a 70-minute stint timer, and we are fast approaching 70 minutes in, and there is Gakosian bringing it in to the pits. Rados has handed over to Charles. Okay.
Yeah, no, we just had a little bit of stream lag on my side. Looks like it's all cleaned up now, so that's fantastic. We're good to go, so thank you very much. Mike Nause in the background just handling some of the broadcast aspects of it. John, yeah, interesting situation here, and you have to give me a little idea on how to pronounce this one, but Lavoie, is it a French name? Is it Canadian? Lavoie. So Lavoie, they're in the car now in place of Mia Rose. A big 6-hour stint between Mia Rose and Brandon Chan in the first 6 hours of the race, and now handed over to Lavoie for the remainder of the race, under a lot of pressure now from Raza and that BMW number 31, which has had, I would say, an up and down last 7 hours of this race, that's for sure. But, at the end of the day, when you're in P7 and you're 7 hours in, you're making some great progress. So we'll keep an eye. Another double stinter here, Axlin, going for a 2nd stint in the 725 from what I can tell. And that battle for P9 is still absolutely fire hot. Got Kelly in the number 7 for the replacement for Jadu Bal in the McLaren. Go McLaren. Come on, number 7. You can do it. P1. Let's do it. Get locked in. All right. Bias moment over. Then Makumba in the number 47. So this is going to be a great battle. And that was a good overtake by Makumba to get past Costa in the 666 car. 666 number, maybe biting them ever so slightly. But that is a battle pack we need to keep a very close eye on. That is the battle pack for the bottom of the top 10. In the meantime, we look on in the battle for P6 in this race. And Blanchette, have they pitted? They have pitted, but they still have another 10 seconds to their name. I thought they would have cleared that, John.
Yeah, let me just check. Oh yeah, Blanchette has been in the pits.
Has been in the pits.
Maybe picked up another penalty. Let me just see.
Yeah, because as I remember it, they had 10 seconds for some contact early on. Here we go. Here's the this is the 17 and the 31. Raz has got a little bit of an advantage on the outside line. And we've got a crash with our leader. Chandler Williams has had a major issue and actually picked up the number 11. Great overtake by Raza there on Lavoie. And here we go. Chandler Williams in the number 3 has had a major problem. Let's see exactly what's happened here. Has it been a ping pong moment? He's lost the traction, and yes, one barrier into the next, well, nearly into the next, and that is our leader around. And what a disastrous end to what has been a fantastic run for the number 3 so far. Parked in a really awkward place as he reverses up, and that is the Honda going past and actually finding the barrier themselves. So awkward as they head down the hill through Fog Hollow, the little dip in the top of the mountain, and Chandler Williams and the Please Break T1 team are going to be gutted.
Yeah, that is a painful one there. The mountain absolutely bites unbelievably hard, and Gabriel Felipe managed to incredibly avoid that. Chandler Williams, the merest of misjudgments, and that is a whole lot of damage that Mustang is now carrying. Landry up into second place once again. The Fear Nothing Moto car increasing their podium presence, with Terekov once again holding on to 4th. Blanchette in 5th, with Raza in 6th, and unsurprisingly Williams comes into the pits as we watch Lavoie try and retake the position from Raza. Raza getting the job done pretty convincingly, and again we can see as soon as the Honda steps out with that slipstream, it just hits that wall of air and gets put firmly back in its place. The BMW absolutely fire, and Ali Raza on absolute fire there on the way through the final chicane. And yeah, Chandler Williams is going to be in there for quite some time. Terekov promoted up to 3rd. And yeah, Lavoie and Raza are going to go past as well. Oh, Williams tumbling down the order. Charles for Team Upgrade. They've got an upgrade on their position, and I tell you what, it's just going from bad to worse. With I mean, it's almost a blessing in disguise that happening this early, George, because you've got plenty of time to recover. But with it being this early, there's a lot of cars now absolutely flying past Chandler Williams' car. He's already down to 12th.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw how much pressure Felipe was putting on the back of them. So, you know, the pace wasn't with the number 3 either at that stage. I mean, really, the 888 was absolutely all over the back of our leader until that little mistake as they headed through towards Frog Hollow, lost the rear end of the car. And that is a real disaster for the day. I think the most disappointing thing is they now know that Felipe has got, you know, he's at the beginning of a second stint. He's got clean air. He's dialed in. He's got the fastest lap of this race. And the guy that they really needed to contain, unfortunately, has had a little bit of a jailbreak. And oh, that is a big moment for the 17. Does control it beautifully on the exit line of McPhillamy. Such a dangerous place to be. Best place to go viewing. But oh, it's catchy caused another follow-up issue. And the 17 has ping-ponged off the barriers at the dipper. Big issue there for the number 17 car. That is a real disaster and a follow-up here. It wasn't any damage caused as a result of that. Let's just see what happens. Does he get a little bit lacking in confidence through the sector? I think he just gets off the brakes a little bit too much speed, a little bounce on the barrier, and that's all she wrote. That is a real disappointment for the 17 that spent 20 seconds in the pit with Mia Rose repairing the damage before this stint started, with the hopes that now with the number 3 in that situation of also having the long pit stop with damage, now they're going to have to hold that damage for a long period of time, John. or dive into the pits and cost themselves even more.
Yep, that is a painful one. The ever-present conundrum here at Bathurst. Do you suffer the damage? Because, as you say, they've not long come out of the pits. Only 9 laps into their stint, and stint's going at the moment any place between 26 and 33 laps. So still potentially a long way to go for that one. We're still watching Macomber. He's closing in on Keeley, and through turn number 1, it's definitely looking Macomber's way, although a good exit by the McLaren, bringing a smile to George's face, that is for sure. And along the mountain straight, Keeley managing to fend off Macomber for the moment, but you can see, well, as we're getting to the end of the straight, yeah, Conrod Straight's going to be a difficult conversation for Keeley Ave. Right. Oh, although as I say that, he's just bounced off the wall there, the Mustang, giving up some good ground needlessly there.
Don't worry too much about that. The McLaren is clearly running a slightly higher wing setup, so it will be eaten alive on the straight. And if you don't run a high wing setup, Skyline will kill a McLaren every day of the week. Also got Mia in chat as well saying, where's that send it gif when you need it? Yeah, absolutely. By the way, hi Mia, nice to see you, fellow South Pacifican here in chat, and congratulations on your stints. Obviously not the way you wanted to end it in the pits with a lot of damage, but nonetheless well done. And I still very favorably remember the time when I was blue flagged, crashed into the Skyline, and you as the leader of the sprint race came through, and I was sitting in the middle of the road. I will continue to apologize for that into the future for many, many years to come. Nonetheless, good memories, and also great. I'll hopefully be back in the comments box with you at some point, Mia, as well. But yeah, well done there. And unfortunately for the number 17, yeah, the day has not gone any better. Here we go. Axlin now trying a bit of a move. So that's the 82. Does have damage because they went into the wall at Frog Hollow after trying to avoid the number 3, John.
Yep, and that damage is definitely detrimental when you're up and down the hills here at Bathurst. The track undulation itself is enough to throw the aerodynamics off. Never mind all the elevation changes and everything else. We've got gear axling then all over the back of Charles at the minute. The Honda doing well so far, up 5 positions on the start. Axlin losing 4 since the race has restarted. Looking to try and get one of them back, but the Honda absolutely moving, and not too far behind Macomber and Keeley still developing. You can just see that in the background there. The Mustang absolutely closing in and putting that pressure on. Blanchett's still out with that 10-second penalty, so that is going to drop them down a few positions. Up at the front, an absolute masterclass from Felipe at the minute. That gap up to 13 seconds has been quite the stint for Felipe. Kept his head when all others around lost theirs. And that is, yeah.
I think it's a mix of emotions up in the top 4 right now, isn't it? I mean, Felipe will be absolutely stoked. He's in a great position, got the fastest lap. 14 seconds behind him is Landry, but elation also for Landry finding himself in P2, the number 11 car, the Ford. So yeah, he's a fair way back, but he's not in a bad position here, I suppose. At the end of the day, you just got to really hope that Felipe has a bit of an issue through this race. And the 627 behind them finds himself in P3, so Terekov got a lot of work to do. And then I think probably some sadder feelings there for Blanchette with another 10-second penalty and only 1.6 seconds away from a car that they know that they are faster than. And that 10 seconds is really going to cost them at the end of the day. And that's really just the summary of their race so far. Has been in a few tussles with other cars throughout the grid, throughout this restart, and it's not helped their cause. You can imagine how they'd be feeling if they were in P4 without a 10-second penalty, chasing down a car that they know they're faster than. They would be feeling much, much better. As we do see the 2 Hondas now getting close on track for the first time, and the number 82, despite the damage, probably got less damage on it than the number 17, who's starting to just move around at a bit of a crawling pace right now. I'm just going to have a little check on the current race pace. That last lap for Amy Lavoie was, or Lavaux, you have to remind me how to pronounce it again, 205.4. that is 3 seconds off the ultimate race pace that we know those drivers in that car can make. 82 around the outside. Have fun with that. Oh dear, tries to turn in and stay on the tarmac on the nicely rubbered in surface, and actually has ended up causing some contact. That's allowed Axton to also jump on through. So a little bit unfair there in some ways, and the 17 is going to try and fight back against Axton, but it is going to turn rapidly into the outside line as they head up Quarry. And that is 2 positions lost in 3 corners for the 17. They're bleeding time, 3 seconds a lap. At this point, you might just be saying, look, you've got to jump into the pits and get it repaired, John.
Yeah, sometimes you see you've just got to bite the bullet, and with the time that hemorrhaging, it's definitely worth just coming into the pits. Speaking of coming into the pits, that's my time to pull in and hand the reins over. Back over to Mr. Trackalicious himself. Mr. Mike Nause will be taking the reins. Himself and George will continue on, and more changes in the booth later on as well. It has been an absolutely incredible race. I even won on the stream race. Yay! But Mike,
you know, he's rightfully proud about that, but also that is shameful how happy you are about
finisher.
That.
Let's just let's be clear about the exact title that John has deserved here tonight. He has won 1 race and finished twice in 3rd. So he's a bit of a legend around here. But no, John, thank you very much. Not only are you a quick stream racer, you are also a great commentator and, of course, an absolute legend. So thank you so much. 00 Raven, everybody. John Wright. And now, getting thrown kind of into the mix here, am I not? We have a bit of a scrap on our hands in multiple regards. This was a 2-way battle, George, that has now turned, well, 2 two-way battles into 1.
Yeah, that's right. It's all started to come together a little bit, barring, of course, Felipe, who we know now is miles off ahead. But it is all starting to come together, especially this battle for P9. It's just been active ever since the start of the race, and none of them seem to be able to escape each other, whether that's down to pace, whether that's down to them being held up, or just the sheer number of battles. I mean, the order in this 6-way battle has been reversing time and time again, small shifts here and there. I mean, the McLaren of the number 7 still hasn't really made a lot of progress. They're holding on beautifully, but they get position, they lose a position. They get 2 positions, they lose 2 positions. They go into the pits, they come out ahead, they go out, and then other people come out of the pits, and they fall behind again. And this has been the nature of this battle for P9. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly when it's all going to, start to spread out a little bit, whether someone can actually escape the battle pack. Axton has been looking like he can do that, Mike, but timeline is important. How long until he can escape?
Absolutely, and with that, of course, playing a massive role in this factor is the back markers. That's something that these drivers, of course, had to deal with up until the about 7 hours and 25-minute mark, where everything decided to catch on fire and we had to restart the race as a 6-hour instead of a full-on 12. But we don't talk about that. But when we were in that race, of course, we were having to deal with back markers, and that was playing a big holdup for these drivers and moving forward, moving up positions. Because looking at some of the biggest gainers here tonight, Ali Raza, the number 31 Trackalicious BMW, honestly, the restart kind of helped the Trackalicious team because they were down a lap when they went in on the new race, and with that now they've made up 21 positions. They're the biggest gainer out on track. Kevin Blanchette has made up 12 positions as well. So drivers that got kind of unlucky in the first half have maybe, I don't want to say lucked their way back into it, but it's certainly given them a fighting chance, and these drivers have taken that with both hands, it seems.
Yeah, and of course, remembering that we started out the conditions on a green surface, and that was just overtaking joy for anyone that had a little bit of pace and felt slightly out of position. Opportunities were abounding, and this is part of the reason why we ended up with a fair bit of contact, unfortunately, at the start of this race, but also why we ended up with so many overtakes. Speaking of overtakes, it's going to be Macomba trying around the outside, the American driver for Macto, please sponsor me, and the Ford not able to make it happen around the outside. Even in optimum conditions, that outside line at Griffin's Bend, just don't even bother. You're not going to make the overtake unless there's a major mistake on the inside. That's a mistake from the 17, and around they go.
Amy Laveau, I think is how we decided on it, but John never had the chance to answer before he left the booth, has spun it round. Let's go back here about 30 seconds and try to take a look here. Yes, indeed, we get to catch it here. Let's get the helicam angle. I'm assuming this is just a bit too much right foot, and we were talking about it earlier in chat, but the Honda, it just has these types of moments where it starts to turn left and it doesn't stop turning, and that looked to be pretty much a textbook example.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is just the nature of the cutting, and especially with the front aero damage on that car. Remember, it did a ping-pong maneuver at Skyline and now stuck here in the most awkward location. Has managed to reverse it into that exit on the side of the road. Doesn't have to retire the car, luckily. Does get it going again in a very safe way. So Laveau done extremely well to bring that car safely back onto the track. But look at the front of that car, Mike. I mean, that is a damaged car. We saw the ping-pong maneuver that unfortunately caused the race to really come unstuck for the number 17, and then through the cutting, as you come up that hill, you're putting the accelerator back down, the front of the car lifts up. That's where you need the front aero. It doesn't have it.
You know, the one deceiving factor about this, though, is it looks like it's very damaged, but this is actually part of the livery. Believe it or not, it's really hard to tell how much damage this car actually has on it, because this is, and Yannis is going to kill me because I've forgotten what the type of carbon fiber. This is a weaved carbon fiber, I think is what they call it. And so it's a different type of carbon fiber, but you see that flappy bonnet, that was not put on there by the aerodynamicist. That is not showroom ready. So definitely experiencing a bit of damage, but the wheel looks fairly planted, and that is one of the most important parts. So suffering a massive time loss, no doubt, but I think all things considering, this car doesn't need to go into pit lane immediately.
Yeah, I'm maybe not 100% agreeing on that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, they're early on in their stint, and I'll try and figure out exactly how long they've been out there. At the moment, only 19 minutes. They've got another... yes, you know, you're absolutely right, 32 minutes. So they've got another, 30 or 40 minutes. Now, how many laps is that going to be? Let's just call it 2 minutes a lap-ish. So you're going to be 15, 16 laps. They're bleeding 3 or 4 seconds a lap right now. You multiply that all up, that's a minute. You'd be much better off to go and pit. You'd lose less time. You'd be back out there, back at the usual pace. Right now, we've just seen that little issue that they had at the cutting, where the car has suffered from the lack of front aero with the damage to that front of that car. And now they've lost a huge amount of time as a result of that as well, 40 seconds or so in that lap as a deficit. So arguably, Mike, I would say at this stage of the race, you'd be better off jumping into the pits, getting the damage repaired, and taking the time hit, because you're losing time hand over fist at the moment with the car in its current state.
No, that's actually a fair shout, George, and I think I have to agree with you after that argument. The problem with Bathurst is this is a track that punishes you for making one mistake, but then if your car is in an unwieldy state, if it's not used to what you're driving, then you're going to make more mistakes, and this track will then punish you more. It is a cruel mistress at the best of times, and it's going to get you if you have a bit of damage here, so no, I have to agree. Amy might want to consider a trip down pit lane. Wedney78 in chat cheering her on, though, and telling her to keep her head up after the spin. Absolutely, that's unnecessary. To move forward, just keep your head up, keep your head down, I guess more like it. Chin up, head down, sure, and get your eyes back on the prize here and try to gain a bit of ground. Fazly mentioned in chat earlier that this is a great way to get their liveries shown. I have to agree, the Faz designs, brilliant liveries, but yeah, having them shown in spins constantly, maybe not quite ideal.
Yeah, that's right. Eyes forward at the moment. That's what Amy's got to do. And whatever the team ends up deciding, they're just going to have to go with it, going to have to stick to it. But as you said, this Australian circuit does bite as much as the Australian wildlife. In fact, you'd probably categorize Bathurst in some way as a wild animal for the outback of Australia. It is just one of those places that will become a bit of a downward spiral if you let it. And that's that mental fortitude that you need, not only for endurance style racing, when you're double stinting, when you've got a lot on the shoulders and you're in a good position, then when you do make a single mistake here, it spirals massively. So absolutely agree with the point that you make there. Now looking at Noah Makomba for the Matco Police Sponsor Me car, they've had an interesting race here, Mike, and you know the early history of the first 6 hours of how they've gone. They have been keeping it fairly clean and tidy so far in that Mustang. They've been trying to chase down this McLaren in front of them for quite a while, but making some good progress at this stage. And still 4.5 hours left. I think Macumber and this Ford are going to be in a really, really good position in a couple of hours.
Yeah, considering the spins they faced early on, and with that, they haven't really put a wheel wrong yet in this race. Keep in mind, there's still a long ways to go, 4.5 hours. The race is not over by any stretch of the imagination, but they've gained 8 positions. And Anthony Kelly, I was also going to mention, in a very similar boat. The Fear Nothing Moto endurance car didn't have a particularly stellar qualifying, and with that, I don't think they fell into too many issues during the race, but just couldn't really find the ground to gain. So 16 was where they started, and 8 positions gained, but that still does not match at all Ollie Raza, who's still up 21 positions and soon to be on the back of Kuzya Terekov, just 6.5 seconds up the road. The lap times looking about 2 seconds quicker as well. This is a man on a mission for a podium.
Yeah, and he's been doing really well. The BMW is a monster. I've said this a few times at Bathurst. It is a real monster, especially in the hands of a driver that understands how these FR cars behave, particularly over Skyline. You can gain so much time in these BMWs through this section if you get it absolutely right. Just the way that it doesn't like to brake and the way that it doesn't like to turn is actually an advantage down the hill. So you're turning a disadvantage into a major advantage in this car. And Raz has been doing a fantastic job of that. I mean, you can see how much time he's gained on the Ford ahead of him in just those, or the Ford ahead of him, just, the blue flag, of course, the 313. But you can see just how much quicker that BMW can be. Blue flag to navigate, and we know that Terekov has maybe not got the ultimate pace to be running in the top 4. He's been holding on nicely, but yeah, that 2 seconds a lap is going to cost them massively. And Terekov, I think, unfortunately, it's going to be a bit of a when, not if situation here for them.
Yeah, certainly will be, but with that, of course, you can give a fighting chance at the very least, but probably not too hard of a fight. More than likely, what's going to happen is Ollie Raza will catch Kuzya. If they catch on the mountain, then Kuzya's not going to let him by. He's not going to really hurt his own race in terms of lap times to allow Ollie Raza to gain time. But if Ollie does contest and make a lunge alongside, I'm pretty sure Kuzya knows the writing is on the walls and just to hand the position over. But with that said, of course, don't just give it to him. Like I say, make him work for it, but don't end your race as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's a simple strategy to apply if you're not as fast as the guy behind you. Hug the inside line, focus on the exit, and then don't give an inch up and down the hill. That is your motto. That is what you need to do if you're Terekov. Once he does catch up, 4.5, 5 seconds, I think, is the gap right now between them. So not a massive amount of time. That's probably closing overtake distance within 2 or 3 laps here for Ali Raza, and he'll easily make it past the blue flag. Menendez didn't need to give way initially as they entered the hill. Blue flag wasn't out, and actually it's something we should probably talk about a little bit, is how difficult it is to be a blue flag driver at Bathurst. And you can maybe talk to me a little bit about what rules, if any, Trackalicious do apply to the blue flags. There's a number of different ways to approaching it. It's pull over when safe. Over the hill and up the hill, no blue flags, have to let people pass and all that sort of stuff. Great bit of driving there from Menendez. Perfect place to do it. Into Forest Elbow. There's actually space on the track there. How do you guys do it at Trackalicious? How do you keep it safe for the blue flag drivers?
So for most of the part, most Trackalicious leagues all have the same rules. I'll be honest, for this endurance race, I'm not fully sure if it does apply, but Trackalicious in general typically is just basic SRO blue flag rules. It is more of a suggestion. Don't hold the driver up behind you, and if you're caught impeding them, then you will get a penalty. I think, though, for this race in particular, we might have a slightly harsher blue flag rule, or people are just being very unaware, because I've been seeing way too many blue flag infringement penalties getting thrown on to people, and I think those are honestly just maybe not being fully heads up, because a lot of it's down into the chase and down on the main straight as well, so you can't really fault anyone for holding you up on the mountain. In fact, I talked about it a little bit early on in the first stint, where some of the cars were getting held up on the mountain, and the faster car was caught up to a back marker and then sat behind them the entire stretch of the mountain, which lost him, sure, 2 seconds, but in reality it still gained him more time considering he didn't end his race. So it's all about smart decision making. It's about blue flags being very aware, as well as making sure that their car positioning is obvious, telegraphing to the other person, I'm going to let you by here. The mountain isn't the best spot for it, so you don't typically see that.
Yeah, because that is probably the most, out of all the tracks available, maybe equal to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But in terms of blue flags and where you can actually let someone go, there is nowhere on the mountain. The mountain is not friendly to blue flags. And if you're finding yourself with 2 or 3 faster drivers, or even 1 faster driver right behind you as a blue flag, you've really just got to dial in and hope that the faster driver behind you is also going to play ball. Because if they don't, then yeah, we've seen incidents like that throughout the race today. I think the 585 and the number 6, there was an incident between those two. Blue flag on the number 6 was going into Skyline, and he's fundamentally a slightly slower driver and was braking a little bit more than the 585 was expecting, and then the 585 went into the back of him. And these things do happen with blue flag situations, especially considering that was a two-way battle for position as well between the faster cars. It is such a difficult circuit to be aware on, and then to be a blue flag, and then the expectation is then, of course, you need to be 200% aware. Really, really difficult for the blue flags. I've driven this place many times in many endurance series, and because I'm not a great sim racer, I'm usually in the situation of being blue flagged. And once you get onto that mountain, there is nothing you can do but hope that the driver behind you is going to play ball. So that is the way things are. Looking at Mercomba right now, still making some progress on Kelly. Not as much as I would have hoped, though, in the Ford. So might just be looking after the tyres at this stage of the stint.
Yeah, and one more thing on those when it comes to the mountain and the blue flag management as well is down to, actually, you know what, hold that thought here, because we have a potential fight on our hands, and this is Chandler Williams and Alex Ames down the back straight now, heading down towards the chase. It's going to be Ford advantage when it comes to a straight line over the Porsche. Down to the inside, the please brake turn 1 gets it stopped in time for the chase and finds himself up into P12. Nicely done there. Chandler Williams making ground back up. Still, though, a bit of damage on the front end there for Chandler. I'm wondering if that's going to affect his race moving forward, or if maybe this is just a bit of waving a red flag in front of a bull and hoping for the best.
Yeah, I suspect, I mean, in some ways he's motivated himself with the accident that he did have, which was entirely self-inflicted through Frog Hollow. He certainly waved the red flag in front of him, his own self, and has realized, I've just got to absolutely go for it. If you look at his pace compared to the other cars around him, he's doing 202, low 202s with a fastest lap stint of a 201.7. Everyone else around him is in the 204s with the fastest lap amongst the next cars in front of him being a 203.2. So he is in the order of 1 to 1.5 seconds faster than everyone else around that. Here's Raza and Terakov. We said it was going to be a matter of time, and here we go. It's going to be an inside lunge. We've just seen this. I'm seeing a Black Cat do 2 things with a deja vu, just like the Matrix. It's happened again, and that's a beautiful move by Ali Raza to take 4th position for TRACKILICIOUS.
The razzle-dazzle, everybody, and he certainly is showing it. Kuja, though, I think as predicted, didn't really fight that. As soon as Ollie got alongside, he said, all right, you go, boy. I'll use you as a slipstream now in the NCR Most Wanted. Well, now has his eyes on a bit of a toe right now. Helping hand, maybe you might say. Up the mountain, though, of course, you have to always keep in mind dirty air. But I did want to point out as well what I was talking about with the blue flags before. So with most multi-class races, or with most Bathurst endurance races, you have multi-class. So you have GT3s and GT4s racing each other. Here we only have GT3s, which means they're all pretty equal. So when you have to get a lap done on another car, you have to work pretty hard to do it, or the other person has to hand it to you mostly because you are in, like I say, equal machinery. It's not like a GT3 and an M2 where you can just blow by them potentially. Like right here, you can maybe make moves on other classes if you're clever enough, but in the GT3 versus GT3, it's just never going to happen.
Exactly, and of course then you're suffering from a lot more dirty air as well, because the aero on these GT3 cars is just so much more substantial than a GT4 or a Porsche Cup car, and so you find yourself in a situation where you need that extra aero to actually make that overtake safely on a blue flag, and it's just not available for you when you're running in that dirty air. So it becomes a tricky situation for the overtaking car. So it's not just the awareness from the car that's being blue flagged, you really have to be such a clever driver as the one following through as well. And I tell you, there is no situation on the mountain, and sometimes even coming into Forest Elbow, where you're going to get a really good telegraph from a car, because the line, there is one line. There is no part of that circuit through the mountain that is offline. really, really isn't. The only chance you've got is Mountain Straight, Conrod, or into the chase. Sometimes through Murray's, sometimes through Hell Corner as well. Pit straight, off in a good place, just to tuck away, off the racing line to the left, get out of the way of the next cars coming through. Do also want to quickly mention, Mike, fastest lap just before I saw this 201.7 by Gabriel Felipe was a 201.5. He's flying, and the gap now between P1 P2 is 20 seconds. So Landry not able to keep up with Felipe at all, and that gap just continues to grow, despite Felipe now having, 6 blue flag cars ahead of him. This will be an interesting little moment for Felipe. First time he's encountered a car in a little while.
He's catching him, though, just the right time on the Conrod, able to basically just power his way on by. More than likely, a little bit of a lift here from White. And Devin Anthony, once he gets caught up down, more than likely on the start-finish straight, will also have a bit of a lift just to keep himself safe. No need entangling with the back markers. Know who you're racing. The 314 has done a stellar job so far of back markers and even just managing their positions in general. They've allowed battles by when maybe you would think they have the pace to fight it, but instead they just choose management, and they choose life over the potential other options that could crop up if you are gonna have a battle with some of the faster cars on track. But here is Gabriel Felipe with the blue flag waving. Are we gonna see a liftoff? No, a little too much of a gap here, but now down the mountain straight, more than likely this will be telegraphed quite well, and Gabriel gonna have to do the hard work as well. The blue flags are gonna make them do.
Exactly. The problem here is that there's a little bit of a battle going on because Am is there and is technically in a battle with the cars ahead, but it's going to be an easy enough overtake. Well done for getting out of the way just before the mountain straight. That's going to be news to the ears of Felipe as he charges after the next car above. In fact, that was Anthony, I believe, in the car that was just overtaken there. So it's Mez in P12, Chandler Williams in P11, then Costa in P10, 5 seconds between P10 and P11, so Chandler making some great progress in this race. And you heard it here first folks, from Mike Nause, choose life. That is the attitude, Mike, you need in an endurance race. And we see this always, in lap 1 or even lap 300, depending on the length of the race. And people going for these unnecessary opportunities. There's always going to be another opportunity, unless you really are on the final lap and it is the last chance that you've got. But at the end of the day, endurance racing is just that. You are going for the long haul. And at the end of the day, if you're choosing opportunities that are maybe a little bit dicey here and there, you're not really under that motto. You're not really choosing life. You need to choose a lot of life. And we saw this between the top 3 battling early on in the 6 hours remaining. I tell you what, they were all choosing life significantly until, unfortunately, small mistakes started to crop up for the likes of the number 3 and the number 17.
One of the biggest real-life examples I've seen of that is back in 2023, I know back a long time ago, back in the Sao Paulo Grand Prix when Max Verstappen, I think it was 23, it might have been 22, but either way, when Max Verstappen started in, I think it was 18th position or something, when he got knocked out of Q1, and everyone was so excited. With the first corner, you watch Max Verstappen go into it, and he has this wide open gap to send it 3 wide, and he just sits there and waits. And then on the exit of the corner, everybody kind of jostles each other out, everyone that was making it 3 wide, and then the seas just part, and Max overtakes, I think it was 4 cars, maybe 5 cars in one corner just by getting on the accelerator. And it's intelligent decision making like that makes him a world champion. And that's why when you see these endurance races, it doesn't even apply to just endurance races, it goes all the way down to the sprint races as well. Having a little bit of discretion and just backing off a tiny bit can grant you wonders, or being aggressive can gain you positions as well, as Chandler Williams is going to spit in my face and prove me wrong immediately.
Well, albeit with a little bit of rubbing shoulders there, let's be completely honest. But yeah, I mean, you have to turn in at some point as you head through the quarry. But yeah, Chandler taking advantage there. I guess that maybe the endurance motto here, Mike, is choose more life. That way your sprint series can also have the motto as well. Choose life in all sim racing. Choose more life in endurance racing. But Chandler knows he's super, super quick. He had the advantage through the cutting. It was a nice bit of foot on the accelerator there. He had the grip. Porsche couldn't do anything about it, and Costa just has to concede. I mean, there was nowhere for Costa to go. No damage really will be on either car. So maybe a little bit opportunistic, but I think at the end of the day, Chandler kind of needs to do that in the situation when you've gone from leading the race and now back just now into the top 10. There's so much work to do that you can't afford to sit behind a car for lap after lap after lap. That said, would he have made an easy overtake here on a Porsche on the straight? Probably.
Yeah, more than likely so. But either way, a move done is a move done. And would he have a 2-second gap by the entrance of Murray's corner if he waited that long? No, probably not as well. So, you know, to the victor go the riches, or whatever the heck the saying is. I think that's a British saying. I'm not the one to quote that one. But Chandler Williams now looking about 21 seconds forward. Noah is the next driver up the road. Macomber in 9th position. He has Anthony Kelly to contend with relatively soon. But now the gap's starting to form here in the mid-packs. But we should be seeing some drivers start to go down pit lane here relatively soon. Kevin Blanchette might wait one more lap. I doubt it, though. He should probably come in on this lap just to be safe, and with that 10-second penalty, this is going to knock him out of position quite far.
Yes, I believe the British phrase there is, do you have a flag? Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. Well,
even if you do, heck, I don't think they care too much. And
do you have a nicer looking flag? Yes, that's very much the British Empire's attitude for first come, first serve. Did you stick a flag in the ground? Did we see you stick a flag in the ground in front of us before we did? No, we didn't. Therefore, it's ours. Anyway, I digress. Blanchette there does go out for another lap. 3rd overall, still that 10-second penalty to be applied. I'm just trying to have a little look at the gap between them, because he's got 5 seconds back to Ali Raza. So I think actually it's game on now for Ali Raza and the Trackalicious BMW M4 Nebula team. They're really going for it. By the way, great livery. Absolutely love it. Nebula stuff, that's absolutely right up my alley. Good little overtake to get past the back marker there. Let's take a look at this beautiful livery. Lovely colors, deep reds and purples and blues, just like a Nebula. It's fantastic work by the livery designer. Excellent, excellent stuff. But this is really game on for Ali Raza and the Trackalicious team. This is a P3 position potentially for them now.
You just became Eric's favorite commentator. Congratulations. That was made by none other than Eric the Boss Kakassian. It's a good livery. Look, let's not give him too much credit here. All right, we're gonna knock him back a couple pegs. No, but it is really a good livery. The Gradient Special, as if you want a livery made by Eric, it will be in the Gradient format. But it'll look pretty good either way. So, yes.
I'll be honest, Mike, most liveries impressed me, because the last time I made a livery in ACC, I loaded up Blender, got the biggest 4K image I could, and then just clicked once and just left it that way.
That is brilliant.
So it's really the simplest way to make a livery. It's not the greatest way to look good on track, but it gets the job done quite quickly.
I had, back in the days on the original McLaren 720, the Morton Salt McLaren, which was a Morton Salt base, so I basically took a Morton Salt PNG and pasted on the livery as the base color. Then when I say that, I mean like salt granules, basically, was the base livery. Then I had every single sponsor that I could think of with salt in it. So from Morton Salt to the the Morton Salt lady with the rain getting poured on her, I had salt getting poured on a dude holding an umbrella, so that was pretty funny. And then Salt Lake City, Utah, you know, all the good works in there.
Oh, fantastic.
It was a classic, but it's on the old McLaren, so it's now useless, unfortunately.
That is unfortunate. I mean, you could probably transpose it, but sounds like you and me need to exchange some notes on livery making. We clearly both like McLarens, the last one I made for McLaren was M&Ms. We had a competition in one of the leagues that I was racing in. You put on a sweet-based livery, and the best one that got the most votes got a $50 voucher to buy as many of those particular sweets as possible. So I went with McLarens and McLarens, the M&M's car, and I had all sorts of random stuff on that. It was a lot of fun. P3 now for the Trackalicious team. So Amez is now up in a great position, continuing to look around the grid. There's a bunch of action happening. Things do spread out at this stage. Got about 20 minutes to go before most come in for their second pit stop. But yeah, unfortunately for the formerly P3 car, they are now in a bit of a situation. Having to pit, got the 10-second penalty. You have to apply that at this pit stop.
Yep, and that will be, as you said, P3 gained for the BMW Nebula team, and Kuja as well, I think, will be gaining a position. It might be close. Kevin, though, has the pace more than likely to catch back up to Terekov, but the lap times for Blanchette have not been ideal. 2:03.8 was the previous. His fastest lap, a 2:02.3, so he has the pace. Kuja Terekov's fastest lap, a 2:03.0. Very solid and consistent when he comes down to it. Talk about just plucking in the same lap times pretty much over and over again. We mentioned the survival element. This is part of it, knowing your pace and having a driver that can just get the work done in these mid stints to get the, I don't want to say quicker drivers, but to get the more maybe aggressive drivers in for the overtaking opportunities later. I think the NCR Most Wanted team is setting themselves up quite brilliantly.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, that's a maintenance period, really, isn't it? You know, when in mid-race, you know there's a long way to go. People are going to start to get tired. So you need someone who's just consistent and reliable and is not going to necessarily make any kind of risky maneuvers, or they're not going to lose focus for that moment. So you really want to have your fastest drivers on the start and the end of the race to gain positions to make those big maneuvers happen. And then you get your really reliable, really consistent drivers that just they may not have the pace, but they've got that reliable consistency that just keeps them going, ticking along lap after lap. They're the kind of drivers that they get in for that first lap and suddenly click, and it's the end of their stint, and they go, oh, that felt like 5 minutes, because they're so dialed in. And that looks like exactly what's happening for a number of people out on track. Absolutely critical for them. And another critical thing here that I've just noticed too is that the 585 has come out behind Chandler Williams and the number 3, and that is the 977 around, Mike.
Yes, it is, in a very unideal location. So let's take a look at what exactly has unfolded here. Oh, right before Skyline just puts it into the gravel trap. Very, very slightest touch. But the BMW with a tank slapper and a half into the barrier. A violent crash. And I would imagine that steering wheel certainly is not going to be in the best order. And it surprisingly doesn't look too bad, but it doesn't look too great either. We'll get a good idea here as we round Forest L, but we're struggling to turn left, so that gives us a good idea. The wheel, not quite factory ready, but it's not far off.
Oh, I mean, it's far enough off that it's absolutely not factory ready. No, I mean, McPhillamy Park exit is such a tricky one. If you run deep early into the apex of that corner, you get launched out wide, and that risks you running over the end of the curb on the exit. If you do that, the car will bounce, and it will also do that if you find yourself on the outside lip of the corner, just where it starts to dip away back towards the gravel. If you apply the power, then the car tends to try and put the power onto the area where you have the least amount of contact. We do see another overtake going on here, and actually Macomba has made some great progress on the only McLaren, I believe, on the grid. The number 7 being overtaken, and 47 has done a beautiful job. That is textbook stuff. Into the chase, on the inside line, hard on the brakes, outbrakes his opponent, gets the apex, owns the exit.
As an Aussie, Daniel Ricciardo would say, lick the stamp and send it, good boy. And that he did. Matco, please sponsor me. Are you listening? Are you listening? This man here, clearly worthy of it. Diogo Costa, a little bit further down the field here in 11th with Kyle Heslin ahead. And, well, it looks like Diogo is trying to hustle this position away.
Yeah, that's right. But, I mean, I think Costa is probably not going to have the pace necessarily. If Heslin really dials in, well, we know that the previous 585 drivers have been incredibly quick in that Aston Martin. So I think this is Heslin's first, certainly since the restart, first time I've seen his name. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that, Mike. But, I mean, Costa's looking quick, but I wonder if Heslin's just not quite dialed in just yet. We're seeing a good run for the Porsche out of Hell Corner. Inside line for the Aston Martin, so unless the Porsche is feeling really, really brave and very trusting of the Aston Martin driver, he won't try anything. Does decide to back out. I think that's the sensible move at this point. Nearly an opportunity there, but yeah, the Aston Martin 585 looking a little slower than I would have been expecting at this stage, Mike.
Yeah, and you were absolutely correct as well, by the way. This is the first time that Kyle Heslin is behind the wheel, and their fastest lap is a 2:02.3 with Kevin Blanchette, and currently they're lapping in the 2:05, so 2 seconds off the pace. I don't know what happened since the restart, but Kyle Heslin not quite getting to grips with the car. I'm hoping they pick the right setup. That's something, of course, that Eric had mentioned, is make sure that everyone picks the right setup. I would doubt that somebody of that caliber would have forgotten to do so, but I mean, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does, so you never really know. Regardless, the results are the same, and Kyle Heslin is struggling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we see any wet tires on the car, so it shouldn't be a problem like that. I mean, it does take a while to dial into Bathurst, it really does. For anyone who has driven there, especially after watching a race for potentially up to, what would that be now? Nearly up to, 7.5, 7 hours or so. Suddenly jumping in the car, you haven't really had the practice that you kind of need to warm up to get into it. And Bathurst is such a track of feel. You need to know exactly where those bumps are. You need to know exactly how the car feels in every single little section. Otherwise, you're really not dialed into the circuit. And I've seen it with my own teammates before. When I go endurance racing at Bathurst, it is just one of those things where some drivers just take 10 or 12 laps, even half or 3/4 of the stint to really dial in. So I'm sure we'll see Heston get into the mode. Most of us need 30 minutes to really warm up, especially at a circuit like this.
Yeah, exactly. And just getting to grips with the car after having 2 hours watching your teammate drive around in glorified circles, it can be a bit fatiguing, but of course you can also go out and have a practice session yourself while you're waiting. But, you know, a lot of drivers there to support the team.
How dare you describe Bathurst as a glorified circle? All the other ones can be described that way, Mike. Not Bathurst. What are you talking about?
Glorified rectangle?
How about just a great racing circuit?
It is a great racing circuit.
I'm just trying to make the Australians happy, Mike.
What, are you trying to get adopted by them or something?
No, just Australian-Kiwi relationships need to be maintained with our slightly larger neighbor.
They kidnapped Shane Van Gisbergen from you guys, and now you just want to be a part of everything. I see how it is. What has happened though to the... Oh no, Diogo Costa has bended on the top of the mountain here. Oh, the Aston Martin was out of shape. I wonder if this was maybe a bit of monkey see, monkey do, or if something else, if this is just... That looks like a wheel disconnect. That's a disconnect of some sort.
I'm not so sure. I think he hit the inside of the corner before he got into the wall. It seemed like the car just went straight on. It looks like he's able to drive away. So just as he comes through and up towards Griffin's Mount Reed Park, that entry there, he's tapped the wall and gone straight ahead into the barrier.
Yeah, I think you're absolute. That's why he ended up going into the barrier at Mach 10, basically, where he had no brakes whatsoever, it looked like. I thought he had his pedal stuck or something along those lines, but no, I think you're 100% right. He clipped the inside wall, clipped the wall, and then clipped the wall. So it just, playing ping pong in the wrong sport, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right. And ping pong, unfortunately, is a rather serious thing that can happen here at Bathurst, where the corners are just, there's barriers everywhere, especially down the hill. One little mistake like that, and that corner is really, really tricky. You're on the uphill, you're on the power through it, trying to hold on to maximum throttle, and you've got to get that angle absolutely perfect. There is about 3 centimeters of difference, I think, between a good turn-in up the hill towards Frog Hollow and a bad one. And if you get it wrong, your car ends up looking like this, and straight into the pits, I think, is actually the sensible decision. Yeah. I suspect if we looked on board, that wheel is... very sideways. It is very sideways. It is extremely sideways.
Back? I'm honestly impressed he got it through the cutting. Is he even going to be able to make it into his pit stall? I guess so. I wonder if that's a visual bug on our end. Yeah, that is certainly not how they wanted to draw that up. This is the number 5, by the way, the Trackalicious Bathurst. Holy, why was that so difficult to pronounce? It's literally the name of the track. Either way, this...
It's not though. Hurts. Bath hurts.
Oh, it is Bathurst. Oh, you're right. Okay, well, I'm dyslexic, so you got to give that one to me. But with Rod Skyhook behind the wheel, there's an update in chat from Eric here, who you... By the way, Eric, George was praising your livery design earlier, so I'll just let you know that. But Rod Skyhook behind the wheel of the number 5 here, they had pedal issues. Eric apparently couldn't go at the start, which, you gotta love having a server issue, then having pedal issues. Feel for the Eric here for a moment, guys. Like, he has had a stressful day.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've made some seriously good progress, though, and I was noting this before. I mean, they started obviously dead last. They were not dead last on the grid, but just couldn't get going. Didn't realize it was a pedal issue. That's even more frustrating, I can imagine, for the number 5. You're sitting there, you're ready to go. The wheel's doing everything that it needs to, but the pedals don't engage. I mean, you're not going anywhere. You're not stopping in a hurry. You're not going in a hurry. You're not doing anything in a hurry if you can't accelerate. But the fight back that they've had so far has been really, really impressive, and Skyhook is clearly in the zone as well. He does have Santon right behind him, but I get the feeling that given the pace that the number 5 has the potential to get, they're going to be rapidly chasing after that top 10 position quite soon.
Rod Skyhook sounds like an American superhero to me. I don't know what would Rod Skyhook's power? He clearly would have wings and a giant, like, I'm picturing like a sailor guy who has a big hook that goes around and saves women from burning buildings from gremlin dudes by hooking them out of windows and stuff. Is this just me?
No, I think I agree with that in some respects. You know, it's like the Arrow guy from Marvel, where he doesn't really have a superpower, but he's got a grappling hook. So he's Skyhook, and he orders planes to fly over above him, and he skyhooks onto them and starts flying around. I feel like it's something like
epic.
that. One of those heroes without a real superpower, but they're just really good with tools.
That would be pretty
so
cool.
Clearly, I agree. It's kind of like a Batman Marvel Arrow guy crossover. I don't know the name of the guy. I'm not a buff on the Marvel superhero franchise, unfortunately.
Well, you're talking to the right guy on this one, then, if that's the case, because I can't be I can't actually you or anything like that. So no, you can be wrong in confidence here.
Fantastic.
Minus chat. Chat will light you up. And Carson as well, who will be joining us relatively shortly, will also be here to quickly correct you as well. So that's fair.
Maybe it's time for me to make a quick stage left exit with a Skyhook before I get completely grilled out by chat. That might be the way for me to operate on this. It is past my due time here, Mike, so I think I will start the process of bowing out. But what a race here at Bathurst. You guys are doing so great. All the drivers out there. Big shout out to the guys at TRACKILICIOUS and yourself, Mike, for putting on a great show and coming to this fantastic circuit. I wish you all the best of luck. Stay alive for the rest of it, Mike. You and all the drivers. It's going to be a good one. I'll be watching them, and so take care, and I'll catch you guys next time.
George Cooke, everyone, the one to down under, as John would say it. I'll save you the spares. But welcoming back to the booth, a familiar name who is maybe unfamiliar to some, but the OGs will know, Carson Kass. Carson, welcome back, brother.
Thank you so much, Mike. I have no idea how this sounds. I'm going to be so honest. We are running the reverse stream, if you remember, when we did the community challenge for wherever it was. I believe it was on Imola. Oh my gosh, a lot over.
Oh goodness. I will admit, Carson, do you have the gain turned up on your microphone? Because that might need turned down a little bit, because you are in fact peaking. But other than that, yes. Oh, you sound so much better now.
Awesome. Cool. This is an entirely different environment. As many of you know, I've moved on from my house to a different place in a dorm room with paper-thin walls, so I hope that my neighbors don't mind too much. But, I'm so happy to be back here. This is kind of grassroots for me, obviously. Many people know me. I think there's a lot more people I don't recognize than I think I do recognize at this point. So it's a testament to how far this community has grown, and I'm very happy to be here.
I know we've Adam Strange in chat, or at least had Adam Strange in chat earlier. He requested a fun fact, which I actually don't think I ever did, which I feel now very bad for. Bathurst, the Bathurst 1000 has record crowds with over 200,000 people attending it some years. There we go. I could use the museum one, but Yannis already covered that one earlier on. I guess that was technically last stream, now that I think about it, Carson, because of course we have unfortunately had a bit of a restart since since earlier when we started this race, but back at it now. 3 hours 56 minutes and 21 seconds left, and the gaps are starting to form right now. We're kind of in that little mid-phase with everybody in between pit phase as well. A lot of drivers have made their stops, like Kyle Heslin, Dietri Santon. I put a little too much spaghetti and meatballs on that one, my apologies. But some drivers still need to pit, like we have Axlin here, Jair Axlin and Kuzhiterakov, Gabriel Felipe, our leader, Ali Raza. They still all need to make a stop here.
Yeah, and I appreciate the leaderboard check because I am running a bare bones operation here. This is the ultimate skeleton cage where I'm at right now. But yeah, I'm it's lovely to be back, and I've been watching the last hour or so since I decided that I would jump on this stream with you, so you weren't alone for 2 hours. As much as I think chat would love that, is like, oh no, Gabriel Felipe nearly comes in contact with somebody up top of the mountain. Who was that? Bombed into the wall.
I will admit, just so I don't throw Saagar under the bus, Saagar, I just did reschedule him. Carson messaged me and was like, hey, I want to join, and I'm like, oh yeah, absolutely. And so I was like, hey Saagar, you're getting pushed back, brother. So Saagar, I know you're watching. Sorry, brother. Saagar. But yes, yeah, I had to slide Carson in because I figured chat would appreciate it, and I would appreciate it as well. So regardless of his microphone peaking when he gets excited, I'm not sure there's anything we can do about that one. But yeah, just stay calm, Carson.
I will do my best. The mic won't pick up any sort of emotion I have. It will only pick up my voice, which is probably a good thing, so you don't hear every creak and noise. Because I mean, this is straight up. This operation is like being in the pit box at Bathurst with just no technical audio, nothing going on behind the scenes here. It's just a laptop, a microphone, and a dream, to be honest with you. As I think a lot of these guys have a dream to get forward and further into this race on this glorified sandbox maw of the mountain, as I always like to call it, as we head up with Anthony Kelly. If you're nothing moto guy, it's something I recognize, but as you mentioned, this community has grown in a massive way. And this 12-hour, I feel like, is a very big testament to that as we head towards the last quarter, or third.
Yeah, the Fear Nothing Moto guys are absolutely awesome. I will say I watched some UFC with them on occasion. I haven't recently. I do apologize, boys, if you are watching. I just haven't had times on Saturdays recently, and yeah, eventually I'll get back to it. But yeah, watching UFC with the guys is always fun. Also watch UFC with John, believe it or not. So, you know, the commentators and the racers, we got close bonds in some regards, and furthers in others, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that one. But with that, the pit stops are starting, as I mentioned here. So more gaps are going to start to form, but also more battles are going to start to come back together after they were separated so rudely for a brief amount of time, but eventually, again, will come back. So I was thinking, Carson, do like a little podcast hour here with you, because I would imagine that there are some people in chat that are very curious what you're up to. First off, who are you?
Oh, that one I can do. If you have not met me, and if you are not familiar with me, I'm Carson Kass. I streamed last year from about February to just about, I think, late August, and I had to go to school, unfortunately, or fortunately, actually, for sports broadcasting. This is my dream, and this was kind of where I got my reps in over the summer of 2024, and this is lovely. I simply love this community. I gave my community my heart for like 8-9 months. I can't do the basic math on that, but yeah, I'm just a broadcaster. I do ACC. I do now when I'm at Syracuse University, I'm doing Syracuse esports 4 to 5 days a week. Monday through Thursday. You can catch that at Cooke Esports on YouTube. Mondays are Rocket League or COD, Tuesdays are Overwatch, Wednesdays are Valorant, and Thursdays are Smash Bros, which is a bit more like the podcast hour. But yeah, I'm just a commentator, and I'm just like a commentator, and if you know me a bit more, I've been here for a bit longer.
Whoa, bit of a moment there on the top of the mountain, briefly. Back marker drama almost unfolding. Keyword almost. Breezy's overreacting slightly, and Joshua Squirrely Whirly taking his name a little too literally and having a slight moment. Catching Nicholas Menendez, though. But Carson, there was a couple questions on the last stream about your internship. Why don't you talk a little more about that?
Oh, yeah. So, the thing I can reveal about that right now, I'm going to be working this summer for baseball in the Pioneer League, and that's just about everything I can say at this point, because It's a lot, and I wrote something out that I am not going to post yet because I'm missing like one piece of information. And honestly, Mike, I'm too lazy to go find that right now because I wrote it down on paper, which is not the most intelligent thing to do. And I have no idea where that sheet is right now. My room is a mess. I was going to clean it, but I saw this opportunity. I texted Mike, and I was like, can I jump on the stream? And he said, yeah. So that was a lovely thing of you to do. I'm so sorry, Saagar, for pushing you back another 2 hours, but a classic. Adam Strange back with the questions without a beat. Do dogs understand the concept of gravity? And probably, if they understand why a ball bounces.
I don't think they understand the concept, though.
Well, like, what is understanding the concept? Because now we're back to hypothetical questions, which is exactly what I feel like
Well, I don't even think
here.
we understand the concept of gravity, no?
What do you mean?
Like, we don't even really, like, we don't really get it, right?
What is understanding the concept of gravity? Because I understand what gravity does and how it works.
Yeah, I understand what it does and how it works, but do you get where it, like, do you understand, like, how it's formed? Like, I don't think anyone... We've gone very much off the rails, chat, by the way. This is something that happens on the Trackalicious streams from time to time, in case you were curious. It will get re-railed eventually. We will have the train. But for right now, more important questions have been asked. So
Money was paid to ask this question. Money was paid to ask this question. And I need you to bear with me here on this one. So if a dog, when the dog holds, when you hold the ball in your hand and the dog is looking at the ball waiting for it to drop, is that not the dog understanding the concept of gravity? Because he knows when your hand moves, it drops. He understands how gravity works. He's going for the ball in the air. He's waiting. It's not in your hand. He understands that it's not falling.
Or does he just understand that that's just what happens when the hand moves? He doesn't really think about why. It's just, sweet, I want the ball, and I get the ball. I don't really care about the methods in between. Does a baby understand gravity?
Well, I guess it comes down to what understanding gravity is.
Again, I don't even think we understand gravity. So I'm, like I say, that's where my answer is I don't even think as human species we understand gravity. And look, is this what you wanted, Adam? Is this what you wanted?
Unless Air Bud can talk. No, I don't know. I've never seen an Air Bud movie. Can Air Bud talk? Is anyone...
Now we're past my wheelhouse.
Wait, I'm bringing it back. Hold on. If Air Bud could drive, where would he finish in this field, and what driver could you compare most to Air Bud in this field?
I don't know who Air Bud is.
The dog that plays sports, Mike.
Oh, wait. I don't know if I know who Air Bud is. I feel like I've seen this movie before. Was he the superhero dog?
No, I think that's Super Dog. I have no idea what they call that dog, actually, but I'll
be honest, I don't think I've seen that movie.
I really don't know.
Somebody crashed the 47 car. Joshua Worley behind the wheel, and unfortunately, Bubba Sunshine outed themselves on chat and decided that they wanted to say they were the ones that crashed the car.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. This is Bathurst. It's the Mall of the Mountain. Getting a bit more on topic here. This is a very difficult track, as I'm sure everybody's heard for the last 8 hours. I'm not going to repeat that. It's a sentiment that has already been there, and you can see it on track with how close these margins are and how the fact the white line is almost aligned with the wall in certain parts of the track. It is a difficult track to learn, and any slight mistake will cost you. And having other cars on track is really annoying because they're actually really easy to crash into, especially when you lock into that bumper and just getting in that other section. It is absurd how hard this is. And I got to open a space recently with sim racing and had people try ACC for the first time. And I think you realize just how far some of these drivers, even in the sims, are from, I guess, normal people that drive cars every day. Like, this is so difficult. These guys put in way more than 12 hours, most of them, on this track to prepare for today. And it's tough. It's really tough. And it's a testament to how hard these cars are to drive and how hard this is to do, despite it being just an online game.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's a simulator. No, you mentioned that, and that's a great point actually, because just looking at how far sim racing has come in the past few years, for one, when it comes to equipment and all that, making the feel much more realistic and everything along that towards the drivers. But I have the pleasure of working for a company, SimStaff, and I get to travel the country hosting simulators, and I get to see a lot of average people drive on simulators on top of the line equipment. So, yes, I have to completely agree with you, Carson. A lot of people, they have the, I don't want to say issue, it's a mental link with you and your road car. A lot of these people have been driving for 40 plus years. And so when they get behind the wheel of a race car, you don't realize how different it really is. And that's why I often encourage, especially people that have local sim areas around them, like Google. Literally go on Google right now if you're debating getting into sim racing and you think, well, I've never tried it, so I don't really want to, you know, spend all this money and I don't know if a controller is going to do it. Google Sim Center near me, and I guarantee you there will be some form of result within a few miles eventually of you, depending on where you live. And you can go and have a good time on some actual top-of-the-line equipment, get an idea of what these things actually are, what they're capable of, have someone point you in the right directions, and then just give it a shot. And then you can maybe catch the bug of sim racing yourself, quote-unquote. But, you know, still, like I say, it's a good time. It's tough. It's physical. It's challenging mentally. It's challenging physically, but it's always worth it. And especially when you drive tracks like Bathurst, like you're mentioning, these can be frustrating at the best of times, even more frustrating at the worst of times. But when you make the checkered flag, it feels very good.
Yeah, and it's obviously, this is not a beginner track. Like the people I have had the lovely ability to introduce as an ambassador at this point, and working to become an ambassador for different things at the university in terms of sim racing. It's super cool because you get to introduce these people to that bug and give them the bug of a $500 sim rig and how badly they want it. But besides, it's lovely. This is one of my favorite hobbies. I think that has brought me to where I am now. I don't think I would have ever had the opportunity to go to school for sports broadcasting if it wasn't for this situation that I've been in, with just being able to go forward with this and get these reps behind the mic. I must have behind the wheel. I'm not driving. Get these reps behind the mic and learn how to do this. And this has been a beautiful situation for me. And I think sim racing can give to a lot of people, even in the broadcasting booth, even on the track. It gives people something to do when there's not anything else to do, it feels like sometimes, and something to pursue when maybe your life just kind of isn't worth, there's things in your life that kind of isn't worth just, I'm trying to phrase this better, things in your life that just maybe aren't going well. You can always lose yourself in the sim rig and lose yourself on those lines and on those tracks and in trying to learn a track. You can put your 100% effort forward, and it's an amazing thing. It's very hard, I feel like, at some points right now to find something that you can put 100% of your effort for and get that effort back and see your results right there tangibly in every single lap you do.
And on top of that, learn actual real-life skills. This is the only esport on the planet that has direct one-to-one transferable skills into real life. Again, I'm not going to go and argue with people and say, oh, well, reaction time and yes, I'm not, that's not what I'm saying. One-to-one directly, you will learn how a car feels when you drive it. And that is, in America in particular, an extremely important, literally the most important part of society when it comes down to it, which is really cool with seeing other companies out there, like, for example, getting to work with the Screen to Speed movement and all of that, and with Steffi Bao, and I'm trying to think, she owns like 5 different companies. The one that I'm trying to think of in particular works with the Girl Scouts the Central Girl Scouts of Indiana and provides simulators for them, and basically trying to get younger women involved in sim racing early, which I think is just super awesome.
Yeah, and community involvement in this aspect of sim racing is super cool, and you can see that here with just so many drivers coming and participating for TRACKILICIOUS right now. And this community has grown an exponential amount since I had to take the step away to learn how to be a normal sports broadcaster and going to school and stuff. And obviously, this is where I want to be in my heart. I think deep down, this is something that I have very high passion for. Ooh, David Stanton, I'm just going on. This has been a beautiful drive. And when you talk about pushing the limits on sim racing, this is exactly what you're seeing. This back end is getting so close to the wall on every single lap. This is the practice I'm talking about. This can be perfection at any point. It could lift you at any point because it's Bathurst, of course, and something could go wrong at any point. But it's just this devotion, and you see how consistent these lines are, that how consistent some of these drivers are in this community, and the exponential growth has been amazing to see. I really love this community. I cannot hammer that home enough, and it's sucked being away because I've never been as supported, I think, in the booth as I have with this community, and I love it here.
No, it truly is a very warm and welcoming place to absolutely everybody. So if you are looking for a nice place just to hang out as well, we have a lot of people that just go in the Discords and hang out every night. ! Discord, get yourself involved here at TRACKILICIOUS. Neil with a comment in chat saying, I'm still waiting for the Netflix movie about Mike Nause and how to become a commentator. I'm not so sure about that one. I think there are a couple more qualified figures than me that might be of better advice, but if you are looking to dip your toe in the water of commentary, if you've never tried, if you have tried and you want to get yourself out there a bit more, contact me. I'm happy to help you out, and that's for sure. We got a platform here at TRACKILICIOUS, and like I say, other opportunities as well, potentially. Hit me up. Why not? Oh, yeah, someone's hit up the wall.
Ooh.
Devin Anthony.
I just saw that. I was going to mention that. That's Devin Anthony, yeah. Looking the wrong way in the Noobs RS car. Take a look back, see what went wrong here. Into the turn 1, turn 2. Should have happened right about here.
Cutting.
Middle of the track. Bit of a...
Oof. Yeah, into the cutting there. Just a little too much on the brakes. Looks like he got on the brakes early, over-rotated the car, tried to maybe correct it. I'll be honest, that was a bit of a... just, I think, lapse in judgment from Devin Smallblock Anthony here. And now driving the flat 6 Porsche, clearly out of his element.
Yeah, I think maybe picked up some marbles and kind of lost the car in the wrong spot, dove a little bit too hard in that Audi branded wall. So, I mean, that's tough. That is what it is. You kind of just have to move on. Bathurst, you're bound to pick up some bumps and bruises along the way. Car seems fine. Devin Anthony's still piloting it as if normally. It doesn't seem to be much slower. I could jump on board to see if that steering alignment's off. And no, I mean, just a brief little tap on the wall, turn the wrong way. Seems like everything might be okay for the Noobs RS machine going down the stretch, sitting in 19th. Part of that group that's 2 laps down from the leader, and just that's another thing. 8 hours in, you've got cars only 2 laps down. It's just beautiful how close these drivers are in skill and talent and what we're seeing on display tonight.
Yeah, and one of the drivers that is razzling the dazzle of everyone is, well, the razzle dazzle himself, Ollie Raza here. Look at this, man. He's up in a 2nd position. He's gained 24 since the green flag. This is truly an incredible drive. He just pit 7 minutes ago, so this is his true position. I will say, I'm missing something here. Who was ahead? Somebody was ahead here, and I feel like we've had an issue with one of our front runners. I'm not sure who. Was it? It wasn't the Ford Mustang, I don't think. I feel like we're missing a car up at the top.
See, I am the wrong guy to ask. I just tuned into the stream an hour ago, to be fully honest with you, because I didn't really expect to be here. As lovely as it's been, I just was like, hey, do you have any slots open? While I was at the gym, to be fully honest with you guys. And I was like, awesome. We can jump into this beautiful production. So thank you, Mike, for putting on the production. Thank you, TRACKILICIOUS, for letting me back in the booth as unprofessional as I can be sometimes and silly as I can be sometimes, especially here, because I'm having so much fun that I can't contain my inner child, I guess I would say.
I figured this would be the stint to do it. Not too much going on, all things considered. It's a lot of survival right now, and everyone is, unfortunately for us, doing a great job of surviving. We're not getting any excitement. We're not getting any dramas or any replays or anything. It's just kind of cars hot lapping right now, which is the middle of an endurance race. This is what you would expect 3 hours in, or 2.5 hours into a race right now. The race will come to these drivers. The gaps, though, they're not as much as I'm making them out to be. We're only looking at 8 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 2 seconds. One mistake is pretty much all it will take for anything to start to unravel. That's why I tuned down here to this Brandon Brissy battle with Diogo Costa. Only 2.5 seconds, but I think that's because Diogo made a mistake. Brissy a little bit slower in overall pace for sure.
Yeah, Diogo, I think we saw earlier pick up a massive amount of damage, and I believe this section right here is that BMW's clatters that tail end against the wall. Still trying to keep it together. Hopefully my mic didn't peak. I got a little too excited at that. Braden Brees, 32 car, was closing in and now just lost half the time, doubled that time from 0.7 to 1.8 as they clatter against the wall. And down Skyline. Nothing they can do, sliding down. Oh no.
Oh my, Carson. Unfortunately, when you when an incident happens, I know you sound like the, in chat, I'll have to relate on this, you sound like the what's it called, the from Charlie Brown, one of the teachers.
Oh no,
yeah, your mic just kind of babbles it out, but I mean, like I say, it's all good, it's all good. I'm happy to have you here regardless, brother.
Yeah, I'm containing myself. I'm a very high energy commentator, and you know that. You've been watching my streams at Syracuse Esports. I highly recommend tuning in. We have a beautiful new facility on the Syracuse University campus. I actually cannot overstate how amazing it is. I've never casted in a better facility before. But Braden Brees mentioning in chat rookie, and you know, I can understand. It's terrifying being in that seat, whether it be a 12-hour race at Panorama on ACC or in the booth for the first time in a new facility when every single chancellor at the university is watching you. I will never get over that. That was really scary, and I didn't know it was going to happen. But if you'd like to go check out that grand opening of the Shiny Sports Center at Syracuse University, I would highly recommend checking that out on YouTube. As Braden Brees, that's a front marker by, I believe, the Acura, which you don't see too much of.
No, you don't, but with the ballast, I think, is why we see two of them. Why they've been doing so good is, I think it has minus 19 kg, if I remember right, offhand. In fact, we can check real quick. The Honda here, oh goodness, no! Oh. As I pull up the tab menu, oh, disaster ensues. Okay, Brandon Breesy, a rookie. Let's keep that in mind, everyone here. I was actually going to mention how good he was doing up until this point with back markers, so I almost jinxed him, unfortunately, here. Parks in the center of the track, does a good job of allowing the space. I'll be honest, I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, I mean, turns in maybe a bit too early there, but that's the Aston's not in a great spot to overtake. That's not where you want to do it. You never want to take that turn on the inside. He has every right to be there, nevertheless. It's just a bad situation as we see Casey Schutte, Mario Kart themed livery. Mario Kart 9 confirmed now on the Switch too, so that's interesting and terrifying because apparently it's going to be 24 players. Just thinking about that. Either way, he's hoping to chase down those leaders, top 10 position for him, closing in potentially on C. Williams ahead of him in that board.
What has just happened to Tony Danzig and David Cox? Let's find out here. I'm assuming Tony Danzig had a moment and David here tried to avoid it, and it caused a bit of a yellow flag stir. Miscommunication. Unfortunately, I mean, David Cox there just maybe a little overly exuberant, unfortunately, trying to get by a back marker that was going quite slow. There wasn't really anywhere for him to go, and yeah, just a miscommunication, I think, to sum that one up.
Yeah, I mean, that's up top on the mountain. If you don't react, I think, before the other person does anything, it can cause things like that. Cox just way faster and had into that turn and just didn't have the same braking zone as that other Mustang, and it did not go well for anybody involved. Both got out pretty scot-free, though. It wasn't a massive accident, which it really tends to be. Is you know, I did scream when the Aston Martin happened there. I shouted, and it didn't even pick up. So that's the best. I think that's the best case scenario. It doesn't even come through like I'm Charlie Brown. But oh my gosh, big boss Kassian. I see him on track. I have not seen this guy race in months. Number 5.
He's got a back marker, a front marker to contend with, actually, and it's Kyle Heslin who's going slower every. No, wait, hold on. No, he's not. Eric is slower on the previous lap than Kyle Heslin. So it's 207s to 208.6 on the previous lap for Eric. But the gap down to about 1.7 seconds currently. About 0.7 as it says on the ACC time charts. Notoriously unreliable. But here is the Aston Martin.
Driving.
Was that?
Look at chat. Look at texting and driving. Look at chat for Eric.
Get out of
the way.
Get out of my way. I don't think he's getting out of your way, Eric. He is not entitled to move out of your way because I don't see any blue flags waving, and even if I did, flashy of the headlights, bit of frustration. Now, though, Kyle Heslin is getting away. So, Eric, maybe focus on the road rather than the chat.
Yeah, I was going to say, from the top of the mountain down to the bottom, that time doubled from Heslin to Kassian, so guys got to lock in, but Eric really did step up the gradient game. I'm not even going to lie. This is the Nebula car earlier. I know we can't compliment Eric too much because it'll get to his head, and
correct.
He's my lovely boss. So I guess I don't know. Is he still my boss? Do I still work for you guys?
Yeah, why
That's
not?
That's a question for later.
It's
Why
not like
I'm
work
a
is a
race team
strong
member.
word here at Trackalicious. You're still part of the community.
In a different way, but this is so much fun. This has never been work to me ever. I love this, so I'll take that a different way, maybe more positive route. But Eric Akasian doing pretty well to keep up with Heslin, but Heslin just has too much pace in that car, that Aston Martin. I was trying to figure out what it was.
Aston v Aston, and the Aston wins. Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? Truly remarkable stuff on Gakasian. That is not the track name.
Stop typing, Eric. When you crash, I'm gonna laugh. You realize that, right?
You didn't even spell stolen right. Dang.
He spelled valor right, and he couldn't spell stolen right.
Yeah, I would not have spelled valor right. I would have spelled valor like you spell Valorant, just V-A-L-O-R. So, better than me. But Diego Costa, pretty fast, honestly, when he is on track. But this car has had some serious damage throughout the race. The 666 machine just it's really picked up some bumps and bangs and panorama, and that green paint is lathering the wall from point to point. But it has been really fast, and honestly, 16 doesn't represent how quick it's been, and you're seeing that right now as they chase Danzig.
You might say that it's been through hell and back, potentially, the 666 car, though. Trying to make a move on to the 313. That wasn't that good. I won't lie. It wasn't that funny.
I laughed. Didn't pick up, luckily, so I can be mean to you. But
Diogo Costa and Tony Danzig, I'd imagine this isn't going to last too long. I mean, Tony Danzig on the previous lap had a 221. That's not representative of his pace. I'm just going to be completely honest. I think he just came out of pit lane. This time was a punt to the rear, and Diogo Costa with a hit to the side panel as well. You mentioned the damage that the 666 has had. It's been through hell and back, and you know the famous saying, when you're going through it, you keep going.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're going through the other quote where if you were down there, why would you stop? And Diogo Costa still doing a good job. Keep on keeping on. But this car is picking up more and more damage, and we'll have to go back to the pits with some serious damage repair if he is not careful. But yeah, Danzig, not really much they could have done there. Got rear-ended, then T-boned back-to-back there, and surprised that Mustang looks as clean as it does.
Yeah, to be completely honest, when Armageddon strikes, I want to be in a bunker made of Tony Danzig's face. It's solid. It's awfully solid.
That's the way to put that. But yeah, that's the guy just got his entire side panel clattered against it by about a 2,000-pound German machine, and the car came out completely fine. And pace is still there. The 313 moves on down towards the bottom of the hill, quote-unquote hill. This is a straight-up mountain, but yeah, Danzig can do a great job to stay on track. Those Mustangs have been quick in real life right now for the other endurance event that you may be aware of going on, and in this race.
I've been streaming for the past 9 hours, so I have not been able to check in with the 24-hour endurance race just yet. I will, though, as soon as this stream is done. That much I can tell you. Eric in chat saying, try to commentators curse you. Eric, I don't need to. You will bin it eventually. It is what it is. You will do the hard work for me. Moving on for his mandatory, contractually obliged screen time. Up to Vincenzo Senatore, who's back behind the wheel. This is NCR's most wanted, and I have to agree. This man is wanted by a lot of drivers right now, a lot of teams as well. He has proved his mettle early on in this race and set the timing charts alight. Battled heavily early on with the Honda NSX that I think, unfortunately, since has disconnected. But we were seeing the Aussie and the Italian have a nice little fight earlier on, and then again ended with that disconnect from the Honda, as much as we hate to say it, as well as a crash, but we don't mention that. But Vincenzo still running fourth and 6.1 seconds off of Mikel Formato in the Fear Nothing Moto Mustang. It's Michael. It's just Michael.
Yeah, Mike, I can't even lie. The setup I had earlier, being in a college dorm room sucks because I can't stream at any point past 7 p.m. But On the positive sign, I have a mirror up because the TV is behind me. There's a mirror in front of me that I could see the TV while I was doing work with earlier. So, there's some positives. You can get some strange setups going, some generally heinous setups, to be honest with you. The forbidden double monitor where the monitor is a mirror facing another monitor. But, making
It's
it work.
low-key
A lot
kind of
these drivers
brilliant,
have
though.
been.
Like, my famous say, if it's stupid and it
stupid.
works, it ain't stupid. Like, that's kind of the philosophy that I live my life by, to be completely honest.
Maybe. But, I can definitely have the TV just next to me, but I prefer to have room for my arms. And I have this thing where I like putting my legs up, like, on the desk, kind of like a mob boss would when you enter his office, with the, like, legs crossed on the desk, just like
And
that.
stroking the
I
cat?
do that all the time. I don't think pets are allowed in this dorm. There's 2 cats in my dorm, which is quite interesting. I did not know you could do that, but...
Well, I mean,
wish I
the
had
cat
it
can
here.
enter the dorm. It's whether or not it's actually allowed. And, yeah, security. Hey, look, dollar bills, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, moving on. We have still the Vincenzo gap here with Chandler Williams, 5.4 seconds. Jitterball ahead, 8.5 to David Cox. Why don't we go through the order real quick? From the top here, it is a driver that we haven't really mentioned that much, the 888 of Wilson Fernandez. Ollie Raza, second fastest currently, and has worked his way through the entirety of the field pretty much. Started 26th, up into 24th, or up 24 positions into seconds. Michael Formato in third with Vincenzo Senatore in fourth. Andrew Rados in fifth right now in the team up garage. It's been a back and forth seesaw of a race for this Honda, but currently looking strong, 13 seconds behind Vincenzo. Kyle Heslin, 6th right now in the Built Racing, with David Cox in 7th. Timothy Judiball in 8th right now, with Chandler Williams behind him in 9th. Casey Schutte in 10th, with Dieter Santon in P11. Joshua Worley in 12th, with Eric the Boss Kakassian running currently in 30th. João Torres in P14 with Tony Danzig in 15th. Devin Anthony 16th with Guillermy, I think is how we said Guillermy. What? How?
There's an R.
Guillermy. I think it's Guillermy. We went over it earlier, and I have since forgotten, and I do apologize. Goncalves in 17th with Mitch Narati in P18. Jan Stam in 19th with David Livreri. Oh my goodness, that one is hard for me as an American. The UKers had no issue with it, but I am struggling. My French, my apologies. Jakob Winter in 21st with Jakob Trinka in 22nd, Sean Leach in 23rd, and last but not least, Tomas Baulaug.
Like the field, and bit of a beautiful landscape scene from the cameraman there. Thank you, ACC, very much for that.
Yermy.
A lot of BMWs in the top 3, top 4, top 5, and I gotta say, it's a lot better than what I'm used to. The last time we went to Panorama, that McLaren was, to be honest, the head of the meta, and it was kind of just 6 McLarens than the rest of the field. And it's nice to see some more diversity in those cars being able to pick, and I think that's the cool part about ACC for me and other types of racing and this kind of racing is there's more than one car, and not every car is not going to win. You can win with any car if you're good enough. I mean, sometimes it's harder with others. Cough, Honda about 6 months ago, but it's beautiful. There's something about this that's beautiful. The variation is beautiful. You don't have a meta. I'm used to meta for the things I cast and things I deal with now. It's beautiful, I think, to not have a true meta.
You know, I was looking at the results from our previous, excuse me, Trackalicious 12 hours at Bathurst, which in case you guys were curious, that was 2 years ago, pretty much to the day. That was February 21st of 2023. So, I mean, not to the day. Wait, hold on, it's a month. What is going on here? Anyways, just ignore that for now. But it was, nearly just about 2 years ago at this point. commentated with myself and Dom, but I was looking at the results, and Skylar Lovrink won in the Ferrari, the 2.9, was it even a 2.96 actually? It might have not been a 2.96 at that time. No, I think it was. I think at that time it was. Lewis, who I'm not honestly, R. Lewis, not Richard Lewis, I don't think. I don't know that name off of memory, but I do remember the 420 Jag that finished in 3rd position with David Funk, I think Jose Guzman or Carlos Guzman, one of the two, and one of the drivers of this team, Kevin Blanchett. Those three, maybe it wasn't 4 drivers, it might have actually been both the Guzmans, finished in 3rd position on the mountain in the wet with a Jag 2 years ago. So not lacking experience when it comes to this circuit. This team in particular is. So I'm expecting big things out of them, but the biggest thing that I see for them right now is a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Bit too many track extensions, bit too many free passes, and those free passes have run out. And extra 10-second penalty. Car behind is 18 seconds still, so is what it is, I suppose. 6 seconds in true time, but Heslin still is quicker than the car behind. David has been doing all right, but just hasn't been as quick, and that is... I can't see alerts, Mike.
A really tall guy, 92. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the team here at TRACKILICIOUS. What's a really tall guy for you on that one? How tall are you? Not you.
It's really on the nose. I know. I know it's not me. I'm 5'10", Mike.
I'm 5'11" on my ID, but I'm 5'10". And I like to say that I'm 5'12", though. Because, you know.
You know, I'm 5'10" on the ID. I'm 5'9". I'm straight up just... I'm kind of built like a tungsten cube, and I love it. It's I feel like a race car when I fall down the stairs after leg day. Shout out to yesterday. Anyway, I don't know why I said that. I am back in the booth. It is a sometimes you're just in the booth, and sometimes you're having too much fun. And I think that's not what a lot of these drivers are having. I was going to say that we've had some major struggles from other teams, and Chandler Williams, we saw giving people his struggles, just generally really quick, and we're seeing him approach now the Fear Nothing Moto McLaren ahead. Made a shot, unbelievable shot up the mountain. Passes on the mountain. This guy is fearless. I don't know how, what I saw earlier, how we did. I saw an hour of this race, and I was amazed at this dude like 3 times.
Yeah, this car in general has done a stellar job. Also, update on really tall guy. He is 6'8". He is, in fact, a really tall guy. I can confirm. That is an unlucky height for society. I'll just be completely honest. Society doesn't like you. It's not like as a person, but it's not built for you. Structurally.
I mean, if you're above 7 foot, you have a 1 in 24 chance to make the NBA. I don't know what it is at 6'8", but I don't know.
Is that a true stat, though?
That is a true stat, because 1 in 24 people in the United States who are over 7 feet are in the NBA, because there's not really that many of them.
I guess when you can dunk without jumping, you just have that inherent advantage, huh? You're just default good at basketball.
Yeah, I mean, if you're heavy enough to walk into the paint, bang, literally. But speaking of bang and clatter, Chandler Williams, hoping not to do that, has this car right up on the back end. We head up towards the mountain, looking for an ultimate pass. We head to the VP Ultimate section, and that beautiful, naturally aspirated Coyote engine just humming and singing in the ears as he chases down this British McLaren ahead.
5.4 liters of freedom, chasing down the little McLaren, and oh my goodness, this camera gives you a great perspective of the hairs that are being split between these two drivers right now. As this goes back all the way to the 1800s, pretty much. This is a battle as old as America itself. 1776, baby. Use that horsepower and go down the Conrad Straight and try to make that move.
Yeah, Jedable, I believe is how you say that. Anyway, the Fear Nothing Moto car is here in the draws theme right now is the American car on the left side. I mean, they're both, I believe, American drivers either way, or American teams rather. Either way, on the right side, Chandler Williams has made that pass quick and easy on the straight. The American horsepower really helping him out.
Indeed, you can hear the freedom sing along the way, and now he's free to unleash his pace as well. So double meaning in that regard. Here we see currently locked arms is going to be Santin and Casey. Casey getting the worst end of it for right now. Who was ahead the initial engagement? That I don't know, but I think it was Casey. I think that was the overtake successful for Dieter. Oh, and it's a send on a back marker in the final corner. Very compliant back marker, might I add. Great work all the way around. Now, though, down towards the hell corner, Casey Schutte not going to be too far out of the way. Santin not out of the woods just yet. In fact, he's not going to be out of the woods for another 3 hours and 16 minutes here at Bathurst.
Yeah, I mean, you can get out of the woods if you crash hard enough, but I don't think that's what Santin wants. I think they want that last 3 hours and 15 minutes. But that blue shell you see chasing down, Santin, though, has just been on a mark, quickly approaching, not quickly, more like a general march towards that Ferrari ahead. It was bound to happen with the pace difference, and now he's going to go try and chase that battle of the McLaren and the Ford ahead, doing a great job moving forward. And Santin, I think you may see in the top 7, top 6 come the end of this race, depending on how it shakes out between people clattering against the wall in the mountain. That is not what his Jay is doing a great job being a back marker for the Dutchman. The 999 car is quite the way.
Yeah, great job. Might be a bit of an overstatement. He's doing a job of it and didn't get hit, which is positive, but the car certainly has been through the ringer. And that is, I think, a bit of an understatement, to be honest. So I understand why he was getting out of the way. It's just a very dangerous spot to do it, unfortunately. But, I mean, I guess it had to be done in that case. You don't really want to just be an extra slow car down the mountain. It could cause even more chaos. So I understand. It's a bad situation to be in. And that's almost where you start in the back of your mind thinking, oh, do I return to garage? Do I return to garage? It's not worth it. It was the right call on their part. Just an unfortunate situation for Jan Stam and the 999 team as they lumber their way back down to pit lane and make their stop. Was that scheduled? That's what I'm wondering. No, they were 25 minutes into their stint. Certainly not what they wanted to find themselves doing at this stage.
Well, I assume I'll go great job still, because I assume if your steering wheel isn't straight, that was a pretty good job. Out of the wall, clatter, and pick up more damage when you didn't need that. Potentially having the RTG at that point would have really stunk, because you took the damage on the mountain, had to come down, and right in the end, you clattered against the wall trying to get out of the way. Good job to not do that, but obviously you hope for better, less damage along the way. But Casey Schutte slowly losing time on this Porsche ahead. Santin just doing a great job in that 91 car. A beautiful livery, might I add. I'm sure it's been said earlier in the stream, but this thing, it follows all the rules of making a livery. If you talk about sports uniforms and logos, they're very similar to how you use it in cars. Silver, black, and yellow. You have the high contrast color. You have those orange and red. Give it like a dry red, a red clay red on that car. It's a nice highlight to that bright contrasting yellow, and the gray and the black fit perfectly in. There's no extra colors. You don't need more extra colors, and the advertisements work beautiful on that E1 Sim Sport machine as Dieter Santin just on board here in that beautiful engine as he heads towards Skyline. Just watch how much commitment Santin has been putting towards this car. Just generally talent I've been seeing all night from him.
Terracotta would be the color, says Bubba Gumshire in chat.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I meant. I guess red clay is kind of similar, but lost 2 tenths there. Casey Schutte in that 10th there. Casey, longtime Trackalicious member, one of my friends who I've had the pleasure of speaking with, not recently, unfortunately, but the 42 car will move forward in that blue shell machine, closing in now on Santin. Found his pace. Maybe those tires have come under him just a little bit more.
And now trying to do his best blue shell impersonation and get it ever closer to first place. It's obviously no plans for his first contact, and into pit lane, though. That's smart. He had one more lap that he could have done if he wanted to. Dieter Santin will go for more than likely one more lap and then call Casey's strategy. He has the ability to go 2 more. He's currently at 1 hour and 4 minutes into his stint, so he actually has the ability to go 3 more if he really wants, and extend that stint, which I would like to see him do personally. I don't think Santin is under any threat necessarily in terms of losing the position long-term from Casey. I think short-term, it could be advantage to the 42, but I think long-term right now, if Santon just keeps his head on his shoulders, maximizes his laps and his stints, and tries to gain better tires later, he will be able to more than likely keep the position in the long run.
Yeah, he's obviously got some massive distance to the cars ahead, about 20 seconds, so, but has been slowly chipping into that. It was 25 maybe an hour ago. I mean, you can get in there. Obviously, accidents will and can happen here, and that's the best part about Bathurst is even when you go down, you can definitely still get back up because someone else is going to go down right there, right with you, and there's always another chance of gaining another position at Bathurst until the very last second, and it's a beautiful thing how fast things can change on this track. It sucks for a lot of the drivers when someone in front of you spins out and you clatter against them, completely ruin your race. But I mean, in the end, it's the fate of racing because the guy behind you just went up 2 positions after believing he didn't have the pace to get where he is.
Yeah, exactly. And the track, we've said it before and we'll say it plenty, is the fact that this is a cruel, cruel mistress. And it has been since its birth and iterations back in 1938. It initially was a 6.2 or a 3.8 kilometer track. The current layout, 3.8, 6.2 kilometers. So it really hasn't changed much on that front, but it has in terms of layout. It's still tackled the mountain, but the front stretch, or the back stretch, I should say, a little different to what you're used to. They added a chicane back in 1987 as well, due to some misfortunes, unfortunately, that had happened. Some high-speed accidents and the passing of Mike Bergman made that come into play. And in 1990, there were also a couple unfortunate fatalities that happened, so, you know, more safety improvements. And then in 2000, that's when the track kind of became its classic. They added the paddock area and upgraded the pit complex in 2002, and now, ever since 2011, we have the track that we know today with Bathurst in the 12-hour with the lighting poles that they put back in 2011. That was the most recent addition.
Yeah, and Bathurst is a road circuit. This is a street circuit, as you might be able to tell with the close walls, but this track, when it's not getting used for racing, is used for normal public, I guess, highway. I don't know if this would be a highway or road, but
people live here.
I mean, you see, yes, people do also live here. You can see that house on the right is one of those very such locations. But it's interesting to think about that last chicane and how racing has been impacted by the original Le Mans design, because that, you know, the 2 chicanes on that straightaway in Le Mans, those kind of straights were viewed as not dangerous and shorter, because when you're that when it's that little, when it's that little compared to how long Le Mans was, I mean, it's really interesting. It's like Daytona, the race obviously going on today. That back chicane on the other section didn't work. They would go right out of the infield and just go an entire lap of NASCAR and go right back into turn 1 after going on an embankment where you could go flat out in cars since the 70s. It's very interesting how track design has changed, especially with these kind of chicanes and how it's evolved at this point, but it's for the better, of course. I think it makes for better racing, A, and B, safer racing, which are, well, if you get both out of the same thing, I see no reason to never do it. So we'll never not do it. Whoops. But yeah, it's a really interesting thing. Track design has always been amazing, and this track has been maybe a bit limited due to, you know, the mountain existing, but they've done this is a beautiful track. This is one of my favorite tracks to watch. I never miss the Bathurst 1000. It's just truly an amazing sight for a race to ever take place, and I think that happens for a lot of tracks, but this is so special. It's such a scenic venue. It's one I want to go to. It's one I want to commentate for. It's definitely a bucket list. One day, hopefully, me and you will be in the booth here in Regal.
That would be pretty sick. No doubt, no doubt. But yes, no, this is, and of course with the safety as well, talking about the cars are just more safe nowadays as well. Back in the day, they added these chicanes because the cars were not really designed to travel 300 miles an hour coming out of banking of corners. That's just not, you know, safe. It's not speed that kills, it's really quickly decelerating. That's the one that gets you every time. So how do you stop that? You make them decelerate more, and then they don't have as high speeds. And that's the purpose of a chicane, is to make it so when you actually go into the braking zone, you're not traveling, like I say, like 200 plus miles an hour. And back in the days, those cars were not meant to do that for 24 hours, especially. Here, that was a nice little bout unfolding with Jakob Winter and David Leverrier. Oh goodness, David there to the outside. He thought about a look into the cutting, but that's never going to work out if you want a clean and concise overtake. Now going back up the mountain, Just settling in is the routine here. The 815 looking for potential weaknesses, but it'll have to be the Conrad straight for the next chance.
Yeah, and managed to keep that caller out of the wall. Oh, I'm going to stop saying anything right here before I curse it here. Coming down a Skyline, very high velocity. That BMW goes off, gets the overtake. And that's Jacob Winter, who pants maybe not as clean as the car is right now, but definitely a code brown. That was a massive shakeup of the rear end that nearly collided against the wall. That could have been very, very bad. And, you know, got a position out of it by the end of the mountain. So if I'm in that bright yellow banana colored machine, that's beautiful. And speaking of beautiful, Neil Kerbal chasing down that 91 car now. And we see different drivers now. It's Amos and Kerbal instead of the two drivers earlier. Kerbal maybe seeming a bit faster, really tailing that Porsche on the mountain, giving him some serious pressure as we head towards down to Skyline.
And now just settling in for the roller coaster and the long ride down and going for the front splitter here and see just how close Neil is going to get. You can see how much more discretion he has to have. The Porsche able to rotate just that little bit more than the Ferrari. But now, once we come on to the Conrad, a little deep there for the Porsche, and the Ferrari gets to unleash the 2.9 V6 engine that has two fat turbos slapped onto it, versus this little flat 6 naturally aspirated Porsche. Regardless, the Porsche, well, clearly quick enough to stay ahead with the slipstream. The Ferrari must be running a tremendous amount of wing. It's gaining now to the end of the straight. Dive to the inside of the chase. Side by side on exit. Neil Kerbal has overcooked it. He's going to have to try again.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it's just a boxer engine, but taking a page out of the B movie. The Porsche is faster anyway, staying on and keeping ahead. Maybe not for long, but it was prevented for a time. Neil Kerbal overcooks it. Good switchback move by Ames to, you know, keep it alive. And there's another battle going on right behind these two. I'm not sure if it's back markers or not, because the driver behind Neil Kerbal is Carson, who's not on the same lap as these two.
No, this is a back marker fight. You can see P18 and P16 battling. They're on separate laps from each other. Neil Kerbal, though, coming back to the outside. This is a bold move at the best of times, and you really need a compliant driver to your inside. Ames not going to give that one up. Kerbal forced to continue the issue here. He is not bucking the trend of actually getting by here. He's stuck in this routine right now behind Alex Ames, who is 306 the previous lap because he was fresh out of pit lane. His fastest lap is a 203.1 compared to the 204.2 of Neil. Wait, no, 203.5 of Neil. So with more potential speed for the 91, certainly not looking like that right now.
Yeah, and looking at it in kind of a aspect of holding up the other driver behind, knowing that you're not faster, you don't want to let them go by, because Neil Kerbal could easily overcook it. We saw it happen right at the end of that chicane later on in this track. This could easily go wrong for Neil Kerbal if he doesn't do it the right way. Ames does not want to give his position up. You have 3 hours left. You're in 11th. The guy behind you is not ahead of you, and you don't have to make it that way. Great exit from Ames. Has to keep Kerbal off, as he is just 5/10ths out, but you saw that. Ames was not going to let that position go, even with 3 hours to go. You shouldn't be any less aggressive if it's not going to hurt you, because Kerbal might be faster than Ames overall if he thinks that way. Maybe even it was just with the cold tires, but Ames can keep him behind and can force Kerbal into a mistake and move on anyway. The E1 SimSport machine is just looking at maybe a bit quicker than Neil has anticipated on that second lap. Overcooked it, and I think that might be his only chance if he can't find a way to keep pace with this Porsche.
He's keeping pace. He's just not showing us the overtaking pace that's required here. The pace is clearly there, but it's what he's doing with it. And this could be strategy as well. So Alex Ames currently has 64 seconds to Joshua Worley. That's not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly not going to be easy. 3 hours, though, we're about halfway into this race that we just started, but 3/4 of the way into the 12 hours. These drivers' fatigue going to be playing a role at a certain point. As everyone's had their go, every single driver has had a chance to wrestle the octopus that is the steering wheel of these cars, and now it's just about trying to gain as much as you can, but also setting those little micro objectives. You don't want to gain a lot quickly, unless obviously you have a some form of misfortune for someone else that gains you a lot. You don't want to be pushing the car past its limits. In the endurance race, it's all about keeping the balance and just keeping a calm, cool, collected head and not messing up. And right now, it's looked fairly good for Kerbal, and it's looked good for Alex Ames as well.
Yeah, and you're approaching it. Oh gosh, new Kerbal, a bit shaken on that way down, was slower than the car ahead. I'm gonna really slam on the brakes and maybe unsettled a little bit, but Ames still, again, it's keeping the pace, and like you mentioned earlier, is going as fast as Ames, but those sections in the mountain, Ames is maybe a bit slower in some parts, Ames is maybe a bit faster, and Kerbal was nearly lost that car on the top of the mountain, and you have to be careful when you're trailing as close behind someone as you are here. But this 91 car has done a great job sticking to its line, hasn't really made any mistakes so far, as we've seen it in traffic a lot, battling with other cars. He's been doing a great job just keeping it planted, keeping it simple, and just keeping it between the mayo and the mustard, as you would say, or you can have wearing on your body if you go look at the TRACKILICIOUS store.
Again, let me just clarify before anyone. I've always said this, and I will continue to say it till the day I die. That's not mine. That is John Wright's, the man that was in the booth earlier. I did steal that from him. So, this is just one of my stolen lines. I got to give credit where credit's due on that one.
Mike stole it before I started commentating, for a reference. You mentioned the race 2 years ago. I was 16, didn't even know I wanted to broadcast at that point. But that was not, I did not mean to make anybody feel old. I just realized I definitely did that to a few people. However, I've heard that race about Funk with the Jag, which I think the first time I've said that semi-correctly, but I've heard plenty of races at Panorama with Mike. I've casted plenty of races, and I've heard that a lot, and that just goes, there's some legends in this community. And I think winning at Panorama here, if you do it in an excellent way, and maybe in a way that you don't anticipate, your name is in the history books of a lot of friends and a lot of people that maybe it's not winning a timepiece at Daytona or Le Mans, but it's definitely still a special thing to do. It's not everybody that can say they win these kind of things, and it'd be amazing. And getting another position is just one way along the way for Chandler Williams, who's looking for that win. The number 3 car is putting some major pressure on David ahead of it. Oh my gosh. Chandler Williams is so aggressive and has done it so well. Hasn't hit really anyone's back bumper yet, but has made it real sketchy for the car ahead.
Eric? Yeah, I get it. I forgot. Okay? But you want me to do it right now? You know what? I'll do it right now. Fine, we do it live, folks. Continue the battle here, Carson. But fighting on here, Chandler Williams and David Cox. Going hard at it right now. I have to add a command in Nightbot.
Go check out that merch store. I haven't bought anything yet because I was going to, and I got lazy. Chandler Williams peeking down the inside, runs the wall a little bit. Not going to be a great exit for Chandler Williams, who did not really do well through Bentley. Maybe close it in a bit too tight. I lied. This guy is just getting exits out of nowhere. Chandler Williams has an opportunity to make the overtake here. Going to look towards that right side as Cox trying to defend it any way he can. Going to keep the inside line for him. Williams outside, squeezing him towards the left side, giving him no pavement to work with as he goes over and overtakes him. That was a nice straight for Williams, who got the overtake there, and moved on past David Cox. Now already 5/10 behind. This guy is moving up the field in a major way. It has some major time between him and 5th now as he takes 6th place and moves on generally pretty easily.
And a new command available, everyone. ! store or ! merch. Either one will work. So I'm there.
Yes.
That will bring you over to the TRACKILICIOUS shop, where you can purchase my face. And Lisa, Eric's wife, has requested to purchase my face. I'll let you take that one into context.
Yeah.
Eric won't post the link because Nightbot will not spam it. So trust me, it will work. Wait, it's ! shop. It's not store. Wait, it is
store.
No, it's store. It's not shop. Eric's
not
making
shop.
fun of me.
Ooh. Well, at least I mean, the command exists at the very least, but I will be purchasing Mike Nause's face to put on my computer so all of my classmates can enjoy dealing with what the heck is that. As we see a battle for podium, anyway, that's what you're looking at. Senators, the 627 car, is chasing down that Fear Nothing Moto machine ahead. We've talked about how they have been really a congressional quickness, but that BMW is going to watch that red and gray car just dive into the pits there, hopefully clean for them, but that's going to be the best way to do it as we see the pit phase kind of starting now for a lot of these drivers.
fairly on schedule there for Formato. About an hour and 5 minutes into his stint. It's a 70-minute stint timer, so leaving 2 laps on the cards there. Nothing to really be too concerned about. At this point, there will be no issue with having 3 stints to the end. It will be straightforward with a 70-minute stint timer, so no clever play required here. It's just going to be a straight-up war to the end. And Senatore has 53 minutes under his belt, so he can come in next lap to call the strategy of Formato, which might actually be advantageous, but I will suspect that Senatore is going to stay out, use all the rubber that he has here, or, alternatively, he could go for maybe a double stint. That could be clever. This is something that I don't think we've seen too much of yet. Everybody has, I think, taken a fresh set of boots each time around, but I'd like to see someone maybe go for a double stint.
Yeah, some news from Bubba Sunshine. The Mustang can't make the double stint timer.
Oh, the whole stint. It can't make the whole stint timer. Oh, interesting.
That is funny.
It doesn't have enough.
Really
it's too fuel thirsty. That is awesome.
That is really cool, actually. That's really cool.
that is awesome, to be honest. Okay, how long can it go? 65? I mean, that's pretty.
I guess it can go 65. It's 2 laps short because of fuel. Yeah, wow. 65
Can someone calculate the fuel efficiency for me, please? I need to know how many miles per gallon the Ford Mustang GT3 has.
So this is not a spoiler because I'm talking about the 2024 24-hour of Daytona. But I remember when I watched that car debut, I did not know I was watching it debut. I just wanted to see the race really badly. And I wasn't as big as endurance racing as I am now. But that car's pit stops, we were talking about it, me and my friend, because we stayed there all 24 hours. Its pit stops lasted 15 seconds longer, and I think it's because it needed so much more gas than any other car. It was taking a full tank every single time, as we see a tank slapper, Chandler Williams chasing down car ahead, whose the car just slammed against the wall. Williams trying to go on the prow here. You see the Jaws music maybe in that FNM car moving towards us. Williams chases them down the Conrad Straight.
Like the
Conrad Straight? Hold on.
Yes, like the the mythical Titan Atlas. Tyler Carr is wearing the weight of the world on my back. My goodness, I can't speak after 9 hours, it turns out, of commentary. A follow, though, from DJ Danes. Welcome to the team here at TRACKILICIOUS. Thank you very much for hitting that follow button. We've got to be getting pretty dang close to 2,500 at this point. Let me just double check that. 6 followers to go before we hit 2,500. Let's go.
Yeah, lovely community, as I will always say, and forever stand by with this group here. Really love you guys and the support. Thank you for the other follow, Mike.
That one.
Subscribe from Really Tall Guy. Wait, I can see that notice. Let's go.
Why did it give the default sub notification? That's weird. Oh, there it is.
There it is. Oh, someone else followed. Someone else followed at the same time. Okay. Anyway, speaking of following, Tyler Carr is about to get overtaken if he's not careful here. Williams, all over that back bumper. We've seen this pressure before. Look at how Williams is greasing there. Not too much. I think it was just in that back quarter panel of Tyler Carr. That did not look great. I think Williams may have put his car in the wrong spot, or Carr may not have seen it, but I'm fairly certain that was a slight maneuver.
No harm, no foul either way. Both cars getting away without too much issue. And it was Kantha with the follow, by the way. That's where we got confused. And then a Really Tall Guy with the Prime sub for 1 month. My goodness, that's almost a year. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, and welcome to the team, Really Tall Guy. We really appreciate you.
Your support is always welcome, and I may not be as here as often as I kind of hope, but yeah, traffic going to play a part here in this battle between Williams and Carr. If it's not careful, that Mustang ahead is quite damaged, to be honest, so I don't know how it's going to go. Tyler Carr may get by, maybe not Williams, so it could result in Carr getting some breathing room, much needed breathing room from Williams behind, who is honestly, I have not seen anyone more aggressive than this guy tonight. This is the ultimate every lap is the last lap race from Chandler Williams, but honestly, he's been doing great, and I think that was the first slip-up I've seen, and it wasn't a major one in any way, and maybe it just came from miscalculating where Carr was going to go, or that car was going to move right before he went left there. This is an interesting battle, because Chandler Williams does not fit this track in any way, shape, or form, but it's been forcing other drivers to be more careful and I guess force them out of the way. I can't imagine seeing Chandler Williams literally in your back bumper, less than a foot between your back bumper. It can feel good in any way, and he's going to have a good run here. Maybe better exit here than Carr. Maybe a move into T1 if he can really find a good exit.
No. Way too far. Way too far back to be making a move on the equal machines. That, yeah. 8/10.
Yes.
8/10 of a gap.
Here we go.
A little insurmountable. Even into the cutting here, having two Ford Mustangs go side by side would be optimistic at best. I have plenty of jokes in mind. I won't make them.
Yeah.
Yes,
we witnessed it last lap.
I mean, fair. Yes, that's true. But no, Chandler Williams here, he has done an incredible job of recovering. Keep in mind, he started in second position. He fell down pretty much to smack dab, not last, but quite far down the order early on and had repairs. So since then, it's been a plow through the field, and it's a plow into the barrier for James Cassaboon. Oh, monkey see, almost monkey do, but thankfully Mitch there gets himself out of trouble, and so does Jakob Winter. Slowly back out on the circuit here for James, and it wasn't too bad of a hit, all things considering. Chandler Williams has had a hit with Tyler Carr, it looks like, on the bottom of Forest Elbow. Let's go back and take a look. This is 20 seconds in the past here, and let's see what led into it. So on the descent down, let's try to get a helicam here maybe. Back markers involved. Hey, Chandler, you mentioned aggressive.
Yeah, that BMW was, I think maybe slowed Carr down more than Williams expected.
Well,
but
no,
I don't know. That's putting a car in a gap that's never going to work. I'm trying to find any justification I don't really like. Anyway,
I think that Chandler Williams predicted how fast Tyler Carr was going to be going at that apex just fine. He just thought that there would be more room than there was. Trying to take advantage of a back marker situation, and it did not work out. Definitely a little over-optimistic there for Chandler, but he's back on the saddle, immediately back onto the Mustang here and on the circuit. Look at that. Nice 3 American cars in frame there. Mustang 5, 6, 7, and 23. And they're all next to each other on the timing chart, so I guess you got to mention that.
Fair. I do like the aggression from Chandler Williams, but it gets to a point where you are faster than Tyler Carr here. You are just the quicker driver, and it's okay to wait until you get into that straight. You can get a better exit there, and misjudged, obviously, and maybe wasn't even intending to go for a move there. But, I mean, the aggression can really not go well. I know you really want to have that, and speaking of not going well, Balog the wrong way right now. A quick 3-point turn. Oh, beautiful. Just textbook. If you're looking to do a driving exam, that's exactly how you do a 3-point turn. Maybe a signal, but wait for the coast to clear and just did a great job there. That's textbook. That's a past driving exam. Carson Kass.
I'm surprised there was no blinker as well. It's not a BMW, so you don't need to worry about that.
I mean, you drive BMW. My friend said it possessed him and he stopped using his blinker. And I was like, that's not how that works. You just stop using your blinker. But hey, BMW driver's been doing great tonight. Very safe towards the top of the field as Chandler Williams lost some time to Tyler Carr there again. And that aggression again just really bit Williams in the tailpipe.
Yes, it certainly did. And an update on the fuel mileage. So according to Young Sweater God, it was maybe 8.2, but that doesn't sound right to me. And it definitely 1 also doesn't sound right to me. I remember a long time ago reading about hypercar fuel mileage, and I think I did the math for hypercars, and it was an LMP1 at the time, so it wasn't the GTPs. I calculated them to have, I think it was 3.5 miles per gallon, if I remember right. Which is not great at race pace. That's for sure, but hey, it gets them to the checkered flag after, putting a lot of fuel into the car.
14 full fuel pit stops, yeah. Efficiency was never the idea, Mike. It's always about going the fastest in the shortest amount of time between stints, and you have to pit anyway. I mean,
you got to prioritize your efficiency somewhere, right? Just not in your miles per gallon.
Well, if every race you got to pit somewhere in the 70-minute mark, Mustang said, "Hey, we don't really need this miles per gallon. Let's put it into the engine, maybe more output here." But this car is really interesting because it's feels like a spiritual spiritual. I don't know what the word sequel. Spiritual
Predecessor?
sequel. Bang, got it. Sequel to the Mercedes in the way like it's a school bus. It's a school bus that eats millions upon millions of gallons of gas and is really heavy. And it feels like exactly what the Mercedes GT3 would be, a new one in the modern era. And I miss it a lot of the time in a lot of series. And the Mustang is a gloriously good-looking car. And I have to say, I do appreciate its entry to the game and its entry to real-life endurance racing. And where I was going with all that is, you mentioned hypercars. I love a good backmarker situation. I love different classes of racing, and I think the Mustang has fit really, really well. And the teams that they've put together in real life have been beautiful. And you got to appreciate a brand putting money behind their projects.
Yeah, and also mentioning the fact they have a GT4 car as well, which in my opinion sounds even cooler than the GT3. If you guys haven't seen the new Ford Mustang GT4, then seriously go check out some of the recent GT4 races, because they are magnificent in sound. It wasn't GT World, no, it was they're WEC, aren't they?
They're IMSA too. They're
IMSA, though. They're IMSA.
Well.
Oh goodness,
Michelin
I had a
Michelin
50-50.
Pilot Challenge, yes.
Yeah, it's
They
WEC.
are, I
They're
believe,
IMSA.
in WEC this year.
They are in WEC?
So,
Okay, well, fair
they're in
enough
the
then.
WEC now, yeah.
Either way, check it out. It's sick. It sounds glorious, to be completely honest. It sounds like 50 bald eagles eating rings of cheese whilst shooting a 50 caliber rifle. I mean, it basically is the most American sounding thing that you could ever conceptualize.
Yeah, and I mean, they participate in normal GT4 races, but I think what you're referring to is the glorious Mustang Cup, which is something that do you know about the Mustang Cup?
No, I actually don't know about the Mustang Cup, so no, that's not what I'm referring to, but there's a Mustang who's gonna need a new change of racing trousers at the very least here. My goodness, Tyler Carr. Fear nothing. Well, he might fear the gravel trap now after that. It's a little bit of a spill. He gives the position up to Williams for relatively free. Chandler Williams says, well, thank you very much. I will take that one with both hands and walk away laughing.
Yeah, and asking in chat from 111, our commentary, how's the 888 doing? And the 888 is doing very well. Talking much about him, which is a good sign for your... What?
Superb is how he's doing.
Oh, superb. I just didn't hear what you said. I thought you said... Sorry. Apologies. But the 888 car is doing beautiful. They have been amazing. They are going to jump into the pits very quickly now after their section up top. But this is the best thing. When you hear your leader never talked about, that typically means your leader is doing everything right, and everything right Wilson Fernandez has done in the Vacuum Racing OR team machine. And, that's familiar with winning from where I've been in this facility. They've at least been winning for the last 9 months and been up there the last 9 months. So just a very good team that's been around TRACKILICIOUS for some time, and the 888 car is proving their mettle, to be honest.
What just happened here?
Terakov just came out of the pits behind Williams. That's a big development. Williams' pace has been quite quick. Now moving into 5th place, I believe, with that, as you watch the race off pit road. The BMW really trying to get everything they can, but just couldn't match it.
Williams still needs to pit, though. So he is out of sequence right now with Senatore, or Kuzya Terakov, who's behind the wheel now. So he will be pitting and losing those positions. Andrew Rados, Wilson Fernandez, and Ali Raza all still need to pit. Wilson Fernandez, he's currently doing that right now. So your top 4, all still needing to make their stops here. But Wilson Fernandez actually back out on circuit and still in second with 11 seconds to Ali Raza. And Ali, he will be down pit lane more than likely in the next 2 laps.
Yes. And, yeah, I mean, true what you said with Williams, but did not expect him to get out that far, even on this stint. As Tyler Carr, I believe, also needs to pit soon, correct?
Nope.
I have no timer, unfortunately. Does not
No,
pit
he's
soon?
good.
Did he just pit? Oh, sorry, there's like 3 groups in this upper echelon, and Tyler Carr is part of the no group, pitting with no group. There's no lap, really.
He's with Kuzya right here. This is battle for position currently.
Well, I'm saying he's with the other group. He's with Kucha's group right now. He still doesn't need to pit.
No,
So
correct.
the 11
Yes,
car-
correct.
Yeah, no. The 11 car is on its own with Terakov, I believe, right now in terms of timing. But
And Tyler Carr here thinking about a move potentially now into Hell Corner. This will be his best opportunity. We've seen a lot of drivers trying to send it into turn 2, into the quarry bend or mountain bend or whatever the heck you want to call it. Call it what you want. I don't really care. Either way, it's still a lot of drivers prospecting to try to find the gold, but unfortunately they've just been coming up dry, as did most prospectors back in the 1800s here in Bathurst, searching for their gold is, well, just in a different light, you might say. Tyler Carr stays behind and has to settle in for the ride up the mountain.
yeah, some good pace here. Unfortunately, I did not see it. Sorry about that. Very awkward moment. My PC was turning on and off, and I did not know what was happening. Gotta love this laptop. This is maybe the worst decision I've ever made buying this laptop, but I actually didn't hear... I could hear you, but you were coming through my Bluetooth speaker in my backpack for a second there, and I could not figure out what was happening.
That's okay.
Very sorry for that.
No
Tyler Carr,
worries.
anything but disconnected from Tarakov's back bumper as we're watching just quick, but Tarakov's tires are finally getting under them, and Carr has to, I guess, pick up the pace maybe a little bit on the mountain, get some time here, and get a better exit. Conrad, it would be a great opportunity for him with how close he has been to this back bumper of the BMW ahead. I believe themed off either the Need for Speed games or the Fast and Furious games, movies on that livery.
Yes, Fast and Furious, NCR, which was an abbreviation for something that was said earlier. What'd you say? Need for Speed? No. Either way, Tyler Carr goes alongside, goes for the move on to Terakov, and Terakov isn't going to fight this one. We've seen this before. Terakov gave it his all on the mountain, and as soon as the writing is fully on the walls, he just lets it go, which is absolutely the correct decision to be making. There's no need to battle because you still have 2.5 hours of fighting, and that will just end in death eventually. And we were talking about it with George Cooke. Choosing life is often the proper strategy in an endurance race.
Yeah, and
Need for Speed.
Yeah, I figured. It's, I believe, from the game Most Wanted, one of the most iconic racing games, arcade racing games that there is and ever has been. I've been playing it recently, actually. We have it, for some reason, in the console booth at Syracuse. I just have the disc, and I'm allowed to use it. So it's been cool. Gotta love those old arcade racing games. And it's a very weird difference playing a game like Forza than jumping into something like this, because this... it's kind of odd that there's this much variation in the genre. I don't think you really see that with any other kind of simulator in the sense of like racing and flying, that you get the kind of weird branch where there's people that want to take it as seriously as possible, and there's like the arcade games that are entirely different and you can play with your friends at any point. And there's a lot of overlap in the community, and that's something I guess I never really would expect, that somebody who likes simulation so much would really like those Need for Speed games. But I think that's where a lot of sim racers come from, who were there prior to the great 2020 Drive to Survive rush and gold rush, essentially, of this.
I think a lot of people before our time, Carson, were into a lot of those games, because that's like one, even Need for Speed is a bit old for my time, unfortunately. Like, I was a little too young and missed the boat on the Need for Speed Rivals. Yeah, like I say, I was...
Rivals, yeah.
Yeah, which was like kind of the classic one that everybody, I think, was pretty into back then. So I've never really been into, like, I grew up, for anyone curious, I grew up riding quads and motorcycles and go-karts, so I've raced since I was 3 years old. I was into every motocross game there was on this planet, basically, for the Xbox, the original Xbox at the time. So Motocross 2000 was my favorite game ever, so.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to dish you there. I thought it was funny. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. A lot of Gran Turismo, I think a lot of people really started their, I guess, racing with. I think that was pretty big for a lot of maybe a bit older generation than me. I didn't really get into racing games for a very long time until I guess 2022 was when I was really into racing games. And I don't know. It kind of came from a love of commentary as well, because you start watching racing because the commentators are so good. If you're a person like me who just loves commentary and was looking to learn something, I started out commentating NHL 17. I would sit in my basement and I would make a custom team called the Toledo Walleyes, which is a real team, but I would just make them in the game for some reason. I have no affiliation, or I don't even follow this team to this day. I never did, but I would play NHL games with them, and I would turn the commentators off on game, and I would commentate over it. And I think it goes to attest that we all have very weird origins. Not weird, very, very unique origins. And I think that's one part I love about this community is just the varying experience where everybody's comes from, the age difference. Everybody is so different that it creates this beautiful melting pot of a community where you have so many perspectives from so many places around the world and from so many different, I guess, periods and cultures. It's a beautiful situation with sim racing that we have, and I think it's one of the most globally connected communities I think there is.
Yeah, and certainly working on it as well was America gets more and more involved in the sim racing sphere. It definitely seems to be having a bit of a grip here in 2025, and I certainly hope that it does continue that trend as well. We've had a couple follows here in the meantime. We had a follow from Media by Amber, as well as Arrive ____. Thank you very much for the follows. Welcome to the team here at TRACKILICIOUS. Hopefully here soon, we're going to see some more battles, and it looks like we will. Lap times here are coming down. Tyler Carr, 201.8 to the 203 of Chandler Williams. So this fight still potentially in the mix here for later on. Kuja Terekov, I don't suspect Kuja's going to be able to catch this battle off of pace alone. However, if any incident happens, if either of these drivers tangle with each other, Tyler or Chandler, then he's going to be immediately in contention here for a potential, not podium, but fourth place, at least for the time being. Andy Borchers still in third with Andrew Rados in second. However, Andrew here will need to pit. He is currently at 1 hour and 6 minutes, so he can go one more lap if he would like. He might be able to go 2. I don't think he can, though. It'd be pushing it otherwise, so should be coming in either this lap or the next one.
Yeah, it depends on the strategy, of course. It should come out somewhere near to Borchers. I'm actually not sure where Borchers is, so don't check me on that, but yeah, probably behind Borchers if that's on top of the mountain. But Chandler Williams is that fight for a podium spot here, depending on how the rest of this race shakes out. But still has another thing in the mirror that he's going to need to deal with here. Some bad blood brewed earlier between these two drivers. Some contact, some not so great results between these two, and definitely picked up some damage between the two of them in their fight earlier. Nothing too bad, but we'll have to see how that goes. It's going to be quite interesting with Williams behind and see if, or Williams rather, Carr behind Williams. It's going to be very interesting to see just, I guess, where you move if you're Chandler Williams at this point, because not as fast, and I'm not sure where that pace has gone. Oh no, who was that in front? Oh my gosh. Monkey see, monkey do, as you would say.
Yeah, that's a bit dicey. I think that was Baulag in the Ferrari, unfortunately sitting down in P last on track 23 right now. Tomas there, getting a little out of shape on the grass and seems to be, well, back under shape and underway. We did see there Chandler Williams go into pit lane and Andrew Rados out in second right now, or third, excuse me, and currently it's a drag race between Tyler Carr and Rados. Carr with the advantage, Rados flashing the headlights. He's gonna have cold tires, so no real chance to make the send here, and he needs to remember he's on cold tires to make the corner. Thankfully he does. The GT3s, we do have tire warmers in this variant, but still not on the warmest rubber that you could possibly have, especially when it comes to the core temperatures.
Yeah, the last thing you want to end up is on that other rubber. Other rubber. The marble's on track, keeps it out of that way there. But Carr is going to try and give as much of a gap as you can. Sorry, I thought my building was like exploding. The loudest noise ever just occurred. Hopefully I didn't pick up on stream. Anyway, Tyler Carr gonna just try and get a gap here. I don't know how the pace is compared to Charles, but that Honda is not in a great spot right here. Really needs to make sure he keeps on pace even on these cold tires. Needs to put it forward, needs to get a little bit quicker as they try and chase down Carr. I mean, I don't think they're in any way the same pit formation, but doesn't want to be behind.
No, and right now it's almost looking more like Kuja Terekov's going to have a better shot of overtaking Mikhail Charles than Mikhail Charles overtaking Tyler Carr. The pace is changed. The shoe is on the other foot, you might say. And now with just about 2.5 hours left to go, the action heating up for our podium sitters. A little bit of drama in the background here. No, this is actually Decio Tezera into pit lane. I hope that's correct. I have honestly, I think that might be right. Carson, no? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say you don't want to weigh in on this one.
I had an existential crisis. You know, I had an existential crisis last night thinking about how many names I've mispronounced, and I tried to like do some math equation to figure it out. I couldn't do it. It was just too high. I'm unfortunately, I wasn't even gonna give that shot. The last thing I want to do is say it wrong, and I think that doesn't do the driver the respect in terms of me. But
Teixeira.
yeah, I mean, Teixeira.
Diso Teixeira.
Teixeira.
Decio, probably. Decio, no, that's also probably not right. Oof.
No idea.
All of my Portuguese brothers, I am sorry. I tried.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that's the important part. Is Charles, that back end has touched the wall, and you see those F1 cameras. They give the centimeter difference to the wall. There's a lot of drivers who have been taking that dangerously close to that wall, but I mean that's knowing your car. Charles, brief little tap there. We saw Eric Kassian almost slam into it earlier. I just thinking about how close he was up there, and a little dirt kicked out from Carr ahead. Is now Charles is about 2.5 behind. Terekhov has shaved off 7/10 from that to the distance to the Honda. That BMW is he's charging, and Charles might get overtaken if he's not careful.
Looking like there might not be any might about it, to be completely honest. I don't know. Kuja needs to pick up the pace, though, at a 2:03.3. Not the potential best that they could do. 2:02s are going to be what's required more than likely if they want the pace to, well, contend with the big boys up front. That's Mikhail Charles getting my back markers, and that's sort of what's keeping Kuja alive in this conversation right now. The problem with back markers is they work both ways. While your opponent will get held up by them, you also have to overtake them, meaning that you are eventually going to get held up by them yourself. So now Kuja having to deal with them. Looking at the pit stops, we're not going to see any pit stops for a while now. Everyone is good to go, minus Jakob Winter, who has to pit in the next 10 minutes. Other than that, everybody is good for the next 30, more than likely. So this is all the positions on track that you see are pretty much where they're going to stick in the proper orders.
And you know, I just thought of something that I meant to say earlier to you, but I'm just going to say now. We might, fairly interesting thing that I'm going to just drop the news on. We might have a bit of interesting information. I might have some Syracuse racers here under the Syracuse University esports branding that we might be jumping into Tracklicious sometime soon. So look out for them. Look out for those orange paint schemes. We're working on stuff, so I just remembered I was supposed to do that because I told someone I would. So there it is.
Heck yeah.
Sorry, Ryan.
That's awesome, though. Oh, and you're going to be with Ryan, too.
Oh, not that Ryan.
Not that Ryan. Not your fellow commentator, Ryan. Okay, not fair enough.
Wait, no, that Ryan? Sorry. I've introduced you to 3 Ryans. No, yes. That Ryan is, I think, slightly in on it. I don't think he is going to be racing, but I think he's helping me coordinate it. So it would be cool to get him to try, but I've never seen him drive in real life, but he strikes me as a bad driver. Hopefully Ryan is not listening to it, because I was going to say,
I hope Ryan's listening right now. You just threw your fellow commentator under the bus. For anyone curious and hasn't watched the Syracuse broadcast, first off, go check them out over on the Syracuse YouTube or Twitch channel. Carson over there in their new booth area, which looks sick, by the way. It looks awesome. All the camera work you guys do and all the esports lounge area, it looks awesome. And yeah, they're definitely cool broadcast tunes. If you're into esports other than racing, of course, as you said, Overwatch, Valorant, Smash, which was on the other night, and I'll be honest, I watched the Smash event. I have no idea what I was watching, but it was cool. I enjoyed it, so...
I was casting it. It's fun. It's a really fun game to learn because I have never done it and kind of turned out to be an emergency cast because just I had to do it and we don't stream it out to casters. So it was a situation where I had to do it in an emergency and it was so much fun. It was like this, where I was basically having a podcast talk while you run through it because that game goes so fast that you don't commentate it in a regular way. You kind of call it as you see it, talk a little bit more about strategy. It feels a lot like racing, but for the opposite reason.
I actually agree. When I was watching, I was thinking the same thing, as it did feel like more of a race-style broadcast, but then with the added element of the fact that I have no idea what I was looking at on screen with all the flashing lights and colors and flying off the screen and numbers increasing and KO and it just happens so quick. Look, to anyone that plays Smash, more power to you. I've never actually been a Smasher myself, but yes.
The streams Monday through Wednesday are a lot more digestible if you're not into Super Smash Bros. But Monday will be COD, I believe. Our COD team does not play in the Power Esports Conference, which is an initiative built by Syracuse University, Michigan State University, and Boise State University, who run the Power Esports Conference, hoping to get bigger schools involved in esports, and that's exactly what's worked out. Those are Monday through Thursday. Those are all those things. COD plays in their own separate thing because COD is not attached to the PEC, and they just went against Navy, and I believe they fell to Navy. They're a really good team. Braden, who I definitely didn't send this stream to, is a very talented COD player, and Ryan, the other caster, Blankenhorn, is a Overwatch coach actually, and is not primarily a caster, but does a lot of casting in the absence of some other individuals. And yeah, I mean, it's a great university. I would recommend checking out Syracuse University Esports any stream you can. The production value is so high. I honestly think it's the future of collegiate esports, and it's something to look at down the road, but it's a super cool program that I'm so happy to be a part of so early in my broadcasting career and my esports career, as hopefully I'm going to work a little bit more in the sim racing side, hopefully not driving, but that may be what it came down to.
Question in chat, how many channel points to commentator Curse Kelly? I don't know if it works like that, but Andy Borchers has binned it looks like, or at least binned someone, or somebody's been binned. All right, let's take a look. Maybe before we point fingers, let's look at the incident, all right? Up the hill, we have a Porsche. This is actually going to be the 314, I think, of Rousseau, who's done an incredible job. Hey, you can't lift off the throttle there, Rousseau. Hey,
Yeah, I mean, the intentions were good, but that was not the way to do
Yes, exactly. I think that's the perfect way of putting it. Intentions were there, but that was not the intent. That was not the spot to do it. In fact, really surprises me that we see that from Rousseau, because earlier on, Rousseau made a very similar move where he was in front of one of the lead drivers, and rather than just handing the position over immediately, he stayed ahead the entirety of the mountain sector and waited till the Conrad to allow the overtake, which was absolutely, I said at the time, the right thing to do. And this time, he tried to be a bit nicer, and he got... Nice guys finish last, unfortunately. This statement is true in multiple regards.
Remember, guys, never be kind on a racetrack. That's actually not at all what you should do. You should be very considerate of those if you are a blue flag. But it's different than F1. You don't have to move out of the way immediately. You can move out of the way when it is safe, and I think at any point on the mountain it is completely fine to say, I think completely reasonable to say, it's not safe to move out of the way on the mountain if you can't do it. If you're a driver that doesn't believe you can safely stay offline in a way that not going to impede on somebody else, I mean, there's 3 drivers behind him, all nip and tuck together. That's a tough way to do it, and that's a tough way to go, and I think it's fine keeping those drivers up. That's part of the game, and it's unsafe on the mountain to go offline, and yeah, as we're going to jump on board some Anthony Kelly action, that beautiful McLaren engine, as I've heard a lot of it, the Audi Sport section as he climbs up the mountain.
Up through the cutting and Reed Park into Solomon Park, where you slowly tip it in, flat out the whole way in these GT3s, up to 5th gear. Now, trying to get ready for McPhillamy here. Slight little lift of the throttle. It's easy flat in qualifying trim, but in the race trim, it can be deadly. Get it stopped in time for Skyline, through the S's, into the Dippa. Then after that, it's all about keeping it out of the barrier, not wanting to tap any one of these walls because you'll go ping-ponging down the mountain quicker than you could ever imagine. Through Forest Elbow, bit of a snap there. Definitely the tires seemingly a bit worn on the F&M Endurance Evo. But now it's time to settle in. Look in your mirrors, look at your dials, listen to the car. How does it feel? How does it sound? And exactly, basically just give you a chance to take a breather as well. Take a sip of water before you have to lock up and get ready to dial in for the chase. Heaviest braking zone on the track. Back onto the accelerator early. Right-hander down to the next straight for Murray's Corner to finish the lap out at Bathurst.
Just a beautiful lap, and Mike, as Anthony Kelly hits the line for the presumably 400th time tonight, as we've gone 10 hours now. Unfortunately, my time here has come to an end. I unfortunately have a meeting I have to go to, so I very appreciate giving me another opportunity in this booth to just talk my podcast and ramble, as I love to do, especially on TRACKILICIOUS for some reason. But thank you so much for everybody in this community for the support that you've given me over the year. And I'm approaching my 1-year anniversary of being here, but it's
Is it actually?
been a beautiful thing. Yeah, it'd be February 13th was the first time I casted here.
Yo, let's go.
So I guess we'll say happy birthday in a way to me, as I actually will be in. Actually, I don't think I can say that. Whoops. Anyway, continuing on, but thank you so much again, Mike, and thank you so much to the community. Lots of love for you guys, and good luck to the drivers. Last 2 hours and 21 minutes of this excruciatingly painful panorama punching bag that seems to hit the drivers in a way that I could never understand doing for 12 hours, but have to admire it. Have to admire everybody here. Thank you so much for the final time. And that will be, I think, my end. So thank you.
Thank you, Carson. Carson Kass, everybody go check him out on socials. Carson, post your socials in the chat, please, when you do head out of here. That would be appreciated, so people can go and follow you and find everything that you are doing, all of the various articles you're writing, and everything that Carson is getting up to these days, because it's awesome, and he is a young lad doing cool things, and you should go and follow him if you're not already. Whilst you're doing that, in fact, actually, hold up here. Exclamation, do I have this? Ah, look at that! Exclamation mark Carson, you can go and find his X there. And exclamation mark Mike, and then there's mine. Sorry, Carson, your links aren't as deep as mine. You can post any there that you want to, but there's Carson's X.
I don't know if I need my LinkedIn, but the X is kind of the only place I really do anything. My Instagram is really not interesting, but that's going to be all from me, folks. And that's me standing up, so bye-bye.
See you, Carson. I will be still here, folks, and Saagar Bakshi will be joining me eventually. At some point, Saagar will, I'd imagine, be here, as he's currently muted, and we will be getting into it, I'm sure, very shortly. Hopefully, Saagar is around and not asleep, as he was when we watched the Daytona MX-5 races. And David Christie, Saagar, and myself were watching the night Daytona race at the MX-5s on Thursday, and Saagar did, yes, fall asleep during it. I will out him for that. But he is not here right now. I've dragged him into the booth, and I was hoping he would just magically respond. He didn't. He didn't magically respond. So, with that, I will be solo bolo for the next little bit here. Chat, hope you all are having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. Anthony Kelly has been cursed. Oh no, who wished Squashmonger? What have you done? Let's take a look. Through McPhillamy Park, drama strikes the number 7 Fear Nothing Moto, and it's completely unforced. Too much curb on the inside. The car starts to turn left, and it does not stop. Oh goodness, what has happened when we come back? We're going to be going immediately into another replay, folks. I will tell you that right now, because Noah is back into pit lane. Why is Noah into pit lane? I suspect it has something to do with a rolling Fear Nothing Moto car. Oh no! Oh, you gotta hold your brakes. Oh, Noah McComber from 12th position clatters into Anthony Kelly. Anthony's still stranded, by the way. He has not moved. Finally, he's gotten moving, sends that Ferrari wide. Anthony Kelly. Oh, you hate to see it. I guess it only costs 100. Yes. The hydrate definitely took care of it. You hate to see it in every single word, every single stretch of the imagination. Honestly, the car looks fine. Okay, I take that back. The car looks less fine. Bad situation for Anthony Kelly. Very, very gutting. Because that was a battle as well that we had. We do have a redeeming onboard lap here for Neil Kerbel. We'll go on board with him for an entire 3.6 miles here at Bathurst, or close enough. Up the mountain we go. Neil Kerbel has found himself a position for free, and that free position is Anthony Kelly. So gaining a little bit of ground here into the top 10. Alex Ames about 3 and a bit seconds up the road. Neil sent it through that collision. I don't think that was... oh, you wanted to see the livery. That's all right. We'll do a full onboard lap and a livery deep dive if that's the case. Then, yeah, I can read. Neil, though, I don't think that was Neil that sent it through it. It was the... Who was that? That was the number 5 is who that was. Who is currently piloted? Rod Skyhook. That was the superhero Rod Skyhook that made it through, using his Skyhook to grip the Bathurst barriers and pull himself out of drama immediately. For anyone who wasn't here earlier, you have no idea what I'm talking about, and now you are confused. We'll leave it at that. Skyhook, though. The hero that nobody asked for, but that we all needed anyways. Sorry, Rod, I just like your name. Nothing, no ill will against you or anything. Neil Kerbel, though, finishes the lap, and now we'll dive into the livery. So this is a Neil Kerbel special, believe it or not. Neil actually made this livery, and if you yourself want to get yourself a livery made or commissioned, contact this man here, Neil Kerbel. He does an incredible job, as you can see. All sorts of liveries that he's made for multiple people in the community, and you can see them on display throughout various Trackalicious leagues as well. I think Moriko Yatanashi had one done by him, and a couple others as well that I'm drawing a blank on exactly who. But Neil here bringing a corker to the show. There's a green shell livery, there's a red shell livery, and a blue shell livery, in case anyone was curious, because of course there is. Surprise in 30. Surprise in 30. Rain in 30. Oh! Rain in 30 minutes, folks. This is going to get exciting. Look at the positions on the left right now. That's what I want you to do. Picture them, get a good idea of what they look like, and now in 1 hour's time, I want you to look at them again and realize that they're probably not going to be in anywhere close to the same order. Things are about to get spicy. And very quickly, the rain at Bathurst can come in monsoon conditions. The one notable feature is it is still 28 or 29 degrees track ambient and 30 degrees nearly track temp. So we'll be very interested to see how that's going to play out. And I also am now very interested to say that I have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Saagar Bakshi into the booth with me. Saagar, how are you doing?
Living the dream, Mike Nause, living the dream. It's the 12 hours of Bathurst, and I get to commentate with one of my good friends, Michael Nause, and enjoy the rest of this amazing broadcast. Thank you very much for having Mike Nause. Welcome to the Trackalicious family, everybody. We've got a ton of new followers joining us today, and if you're just new to the Trackalicious family, this is something that we do quite often. To make sure you stick around and find out when the next Trackalicious event will be happening. And of course, you can find yourself on the broadcast or on track yourself for the next wonderful event.
Ooh, looks like you're getting thrown into the mix here, Saagar. You show up, and all of a sudden we have two battles developing in front of our eyes here. This is João Torres and Anthony Kelly. Anthony has gone through strives, if you just caught it, making big contact with, well, the wall, as well as parking it in the middle of the dipper, and then getting taken out every which way to Sunday. Still, though, back out on track and now battling with João Torres. There's also a Thiago Dinarte and Kevin Blanchette fight. And actually, oh my, Thiago Dinarte is looking to get moves on early here. This is a back marker that he just made it by, but I don't even know where to look right now because everywhere I look, there's things happening. And there we go, João Torres gonna get the move done. That makes it very easy because now we can focus on Thiago.
Amazing. And Mike Nause, you know better than to call it the Dipper. It's called the Dipper.
The Dipper. My apologies. Also, a raiding party of 3 from Buggy 410. Welcome, Buggy. One of the drivers that I had pinned as an overdog for the Stream Racer event earlier, but unfortunately, I'll just be honest, you didn't deliver.
Stream Racer from earlier, was he racing as part of the team?
Well, so Saagar, in case you missed it, and for anyone that's just joining us as well, welcome. This is the 6 hours of Bathurst. Unfortunately, kind of not really. We had a 5.5 hour qualifying session, if you want to call it that. 5.5 hour race before the servers decided to explode, and we had to restart with 6 hours on the clock.
It wouldn't be a Trackalicious event if the servers didn't magically decide to explode.
I wouldn't go
would it,
that far. No, that's not true, but it definitely is an unlucky and unforeseen consequence, and on top of the fact that my stream, or the stream died earlier because my internet had work done on it, allegedly, and then they reset my modem on a Saturday, which is like, thank you, Xfinity. Yeah, thank you. Anyways,
wow.
Enough ranting aside, Thiago Dinarte and Blanchette.
Thiago Dinarte, best lap around was a 201.6 compared to a 202.445 from Blanchette out in front in the 5.85. Blanchette's got a 10-second penalty from earlier on in the race for a collision with the 296 at the top of the hill and tumbled down the order, so expect Blanchette to light a fuse underneath his seat and fight his way forward, or at least fight for this position like his life depends on it, because he probably feels like he is not supposed to be here down in 6th place. He feels like he should be up next to Kuzia Terekov about 40 seconds up the road after serving that additional 10-second penalty.
Yeah, and that 10-second penalty, plus the contact, plus the second 10-second penalty? Was there 2? No, I don't think it was 2, but there definitely was 1. This car has gone through strifes in this race. It's been a bit of a challenge, but they've made the best of a bad situation and plowed their way back up through the field. They started in 2nd in the 6-hour race, I guess, that they made their way through the field quite well in the first bit. Holy smokes, got to be careful though not to put it in the wall. The Ford Mustang will in fact go flying if you do so, and then your car will be wrecked and your day will be ruined. Thiago Dinarte though, pushing like a bat out of hell right now. Kevin Blanchette's going to be sweating like a cow in a burger joint.
That was just a kiss, Mike Nause. A little glance against the wall, no harm done. And of course, the no time gained big red flag popping up for the drivers. They're not getting a track warning for having a small glancing blow with the wall there. Thiago Dinarte still charges ahead. 202.2 the last lap around. Kevin Blanchette, 202.4. The time is going Thiago's way, but unfortunately, a little bump with the wall will slow him down. Wilson Fernandez, though, with the fastest lap of the race, for this stint at least, 202.207. And he just completed that one on that last lap, and he's got purple sector times glooming.
202.9 on this lap. He's still pretty much one of the quickest drivers on track. Actually, Tyler Carr, somehow quicker in the number 11 Fear Nothing Moto. Energy as well, given to Andy Shures. Not sure why why Twitch decided to block that out. but it did, so apologies for that. But yes, Andy Borscher is currently sitting second position right now with a little bit of damage, it is to be said. I wonder how that was had. I don't think we caught that, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the balance too much. He stays out and continues to lap within the 202s. Keep an eye, though, on the Thiago Donate and Kevin Blanchette fight, because this one is not going anywhere. This is the North American-South American duel as it stands.
Yeah, Thiago Dinarte is partnered with whom? I'm checking. We are checking. Well, I know Kevin Blanchette is partnered with Carlos Guzman and Kyle Heslin. Thiago Dinarte in the number 3 will be partnered with whom?
Chandler Williams.
Chandler Williams. Those guys are awfully fast and paired up together. And I believe they raced under the West Coast Wednesday flag, so these guys are no strangers to the Ford Mustang. And they're doing very well in that championship themselves, but Thiago Dinarte getting hit with a 5-second penalty. Is that new, Mike Nause?
Yes. I am checking.
No.
I am checking.
We're looking. Rejoin. Number 3 reversed onto track and forced the 815 to take evasive action into a wall. Minor penalty for the number 3, it looks like.
Fair enough. Down to the inside, though. He's trying to make that time up immediately, and he's going to get the position. Now, the open road ahead of him. Let's take a look. When does he need to make a pit stop? Not for the next 40 minutes. So, definitely will be able to stretch his legs out and probably extend the gap more than 5 seconds over Kevin Blanchette. That would be the goal, of course. And looking at lap times, it won't be too hard to do. A 2:03.3 compared to a 2:04.1.
And wow, this is an epic battle. Thiago Dinarte trying to earn that 5 seconds back up on track once he got around Kevin Blanchette. I'm sure Blanchette saw the 5-second penalty pop up and thought, you know what, you can go ahead and drive your own race at this point in time. I just need to stay within 5 seconds touching distance of you. With 2 hours and 5 minutes left to go, we still have a haul of pit stops remaining for the drivers, and we've got pit stops still going to be pushing. I believe that'll be 3 pit stops for some drivers, 2 pit stops if you play your cards right.
Yes, exactly. At this point, we are all good for 2 pit stops, no matter what, I think. If with 70-minute stint timers, you would be pushing. I mean, yes, it technically things could go theoretically wrong, but more than likely, at this point, 2 stops will be good. And if we make it 2 more minutes, basically, or 4 more minutes, then it will be no issue, all things considered, for really anybody. Chrono also out of the car, and now this one was for a small. This one was for a small incident at Forest Elbow. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Chrono. But the weather will make things interesting very quickly. 30 minutes away, the rain.
The rain has come.
Is that the budget Beatles song by Saagar Bakshi?
No, this
Here
is
comes the rain.
I can see clearly now. Oh wait, no, that's The Rain Is Gone.
That's The Rain Is Gone. I thought you
Wow.
were going for like a Here Comes the Rain, doo-doo-doo-doo sort of thing, you know? But that's okay.
Like Here Comes the Sun, but Here Comes the Rain.
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I thought
there.
you were going for, but clearly I played myself.
No. I'm just singing the wrong song. I apologize.
That's a 5-second penalty, according to Professor Kenotis.
Oh, straight from the steward's mouth himself.
Oh, he actually was
Small
talking
incident
about...
at Force Elbow.
He was actually talking about the 5-second penalty for that. But either way, that deserves a 5-second penalty, Saagar.
My singing deserves a 5-second penalty.
Yes, now he's caught on.
That's harsh. That's harsh.
5-second penalty for Esteban Ocon then, or at least 10.
Oh, that's harsh, Mike Nause. That was some good
It was a
stuff.
low blow.
I was spitting fire there for a minute.
I wouldn't go that far, but it was a low blow.
Oh, below the belt, Mike Nause. Below the belt. That's hurting my ego. I'm here to replace Carson Kass. See, I knew it. Carson Kass stole my thunder He was so good that I could not replace the greatest commentator of all time. R.I.P. Carson Kass.
Rip Carson. Rip Carson, everybody. He's gone forever.
Chat for Carson. He's
not.
Forever remembered.
No, of course. A big thank you to everyone that is joining us here. I see we still have 62 people in chat, which pretty impressive, honestly. We have 3 followers remaining as well to 2,500. I wonder if the AC EVO stream title has increased our viewer number. I feel like it has. I feel like my clickbait has worked, and I don't apologize to anyone that fell for it.
A lot of people ended up falling for it, and a lot of people came in very upset about it, by the way.
That's fine. Clean Twitchin', thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the team here at TRACKILICIOUS. 2 more to go. Who is going to be the 25th 100? As you should. Thank you.
Incident for the number 5 Rod Skyhook. Was Tyler Carr involved in that? Just going slow through the sector.
Yeah, I think Tyler Carr got by is what it looks like. Let's take a look. What happened to Skyhook here? The superhero Rod Skyhook puts a tire too wide and spins around, taps the front end. That's going to make the balance of that car very uneasy. Tyler Carr has had an incident further down the hill. We're going to have a second replay once we come back, because he's been caught up in something else, it looks like. So this is Tyler Carr on another replay down the mountain, currently bottlenecked by unlucky. That's the 721 of Jan Ondaris, and there we have it, folks. 2,500 followers. What's Buggy? Thank you very much for the follow. And Her Frosty, the 25th 100 follower of TRACKILICIOUS. Welcome to the team. Thank you guys so much for your support. It genuinely means the world. We've had so many followers in this stream. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everybody, for the love and support. Welcome to the TRACKILICIOUS family! !SimGrid! Discord to get yourself involved in all of the TRACKILICIOUS action on the racing circuit. Tyler Carr is finding himself getting by the Aston Martin to the left of him right now, but that Aston Martin, that 999, does not want to let up. That'll be Koski, who he's getting by. I won't even try to pronounce that first name. I apologize. Juho?
It's Finnish. It's Finnish, which means that it's going to probably have 2 more syllables than required. So, with that in mind, I would think Juho. Yeah, Juho. That's what I would go with. Juho Koski. I think.
It is.
Any Finns? Any fellow Finns in chat? I'm not a fellow Finn. I'm sorry. I can say fellow Italians. I'm not Finnish. Any Finns in chat?
We have someone from Switzerland.
Awesome. Let's go. How could you? I guess like ciao. Is that how I would greet you? Or like hallo? Danke schön? I don't know. Something.
You're just taking stabs in the dark, Mike Nause. You're just trying.
Well, I don't know any French, so I can only do 2 of the 3.
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend? Is that?
Hello.
Yes. Yeah, hello. Okay, see, it would be hello. See, at least I had on my second try, I was correct. It depends on where they're from.
Why'd you say hello?
Hello?
Like hello there.
Hello. Hello. I don't know, because I don't know how to speak German. Thank you very much to Nexp for the follow as well, and a hydrate to boot. That is required, actually. I am in need of a hydrate.
Indeed, myself as well. Grüezi. This is Swiss German.
Okay, gotcha. Swiss German. Yeah. So I unfortunately am not going to be too much help in this one. Then I wouldn't be help anyways. I'll be honest. If it was Italian, it wouldn't matter. If it was German, I'm pretty screwed either way. I'm pretty American. In case you guys couldn't tell. Alexal Teriso 2. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the team. So Grüezi means hello in Swiss German. I'll be honest, I don't think I'm going to remember that. I will try to commit that one to the memory. Grüezi means hallo in Swiss German. That's, I mean, at this point, I'm almost where I can have a vertical line of saying hello in Europe, if that makes any sense. So if you were to put a map and I could draw a line through 3 different countries, I could say hello in their languages, so.
Does England really count for saying
I'm
hello?
not counting England.
Oh, okay then.
England's not in line with Germany.
What?
Have you looked at a
We're
map
not
of
getting
Europe?
into this. We're not getting into this conversation again.
I said, when was the last time, bro? It's above France, man. It's not above Germany.
I'm not getting into this conversation again about where Germany is located on a map of Europe. Been there, done that, lost that war. Just like,
Guten
anyways,
Tag
we won't
also
go
does
there.
mean hello. Also, it's probably more of a Guten Nacht for you guys at this point, is it not?
Well, true that. It is late in the evening. It's probably at least midnight in Germany or in Switzerland.
Is it actually? Yeah, I think you're actually right. It would be midnight. Yeah, wouldn't it? I think it's 1:09. Okay, so they're an hour ahead. Yeah, that makes sense. So they're 9 hours ahead. Okay.
And I just saw someone
What are you doing up?
What are you? What's going on here? Says Mike Nause.
You awake watching a Trackalicious stream at 1 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. First off, I'm not complaining. But you know, Guten Nacht at a certain point. That's
Casey Swansiger, the 314 coming into the pit. It looks like. And I just saw Alex Amez, who's teamed up with Bernard Bendel in the number 91 in 9th place, just come into the pits. And that is a bruised up Ford Mustang that still needs to take a pit stop. But yes, Bernhard Bendel, the E1 SimSport number 91. I don't know what flag that is, Mike Nause. Bequeath me with your European knowledge and enlighten me on what flag you see.
Lithuanian? No, not Lithuanian. What am I? It's right next to them. That's Austrian? Yeah, Austrian flag, right? Googling quick. Yes, Austrian flag.
We are checking. We are checking.
Yeah. It's the Austrian one. I don't know why I said Lithuanian, considering it's not even freaking close to the Lithuanian flag on any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, you know, my flag knowledge, testing it, and definitely trying to keep myself honest on that one. I did know every single flag at one point in time. I don't know every single flag anymore. I'll be honest, I still know a good majority of them, but the occasional ones catch you out, you know? I will say the fact that the Romanian flag and the Chad flag are the same still makes me upset, but we don't have any Romanian drivers, so I don't get to say anyone's from Chad this time.
No one's a giant Chad. Bernard
Whoa!
Bendel having an incident?
Who has gone off right there? That was Mark Burton? No, that was Bernard Bennett. Neil Kerr. Who was that? Wes Romery? There's a Ferrari. I can tell you that it was a white Ferrari. Did anyone see any takers for a white Ferrari flying off the circuit? No one? Okay, let's go back on Neil's perspective and see who that was. Oh, we missed it. Shoot.
And we missed it.
One of these guys. Let's just click on every driver until we find a white Ferrari that's crashed.
Or Frosty says it was a white Mustang.
Oh, was it the white Mustang? Was I just... It's a white horse.
It's a white horse.
Close enough, right? So it was Mark Burnon then. Or Buren.
You hungry there?
Merrick Buren. Yes, I am quite hungry, Saagar. I haven't eaten since the start. I woke up at 5 a.m. and ran a live stream, and I have not eaten since. So yes, I am quite hungry.
Oh man, Mike Nause, I apologize. I shouldn't have brought it up either. And I told you that I got home and I brought some food home with me.
I didn't even
and
think
you
about
must
it
have been
when
like,
you mentioned that.
You son of a gun.
I actually didn't. Now that you've mentioned it, I definitely am thinking about it. But when you mentioned it before, I didn't actually think about it. It didn't even cross my mind because I was just too locked into the stream. But yeah, now that you've mentioned it, I am quite hungry, and I am out of caffeine, folks, if you can tell by this empty shaker bottle sounds.
The empty shaker bottle. I thought you were rattling something around. I was like, what is Mike rattling? Oh, yeah, that's a shaker bottle, of course.
That was me finishing my caffeine.
with 1 hour and 53 minutes left to go. We've not got too much left to go in this race before we see the waving of the checkered flag, and Mike Nause can finally get his rub-a-dub-dub on in the tub. Maybe not in a tub.
I don't think I'm going to be eating in a tub, Saagar. I think I'll be eating at my desk, which, you know, is not ideal, but it is what it is. We eat at the desk sometimes. It's fine. Tyler Carr into pit lane, a very hot pit entry, but thankfully the actual pit entry board is a ways up the road, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue to pick up a not pick up a stop go 30 penalty for speeding in pit lane, which we haven't seen too much of.
That's surprising too, because a lot of drivers like to cut that chicane a little bit, like we just saw that driver cut the Hell's Corner there. But a lot of drivers like to cut that chicane pretty hard and fast, and then if you cut it, you'll obviously get debris on your tires and then might not be able to straighten out to get to the braking board. So you know what, Mike Nause? I think a lot of people have done one thing, and one thing that you absolutely love. They practiced their pit entry.
They did, and we have a face cam Fiesta reveal. I tell you what, I'll humor the folks. I don't actually have a button set up for it right now. Oh, I should probably turn my other light on. There we go. Now I look normal. I was trying to be a little easier on my eyes rather than staring at this bright light bar that's right off to my side for 12 hours. I decided to turn it off when I wasn't on camera. I still have my other 2 ring lights on the whole time though, so, you know. But yes, hello folks. This is my tired face on screen right now. Been at it for a while, but here we go. We're getting down to the closing sectors of this race, and the battles, well, they're kind of spread out, to be honest. It's looking like the top positions are going to be pretty hard-pressed to move around. Andy Borscher's 42 seconds ahead of Mikhail Charles, and Kuzhiterekov about 18 seconds behind Charles, so potentially on fire. Don't forget to hydrate. I don't got anything in here, unfortunately. This bad boy's empty, but we do have the average-sized water bottle, folks, so... Oh, that's unlucky. It just sprayed water all over my second monitor. I shouldn't have done that. That's... Yeah, we'll deal with that later.
And you can get yourself a giant Mike Wasp water bottle thanks to our brand new sponsor. No, if you have a giant water bottle company and would like to sponsor us here at TRACKILICIOUS, please reach out. Mike Nause is in desperate need of capturing as much water that California uses an entire year in one go at it. And I think we just saw, who was that? That was the 3rd place car of Tyler Carr, and they switched it up to Mark Anthony Landry potentially. We are checking.
Yeah,
Mark Anthony Landry, yes.
Mark Antoine Landry now behind the wheel.
And they're in 6th place now. And Michael Formato in that team also for the F&M boys. And hopefully they're not going to be able to make it to the end now. So not doing the stint to the very end. They will obviously need a splash and dash due to the stint timer to get it to the very end, unless my math is egregiously wrong. No, my math is right. They'll have to take another pit stop to get to the end.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take 2. But some will, not everyone, but yes, no, most people at this point will have to take at least 1 more pit stop. But yes, folks, if you guys are curious and you do want to pick up a water bottle, we have a TRACKILICIOUS branded hydrate bottle at the store. So it's not a giant water bottle, unfortunately. It is not a half gallon. Wait, this is a quarter gallon, I think. I think we established this was a quarter gallon, not a half gallon. It is 64 ounces. So I'll let you do the math. I don't know. How much is in a gallon?
Twice the size of my normal regular bottle.
Yeah, well, how much is in a gallon, though? This is why the metric system's superior, by the way, chat. I can tell you how many liters are in a friggin'... Or how many milliliters are in a liter, but I can't tell you... He measured it? I just read the bottom of my water bottle, Chrono. It says it right here. Look at that. And you can also... Look, that's the water bottle compared to my face, too. 4.5 liters in a gallon, that doesn't help me either. Although, actually, it does say liters. It is 1.9 liters, so this bad boy is just under a half gallon.
Yeah. 1 gallon is 3.78 liters.
3.78, and we're looking, what did I say, at?
1.9.
That's 16. 16 liter. Wait, 4.5 liter. Wait,
16,
No,
16 ounces, bro.
No, it's 64 ounces.
64.
It's 64 ounces, 1.9 liters. It's not 6.1. I was reading it upside down, folks. This is why you don't trust dyslexic people for reading.
So
Sorry to anyone that's
128
dyslexic out there. I am too, by the way.
128 fluid ounces equals 1 gallon.
128 is 1 gallon. So this bad boy is a half gallon.
Yes,
Oh, it's raining. Dude, I can fill my water bottle up by sticking it out the window right now at the commentary booth. Look at the glorious weather ahead of us. And with that, I'm going to take my face off the screen because the face cam fiesta is done. I unbound my hotkey, so I have to do it manually. And then we will not worry about that anymore for right now.
And the rain has fallen. And unfortunately for Mark Anthony Landry, he just took a pit stop. This actually might benefit him a little bit, though, because he's on some warmer, dry tires. So he'll be able to just basically push through this grading phase, the damp, the greasy, the fast track condition. But when the track actually decides to go wet, he will be in trouble, and now we'll have to take 2 pit stops to get to the end. A quick roll of the dice for the FNM team, Fear Nothing Moto staying, but now the rain is going to be here, and the track has gone greasy, and more increasing rain, and then the rain should potentially stop soon.
Yeah, so I don't think anyone's going to change tires. I think that would be a very poor decision. Andy's in, but I think he's in not off of stint time, actually. This, I mean, it's still going to be 2 stops to the end, so it doesn't actually matter if he was to extend his stint timer. Shouldn't be going on wets, though, unless he predicts. Maybe he is. This could be a bold strategy call right now if he elects to go on to wet tires. This could be the deciding factor, the gamble of a lifetime. We saw this similar when Saagar, I mentioned earlier, we were watching the MX5 races. We saw a driver who pit early on lap 1 to go for dry tires in the wet conditions, and it was a hero or zero play. And by the end of the race, well, Saagar, you remember how that one turned out.
Yeah, not too well for that driver, unable to make up that time overall that it took in a pit stop. And just so you guys are aware, you don't go for pit stops in a Mazda MX-5 race. They're 45-minute sprint races to the end, so normally you do not go for a pit stop there. But it was so exciting that I ended up falling asleep by the end of that race, unfortunately.
Yes.
It was a very exciting race, but that's just something I do. I love watching racing go around, and the soothing sounds of hearing those bumblebees fly around Daytona just soothes me right to sleep. And the wonderful sounds of the IMSA commentators just sent me right into slumberland. And it was glorious.
And not to mention the fact that David Christie and I were talking banter and other nonsense in the background, and you slept right through that as well. So, you know.
Well, you don't want to know what I was doing right before you dragged me into the booth. I woke up with my headphones on and I'm like, why do I hear Mike Nause twice in my ears right now?
Yeah, I figured.
Realizing, oh, Mike Nause dragged me into the booth while I was sleeping and watching the Daytona 24 hours. I figured I still had another hour of snoozing left to go.
I was hoping I would wake you with that, and it seems that it did work.
It did work. I was shocked for a second. I was like, am I muted? Is everything okay?
Yeah, you were. That's why I dragged you, and I saw you were muted, so I was like, at least I won't hear him snoring on stream, which would be pretty funny. Either way, let's get back to the race here. Wet tires is the choice, and you can see why, folks. This is what happens when you're on dries.
Ooh, boy, oh boy. Marique Buren is just doing the Austin Powers at the cutting right now, trying to get that thing pointed in the right direction. And let's see, has the track gone anything worse than greasy yet? I'm still seeing the track as...
It is damp.
Hey, oh no. My monitor over?
Mark Byrne here. Getting overtaken by back markers. This is not the greatest spot to catch one if you are that 725. Currently running in 6th position. That's David Cox. Just trying to make the overtake onto the Conrad. That's your best chance right now. Down the hill. You really don't want the driver in front of you to spin. That is, of course, one thing that you always have in the back of your mind is you just don't want them to make a mistake and then catch you out, because if they make a mistake, there's really nothing that you can do. But now this should be the time for David here to get by. I would imagine we're going to see Burin move over, but no. Either way, everyone should be coming into pit lane on this lap.
Oh, and Juho Koski, I believe he is on dry tires as well. Yes, he is. The 999 having a major incident coming up the mountain, it looks like, right after the cutting even, and he has tumbled down a few spots now. Yeah, he has. Unfortunate. And I just see white flags waved everywhere for every single driver, as they're obviously going slower than they ever have around the racing circuit because of how damp the conditions have gotten already.
Yeah, we're not watching in slow motion, folks. This is real-time speed of the going down the mountain. It's a trundle at best. That is a crawl, practically, as they're just trying to stay pointing the correct direction, or at least relatively so. Especially you all here having a bit of damage on the front end of his car. That'll make it ever more unsettled. Everybody else, though, should be mostly on dries. This, though, Neil Kerbal still on, or excuse me, on wets. Neil Kerbal on dries, though. So definitely questionable. There's also Senatore there. You just caught the brief glance of the yellow striped Pirelli P0s. Renato, he's already made his stop. Quinn Smith already made his stop. Quinn was the first one to pull the trigger and gained the most out of this as well. Ever since putting the wet tires on, lap times have gone down to the 2:11s, but he was the first driver to go into these conditions. So a great call all the way around. I thought it was too early. I didn't even think that was going to be required, but Bathurst, it's a cruel mistress, and if you're not careful, you might end up in the wall.
And it looks like Mark Anthony Landry and Vicento Senatore are now battling it out between 4th and 5th place between those two drivers, separated by just 0.2 of a second, and both drivers seemingly on dry tires. So very interesting to see them battle it out. 2:14 for Mark Anthony Landry and 3:04, and there goes a late braking move up the inside line, coming around the final chicane, and the 627 able to get the move done around the number 11.
Marc-Antoine Landry said, no thank you, sir. Just because we're both on dry tires in equal conditions here, we're not going for a move. I will let you have that one, sir, and I will try again later. Smart decision. Going side by side in these conditions would be almost devastating. Now, is that what's led up to Diogo Costa's spin? No, this is a completely unforced error. The 666. Well, we've seen him go through hell and back and keep going, and it looks like he's made a return.
Oh, man. The poor 666 doing the best he can out there, and at least not incurring too much damage, thankfully. And he keeps on driving that one forward. Neat and tidily. That's the word I was looking for.
Easy enough for you to say.
Much. It was a tongue twister there for a second. Okay. It was a tongue twister.
Marc-Antoine Landry, he's had his tongue tied at this point by Vincenzo Senatore. 3.5 seconds is the gap, and the back end of that Fear Nothing Moto Stang just trying to hold on. I think at this point they're trying to gamble it out in these wet conditions, sticking to the dry tires. I don't think it's going to work, though. I think they have to eventually pull the trigger and go for a new set of rubber. This is Rod Skyhook, the superhero behind the wheel. Is he going to come in on this lap? I hope so.
A lot of the drivers that are risking it right now are hoping for this rain to dissipate, and it might end up paying off. Although the track is wet right now, the rain is looking like it's going to stop within the next 10 minutes. But how fast is the track going to dry out with 30-degree track temperature, 26-degree ambient? That'll be really the big tell. At least these drivers are thinking, well, at least I saved myself a pit stop. An additional pit stop will run you probably around 70 seconds here at Bathurst with the tire change. So hoping to gain a lot once the pit stops take place.
And speaking here at Bathurst, if it does stop raining, you mentioned those scolding track temps at 30 degrees Celsius, despite the track temp at 30, despite the fact that it is raining. yeah, the water will pretty much sublimate off this circuit. It will have no chance, or I mean, that's ice, whatever. Either way, it'll just evaporate. There is no chance that the water is even going to really touch the surface. It's going to just clean up, especially with all of these hoovers. We have 23 large vacuum cleaners to suck up all the water and spit it to the side. In those boiling conditions, the track will clear very, very fast. So the dry tires might not be a bad call. For our race leaders, though, it makes sense that they did the wets. But looking at lap times, Andrew Rados, who is still, he's on wets actually. Vincenzo Senatore is on dries. 2:12 on the previous lap, 2:11 for Quinn Smith.
So the risk seems to be paying out for some of the dry tire runners as long as they can survive these super wet conditions, and trying to navigate this tight mountain circuit and still manage to survive and push around that fast is very impressive, something that I wouldn't be risking to do during a 12-hour race, but the drivers seemingly willing to put that risk on the line and potentially make up as much ground as they possibly can, and doing a good job of doing so. The lap times are still tumbling, and it looks like a couple of the drivers are having to negotiate back markers right now while they're on dry tires, and that must be a awkward situation to be in, be off the racing line, and then also to be passing someone who's on wet tires.
Yeah, and it's really an interesting call all the way around from these. I would have made the call to stay out on dries. My initial reading of the whole situation was it's only going to be about a 30-minute stint of rain, but then I started to see our leaders pit, and I thought, well, it's Bathurst. I mean, it makes sense. You want to survive. It's an endurance race. It's not about necessarily gaining in that short little stint. It's just about trying to keep your car, well, with all four wheels still on it and relatively facing in the same direction. That's Murray Walker's saying, and of course, it rains so true at Bathurst. The conditions are ever changing here, and of course, it's just going to be difficult and an unpredictable one. So far, though, drivers have been great. No one really crashing too much yet. A couple yellow flags, a couple white flags that we see, like you mentioned, everyone going quite slow, but no one making a mess of it.
And Kuzya saying our view may be glitched. They are on the wet in P4, and he questions his logic now. He says, unless we're the ones that are glitched and we are actually on dry tires. No, I believe you would be on wet tires, especially with the pace that you're running right now. I'm viewing the same thing, that you are potentially on dry tires, but it makes more sense with the amount of ferocity that you guys are able to drive with right now, and you're doing a good job. 210.7 being that last lap around. I wouldn't expect you to do that with dry tires under these wet conditions. And Mike Nause, has the rain let up yet? No, I don't think so. We're still saying 10 minutes until the rain comes in or lets up.
Yeah, and so we'll see. We'll see. It is going to keep this consistent pitter-patter on the track for now, which is starting to streak some water. You see stationary puddles starting to form, which is fascinating that stationary water can form on a hill. Just ACC things, folks. Either way, paying no attention to the physics that are physically not possible, and pay mind to Neil Kerbel, who's catching up with Berndl, in 9th here. So Neil, who's found themselves in the top 10 off of the graces of a collision earlier on, now maybe finding themselves into the single-digit paying positions.
And is Neil Kerbel still on those dry tires potentially? I am seeing a pit stop. He is still on dry tires, and lapping at 2:14s is pretty darn rapid around these parts on those dry tires. Of course, that could be incorrect, obviously, as we've seen a few errors. I'm seeing a pit stop around the 4-hour mark here. So no, I don't think those are wet tires. I think those are dry tires that he's racing on.
Yeah, pit 30 minutes ago, give or take, about 28 minutes ago. So definitely Neil's still running on the on the dry tires. And it does seem to be the tire of choice. The weather almost looks like it's spitting down even more, to be honest, despite the conditions not predicting that to be the case. Neil, though, keeping all 4 tires planted on the circuit firmly and not looking backwards. As currently, well, there's no one to look backwards to. João Torres is down an entire lap.
And it looks like Bernhard Bendel will lose out that position to Neil Kerbel as long as he can survive if this plan pays out for him. And he could even gain a position on Kevin Blanchette, who's about 60 seconds up the road total from Neil. And that's about the time it'll take him to take his pit stop. So David Cox now into the pits in the 725, perhaps had enough of their dry running tires and will switch over to something else. There goes a big move from the number 42, trying to get around the number 9, and he does so pretty aptly. And that one's done and dusted.
Yeah, no issues to be had there. I think that's the TRACKILICIOUS number 5 team, actually. The one that Eric the Boss Kassian is on, currently piloted by the superhero Rod Skyhook. What's happened to Zhao? Nothing. Nothing to really be too worried about. Maybe hit the wall. Even though an eye on Neil Kerbel's battle for 9th position. This is the closest on circuit at about 3 seconds. And Saagar, I'm not seeing any more rain. I see windshield wipers going. I see a spray developing, but I don't see any weather or any wetness falling from the sky.
And you called it pretty much instantaneously. The track has gone from wet to damp, as the water has clearly just been evaporating as soon as it has been falling. And so now it's time for Neil Kerbel to light that firecracker underneath his seat and get back to racing. His windshield wipers have even turned off. He's chasing down Bernhard Bendel next, who's 3.4 seconds up the road, and Neil Kerbel is going to have the pace beneath him as soon as this track decides to go greasy.
Yeah, I mean, still going to have to be pretty on the tiptoes, but right now the wet weather runners are going to be suffering with overheating tires. That is going to be the problem. Neil on probably cold rubber, more than likely. Quinn and Andrew Rados, and actually we already have seen Thiago Donate. No. Where is... Oh, I just didn't scroll up high enough on my ACC TV. Renato Dornelles still leading.
Yes, Dornelles is still leading in that 888 to 11.2 that last lap around, and he is awfully blazing out there for the Backham Racing ORT team. And Renato Dornelles is paired up with whom? Gabriel Felipe and Wilson Fernandez in that 888 car, and that is a strong-looking 888.
A ridiculously strong lineup. I mean, that is a cracked lineup, to be generous. Interesting. A 15-second, 30-second penalty for Anthony Kelly. What was this for? Let's see. The number 7, Fear Nothing Moto, brakes unpredictably on call 31, was being signed cautions, and lifting results in 10 seconds of damage.
Ooh.
Okay.
Reverses into the path of the number 47, causing a T-bone collision. Bad rejoin.
If they're talking about what happened on the mountain, yeah, I guess, no, I do agree with that. That's right, because we caught it. Remember when we replayed, he was literally reversing. Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah.
Adding insult to injury here, the driver in the number 7 car now has to face a 30-second penalty on top of their self-inflicted damage that they had due to that rejoin. Super unfortunate there.
Yeah, it really is. You never want to see somebody end up that way. But to be fair, a 30-second penalty, I actually agree with in this case. Normally, I'm pretty lenient when it comes to penalties, but yeah, you don't reverse into the racing line of others at Skyline. I don't think anything else, like I said, needs to be said on that. Thiago Donate and Marc-Antoine Landry now. The other Fear Nothing Moto car, the highest now placed Fear Nothing Moto car on circuit, is getting postured around the outside of the mountain bend. Thiago Donate is going to be hard-pressed to commit here and really is going to require Landry to allow him to walk by, but no, Landry not giving him a chance. Settle in now as we go back up the mountain. Donate shouldn't be finding any ground.
No, not finding any ground on this attempt on his own, but it is getting awfully spicy between the Ford Mustangs, and you can see Thiago Dinarte has to put on his wipers because he's still catching spray from the car out in front. Antoine Landry, excuse me. I keep on saying Anthony, but I believe it's Antoine Landry.
Trying to
And
get
that number
Cleopatra
11
upriled.
Excuse you?
You're trying to get
Excuse you?
Cleopatra upriled is what it sounds like. Mark Antony?
Yes, I get the joke.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not a joke, but yeah, so just a fact.
Mike Nause. Always with the history facts. You history buff, you.
I
And,
like
your
history.
your World War II jokes that
Well,
are
that's part of
quite-
history.
I know. And back to the racing at
I can
hand
make some
now.
American Civil War jokes if you want, but those might not land quite correctly. That's all I'm saying. I'm
You could try,
limited to my
Mike Nause.
conflicts. I don't think I want to.
I heard the Great Wall of China and the Huns pun earlier. That was actually pretty good, but I think that's been enough time in history for that one to cool over.
Yeah. Yeah. The one I mean, either way, I'm not going to say like the American Civil War is too soon or anything. I think I also made a Revolutionary War joke as well, but here's Thiago Dinarte making the move on to Landry as they go for a bit of a hip check there. I think there was just enough room to keep them from actually clattering each other there. Still, though, drag race to the mountain bend now. It should be advantage for the Fear Nothing Moto. Dinarte should back out, but he is more committed than he has been on the previous lap. So I think he's going to stick with it now. Late onto the brakes. The swooping maneuver is going to wash you wide, and that really has accomplished nothing else than picking up some marbles on your tires.
Super unfortunate for Thiago Dinarte to be able to run into that wall as well. Good thing he didn't try that at the cutting because there's a giant pile of marbles out there. Professor Kenotis possibly having a stroke in chat. It wet to wet for a little bit. I think the dry tires are coming out on top. That last part makes sense, but it wet to wet for a little bit. I don't
like it. He missed a letter, but that's fine.
Oh, it went too wet. Oh, okay.
Saagar's
Okay.
brain. Talk about someone having an aneurysm in chat. I think it's the man sitting next to me currently.
I just woke up from a nap, gosh darn it. I'm fired up and ready to go.
Thiago here. I think, to be fair, I understood too. It was more just, I think Saagar, yes, just waking up from a nap and having a slight little brain fart there. So, hashtag blame Saagar Bakshi, everyone.
I'm just going to sit here and drink my Coca-Cola so I can wake up in time. Okay?
I wish I had caffeine.
man. Go get some.
Check your Discord messages and maybe I would.
Oh.
Let's try to do it seamlessly, but now we got to break the fourth wall. At this point, I don't need that much time. The amount of time has changed since cut it off by like 15, but...
Okay, yes.
Okay, sounds good, folks. We'll leave you in the more than capable hands of Saagar while I go grab a quick bite to eat, because I am dying.
Thiago Dinarte right now, leading the charge over Kevin Blanchette. And this is the battle between 6th and 7th place. You can see Blanchette is about 48.7 seconds behind and switching it over to Rod Skyhook in the rearview mirror. And we've got a Trackalicious car chasing him down, it looks like. And number 53, Thomas Masick, doing a good job of keeping this one clean. Where is Masick on track? Quinn Smith into the pit lane. So this is the time where the wet tire runners are actually going to be switching it up to the dry compound tires. And we'll see some of the dry compound running cars now be able to make up some time because the track has officially gone to greasy. So the drivers that are on those wet tires have officially overheated their stint so far. Disco Jaden says, bro, I went on a hunt for a VPN for 30 minutes ago just for the 24 hours of Daytona. Bro, trust me, I did the exact same thing. I'll hook you up with a good VPN. I wish we had a VPN sponsor. this is a nice little squabble. Who are we looking at right now? This will be Tomazic. And the 53 gets on through. Noobs Are Us car. That'll be the car in... Can't tell which place that is. I keep on seeing it come up. Dominsky, potentially. We are checking. 23rd place spot. And blue flags are waving because that's actually the 23rd place car that unlapped itself around a couple of other drivers. And there's Rod Skyhook in the number 5 as well. The 13th place car chasing down some of the back markers. Yeah, Disco Jaden, I got you, buddy. I got you with the free VPN. It's called Browsec, Browsec. It's a plugin that goes right into your Google Chrome. And you just turn it on and turn it off, and there you go. We'll also be, well, never mind. We're not going to be streaming the 24 hours of Daytona after this. Wink, 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 blink. Awkward, wink, wink. Because that would be illegal. And we don't do illegal things in our Discord channel. Isn't that right, Eric the Boss Kassian? So if you want to watch, if you don't want to watch the 24 hours of Daytona, but you just want to talk about it, please join us in the TRACKILICIOUS Discord post this race, and we'll of course just talk about the sights and sounds that we all hear on our own individual computers after this 12-hour event is concluded. 1 hour and 20 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock, and Anthony Kelly from FNM still has a 30-second penalty added to their name, and they've got a little bit of time before they're going to decide to come into the pits. I believe the Anthony Kelly team did come into the pits already. We are checking. Vincento Senatore coming into the pits right now. The number 627 coming out of 4th in the pit stop cycle. Should come in behind Kevin Blanchette, if I'm not mistaken. Now the drivers have to decide when they want to come into pit. This is going to be interesting because the drivers that are now coming into the pit lane will at least need to serve a drive-through to get to the very end to extend their stint timers, even if they have the fuel to make it, you know, as long as they possibly can. Thank you, Captain Mangle, for the exclamation point Discord. Hopefully you enjoy hanging out with us while we just wink, wink, talk about the 24 hours of Daytona. Wink, wink. And of course, my ACC TV decided to crash on me. Fantastic. What a wonderful program to be able to use. Okay, no more data for me then. Thank you, ACC TV, for that. Mark Anthony Antoine Landry, the Fear Nothing Moto, staying in third place right now, driving the number 11 Ford Mustang. In third place, Mark Anthony Landry has done a good job of keeping this one on its toes for sure. Here's Merrick Burren in a little bit of a squabble here amongst some other cars. And it looks like the McLaren and the other Ford Mustang will get by without too much issue there around the 22nd place car of Burren. Nothing else to really talk about right now as the gaps are pretty open and wide. I do want to check up on Neil Kerbel in that number 42 because 3.8 behind Bendel in the number 91 seems like the gap has increased from around that 2-second mark that it was at from the number 42 to the 91 out in front, but now seemingly just growing that ever bit slightly further and further away. Maybe Neil Kerbel hasn't worked through the graining phase as well as we thought he was going to, but he still will make up time by not taking a pit stop. And if he can wait another 7 minutes, that'll be the really good teller and showstopper for Neil Kerbel, because then he'll only need this one last pit stop to make it to the end. Versus what other people are going to have to do is still take a splash and dash and about a 30-second running down pit road, plus an additional 30 seconds to change tires or service, fuel, splash and dash, plus running on old tires, versus Neil Kerbel's strategy right now, which is hitting right at the 70-minute mark and going until the absolute end. Bruno says we were only catching Bendel in the wet. Now that it's dry, he's pulling away again. Unfortunate for you guys, but should make up that position during your pit stop cycle, if I'm not mistaken, as Bendel should still be on wet tires. Trying to see if any more penalties came up. I'm not seeing any, thank goodness, for any of the drivers. So no new penalties to be had from anybody. Here's Quinn Smith getting around the number 42 Trackalicious car, the blue shell vehicle. Of course, due to that blue shell's prerogative, it should go ahead and take out the leaders any lap now. Perhaps this will be the lap that we see the blue shell do its job. Nope, not on this occasion. He's a little too far back to make it look like an accident. And Quinn Smith, the Trackalicious BMW M4 Nebula car, doing a good job to drive away from that blue shell and maybe throw out some banana peels behind to slow it down a little bit. And Bendel also was on dry tires. Interesting. Neil Kerbel having the pace in the wet weather conditions on those dry tires, but no longer picking up the pace. 4 minutes and 30 seconds until the last pit stop cycle opens up, and then this will be going towards the end of the race, everybody. Quinn Smith with an unknown gap to the leader right now, but Dornelis is quite a bit in the lead. Landry is 24 seconds behind Quinn Smith. Then you have Charles, Tarakov, Blanchette, Dinarte, Axlin, Bendel, and Neil Kerbel. There grounds out your top 10. And then Anthony Kelly with a 13-second lead over Torres in 6th place, but a 30-second penalty will go his way. Here's Joshua Worley, aka Squirrely Whirly, with the Matco Please Sponsor Me team. I believe that's the 14th place car right behind him. That'll be DaCosta. Squirrely Whirly getting his mandatory screen time. That is DaCosta chasing him down. And up front, looking at Mitch Nairati chasing down Livieri in the 977 out in front. Nairati driving for the Rogue Element Racing DRL squad, chasing down the 20th position of Livieri. Doing a good job of driving this one forward. Flashy of the headlights. Not sure why. Maybe just a little distraction game showing that he wants to go for a move. Beautiful Galaxy livery there. And the cameraman can't keep up with the action. It's going by so quick. And looking backwards and forwards, every which way to the inside line. That is a little bit late. The 977 leaves the racing room on the inside line. A little bit of door banging, hip checking. A little bit of elbows out racing to be found here as Nairati in the Rogue Elements car is able to get by, holding on to the racing line. They're about to go 3 wide through Hell's Corner and coming up the long hill now. The Honda NSX behind is boxed in. That'll be Charles just looking for a way past, but he's got a wall of Jerpins in front of him. BMW and BMW challenging each other for position, and then the other BMW backs out of it. Livieri wants nothing to do with this, and that'll be the 977 backing out of this. This is Squirrely Whirly getting chased down by Burren. Lexus is going after it because there's no Lexuses on track, of course. That's why she's so upset. She's looking for her family mates. No problem whatsoever here on track as Bernhard Bendel is getting chased down or chasing down Axelin in front of him. But we have Alfonso in the 999 behind. Lexus commentary debut when? Well, right now, obviously, she is having a commentary debut. I apologize for my service dog barking. She's alerting. I think someone's outside of my house right now, and she is just looking to see what the hell is going on and why someone's lurking outside of my home. But Bernhard Bendel in the 91 E1 Sim Sport doing a good job keeping this one neat and tidy as he leads over Andre Alex Alfonso, driving that 999 Ford. Quinn Smith lurking behind, 1.7 seconds off the good. You can see him there just in the background driving that number 31, doing a good job of driving this one forward, neat and tidy for himself. And then Neil Kerbel in 10th place will be the next one to come back. There she is again. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. No, not really, says who has less DF downforce. Not quite sure. Cheers out there for Squirrely Whirly in chat from Q Composite in chat. Thank you very much. And cheers for all the drivers as we've now gotten into the pit stop window to make it to the very end. Thank you very much for the follow. Very much appreciated there, my friend. Welcome to the Tracklicious family. Hopefully you're enjoying the Lexus commentary. or hopefully more so, you're enjoying our commentary for this wonderful 12-hour endurance race here at TRACKILICIOUS! SimGrid to get in on all the action here at TRACKILICIOUS and find yourself on stream one day, or find yourself getting involved in any one of these races. Anthony Kelly from FNM chasing down Casey Swansinger in the 314 up ahead, but to no avail. He's just trying to build some time between himself and Taurus, because behind he's got a 30-second penalty attached to his name. There he is, making the move around the Noobs Are Us car of Casey Swansinger in that 314 and trying to build up that 30-second gap, but won't be too much to be found. Nicholas Menendez coming into the pit lane now, and that'll be their final stop of the race, or should be their final stop of the race. Looking at Kuzya Terakov now, driving the 627 in 5th place. Got a 7.7 second gap to the next car he needs to pass. And then Nicholas Menendez behind, and Renato Dornelis chasing behind by 11.4 seconds now. Kuzya Terakov, the NCR Most Wanted 627, doing a good job of keeping this one calm, cool, and collected. He's only got one teammate that he's got to contend with, or one teammate that he's been celebrating with. It was his friend's birthday last Monday, so he thought that this 12-hour event would be their birthday celebration together. And what other way to celebrate a wonderful birthday but just spending 12 hours together with one of your close friends on circuit. And Mike Nause has finished stuffing his fat face now.
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
Rude. Okay, I see how it is. Yes, I have finished eating my 250-calorie meal of a microwave TV dinner of chicken and mashed potatoes, and I'll be completely honest, it did absolutely nothing. So, with that, we have a Diet Coke, and that'll carry us through the rest of this one. That's kind of the hopes and dreams right now of everything.
Gotta go for the real stuff, Mike Nause. You could use the calories, my friend.
No, I definitely could not. I'm trying to, like, lose weight. As you mentioned, the fat face thing, like, you're not completely wrong, and that's why the diet sodas exist.
I was just joking about the fat face. I've got the fat face. I look like anyways. Besides talking about my physique, we can move swiftly on from that.
I already have enough body dysmorphia. We don't need to go over it anymore. Anyways, moving on, is I've always thought that, you know, emotions were always inferior to physical motions. I've always been more of a physical motion guy. In fact, I thought emotions were just something that happened on the internet for a very long time. In fact, I thought they were mostly just made for people that play Wii tennis. So, you know, I've been informed recently that isn't fully the case, and that there are more than just physical motions, in case anyone is curious.
Isn't it basically just Wii tennis is the basic exercise that we all need in our life? It was the game simulator that we needed to all get into fitness again.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but Wii tennis is a hoot of a time, and so is Wii bowling. I was more of a Wii bowling kind of guy myself back in the days, or Wii boxing. Wii boxing's always fun. The Wii Sports is just great, to be honest, but yeah, bowling, boxing.
Did you ever play Soul Calibur on the Wii? That was so much
did.
fun. So much fun. Sword and shield action, left and right.
Oh, no, not sword and shield. Not like literal sword and shield, but yeah. No, that's, I never did. I was a little too young for that. In fact, I never actually owned a Wii. I just went to my friend's house to play the Wii, so I didn't actually. I had the 360. He had the Wii.
Ah, interesting. They had Guitar Hero on the Wii. They had all sorts of great games on the Wii.
We had Guitar Hero on the Xbox 360, to be fair.
Oh, okay then. All right. All right. I see how it is.
I remember they had Rock Band, even.
I remember going out on Black Friday, because remember the Wii was sold out for so long. It was so hard to get one.
Like I say, you're talking a little before my time. I'd never have had to try to buy a Wii before. I was like 6 years old when it came out.
Oh, well, jeez.
What year did the Wii come out? That's a great question, actually.
2010.
6?
2006.
I was 6 years old. Yeah, fair enough.
Wow. Well, yeah, I was in my teens, and I remember going out on Black Friday with my brother to try to find one. We had saved up our money together, and we were looking for one. And we went to 3 different stores on Black Friday trying to get a Wii for a doorbuster deal, and we just could not find one until the last store we went to, obviously, because why would you keep on searching if after you've already found one? We ended up getting it.
Fair. I can't deny that argument, but yeah. Chat, let us know what was your classic console of choice back in the day? What were you into? Were you a Sega Genesis sort of kid? Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Those are classic consoles. Yeah, NES, Sega Genesis. I'll allow Dreamcast into the conversation also.
Rain in 30. You could have a potential spicy end to this race.
Wowza. Talk about throwing a wrench into everybody's parade to get to the ending checkered flag. If anybody was on the one-stop strategy to get to the end now, they might have to reconsider that decision as rain comes in over the next 30 minutes or so. Super interesting to see how this is going to play out. Cotton, old strategy.
Moose is a N64/NES gamer from back in the days. Did you ever play any of those ones? Like I said, I'm too young. That was just before my time. We had an NES. My brother had an NES, and I never actually played it. I think maybe once, but my brother also was 18 years older than me.
I did have an N64, and I also had an NES that my brother had when he was younger. That's the number
Eric
5.
Kassian binned it, everybody. Hold on, hold everything. Eric has binned it. Let's see what happens. So he's already binned it. I can tell you that right now, and I think he's going to pull over and retire. Oh, goodness, in a very less than ideal situation. Eric Kassian, everyone, returns to the pit lane, fears that he was too dangerous on the mountain, and will take a 2-minute and 30-second penalty before anyone can go back out on track. In fact, actually, not just anyone. Eric has to go back out on track. You cannot driver change after returning to the garage.
Ouch. Just ouch. Does that reset your stint timer at least?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, ouch. Adds insult to injury.
That's actually one I don't know, though, to be honest. So I could be your chat. That's a good question for chat. Does it reset your stint timer? I think the answer is no if it works like a drive-through penalty does, because drive-throughs don't reset your stint timer.
Drive-throughs do reset your stint timer.
No, they do. They don't. They do on ACC TV. Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. No. We're talking about the same thing here. We're using different lingo. Yes, you are correct. Drive-through penalties do not reset. Driving through the pit lane will. Yes, I should have clarified that. That's my bad. Bad explanation on my part. Yes, we are speaking the same language here.
Okay.
We're just using, yes, I didn't do the best job of describing it. That's fair. We also
I'm like, I know I've driven through the pit lane before to reset a stint timer before.
I more meant a drive-through penalty, yes, is more what I was getting at. But no, you are absolutely correct. I should have clarified that more. Young Cart Awfulbree, welcome to the team. Carl. Oh, it's Carl. Oh my goodness, I'm not dyslexic, I swear. Young Carl Toff. Okay, I give up. I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. I tried, okay? I tried. I gave it a college effort.
Young Carl Toff. Awful. Young.
Anyways, as Eric started off with the SNES, so we got some NES as N64. Again, everything well before my time. I'm waiting for someone to say they started off on the Xbox 360 so I can be like, hey, I relate to you. But unfortunately, I think I'm young. It's always oh, it's German. Oh. That doesn't help me. I'll just be honest. Yes, I'm going to continue to absolutely butcher that. My apologies. But
Young
yes,
Carl Toffelbree. It's easy.
Young Carl Toffelbree? Is it really that? Is
Young
Saagar
Carl
a
Toffelbree.
genius? I mean, yes, but
I think I nailed it. I think I nailed it.
I think you did
Whether
too.
Toffelbree agrees with me or not, I believe I nailed it.
Is it Toffelbree?
Oh, it could be Toffelbree.
I don't know. I'm just being pedantic, to be completely honest.
Buggy says my first console was the Nintendo Family Computer and the Sega 32-bit. That is way beyond my time there, Buggy Watt.
I don't even know what that is. I'm not gonna. I don't know what either of those are. I'm assuming the Sega 32-bit's just a Sega, I would think, unless it's not. Then it isn't. And the Nintendo Family Computer, that one is well over my head. I am gonna Google that, actually. Nintendo made a computer?
Nintendo started off making playing cards, actually.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, this is a weird looking system. The Family Computer. So it's a gaming console. Definitely not what I would describe as a computer. But hey. What do I know? I'm from a screen generation. Young Carl Toffelbree. Bree like in lie. So wait. Bry. So young Carl Toffelbree.
I was so close. I was so close.
You were pretty close. Diesel Designs. There we go. It's lowercase. Always gets me. Diesel Designs. Sir, I'll ask you to leave. No, we are not going to. We've already had to restart this 12-hour once. I don't want to turn this car around and go home, okay? We are committed to the road trip at this point.
With just 56 hours and 40 minutes remaining, drivers still wanting to get some action on track and do what they can to push as hard as they possibly can. Gakassian finishes his outlap after the long pit stop there, and Blanchette chasing down Denarte. This is the battle between 7th and 6th place. It says that he's 9.4 off of the good right now, but there is another car in between him. That'll be Renato Dornelis that he's chasing down right now. And he's got a long way to go to catch back up between the number 1 driver.
Yeah, we're only 11 hours deep, folks. Let's just give her a quick restart. I'm sure no one would mind, especially Renato Dornelis.
Oh,
and
man.
The Vacuum Racing team. Funny thing is, actually, believe it or not, I bet they wouldn't mind. I genuinely don't think that if any team was not going to care, it's this Brazilian team right now. Because they, A, know they have the pace, and B, they're just like, oh, cool, we just get to race more. Like, every time I see these guys out on circuit, they give it their all, and they never fail to deliver. They are truly, I mean, they're esports drivers. I don't think that I need to introduce that at this point. I think everyone could have guessed, but yes, they are legitimate esports drivers for Vacuum Racing, and each one of them, Wilson Fernandez is the slowest driver on the team. Let me just say that, okay? When Wilson Fernandez is the slowest driver on the team, and the only reason I'm saying that is because he's still faster than 95% of the field. You have a pretty good team behind you.
Yeah, pretty fair enough. And there goes a move from Denarte trying to get past Dornelis, seemingly having the pace here on some newer tires into the cutting single file line they go. Smart move there, at least feeling like he had the pace and the consistency to drive this one forward. Mike Nause, quick update on the pit stops. Who has decided to take a pit stop during the last hour of this race, and who still needs to get a splash and dash to the end? Do you know?
Yes, I do, but 2 seconds because I just spilled Diet Coke on myself, and I'm trying to clean up that really quickly. And then...
Fair enough.
And then I will update you, so 2 secs.
Here is Renato Dornelis leading the charge out in P1 right now. Last lap was a 2:02. And still driving his heart out. And it looks like Denarte is not too happy to follow him through. Knows that he's got quite a bit of pace that he needs to exuberate before he can catch up to Terekov out in front. 9.4 turned into 4.2 pretty quickly. Wilson Fernandez in here in chat saying, I'm the slowest and the oldest, he says. Wilson Fernandez, you're still a hero in our hearts because you're faster than 90% of the field most of the time we see you out there racing. You do a good job driving it forward and keeping it nice and clean, Wilson Fernandez. Here comes Swirly Whirly getting around a back marker.
You know, the only reason that I do actually bring up Wilson Fernandez and call him slow is because, A, I know he can take it. That's one of the main reasons. I just absolutely love Brazilians, you know, all the way around. Especially, like I say, everyone here in the community. We have a lot of Brazilian drivers here, and they are some of the most funny people on the planet, and they know how to take a joke on the chin, so I don't have any issues making jokes at their expense. You know, again, I mean it with only laughs. I don't mean any actual ill will, of course. I just have to say that so no one freaks out. But I think everyone knows that I do mean it in all good nature, because this team here is just truly unstoppable. No matter how you place it, no matter where you put them on circuit, they're going to dominate in these endurance races and compete with the best, as they often do. Barring disconnects, I would say that's the only real chance they have of actually losing this race in particular, but heck, most races they sign up to. It's just that Portuguese or Brazilian internet, unfortunately, that sometimes gets the best of them.
Yeah, the long distance cables underneath the ocean really causing a hindrance at times, or going through the... I don't know where those cables would run underwater. Or not, or they just go across the Panama Canal.
What?
Internet cables, you know how, like, to connect the United States and Europe, it's just giant cables that are hidden underneath the water in the ocean.
Is that true? Again, I actually don't. I've never known if that's true or not. I don't know if it's satellite based or if it's actual wire based. I'm not the. I can tell you a lot about race cars. I can't tell you much about Ethernet cables.
I think there's just a giant Ethernet cable in the ocean connecting PCs together.
What if a shark bit it? Has anyone considered that? What if a whale swam into it? That would... How would you repair that?
They're giant cables, like bigger than your car, Mike Nause.
Yeah, so if a whale swam into it, that'd be really bad. A whale is bigger than my car as well, in case you were curious, Saagar. Like, quite a bit bigger.
But it's at the bottom of the ocean, like...
Oh. Well, you never mentioned that part.
Yeah, it's not just floating in the internet, like floating in the water there for, like, sharks to just, like, nuzzle up next to and build a family. I imagine it's, like, probably buried underneath dirt and stuff.
You can't be giving those fish that 5G radiation, you know? Okay, moving on. No one comment on that. That wasn't funny.
Still curious if Brazil has internet cables underneath the ocean or if they go through land. That would be interesting to find out. I'm going to do some
Probably
quick Google, Mike Nause.
I bet it's a bit of both. I bet, like, Rio on the coast probably has access to some wet internet cables, and then the dry internet cables are for, you know, like the inland settlements that I mean, like, you know, the Amazon area, I guess. I don't know, I'm trying to think of where Dan Versosa lives. I need to look at a map before I remember exactly what state he lives in. But yes, either way, Brazil, it's big. There's a lot of Brazil. So there is that. He lives in Amapa. That's right. So he could be getting the wet internet cables as well. Here we go. Chonkzilla covering us with the transatlantic telecommunication cable is a submarine communication. Submarine. So, like, not a submarine, a submarine.
Like under the sea.
Yeah, like under the sea. Yes,
under
yes,
the
yes.
sea.
Yeah, that one just took me a second. Sorry, I was clarifying that for myself, by the way. A submarine communication cable connecting one side of the Atlantic Ocean to the other. In the 19th and early 20th century, each cable was a single wire. Oh my goodness. And after the mid-century, coaxial cables, so like ropes basically, came into play with amplifiers and stuff like that. In the late 20th century, all cables are insulated with fiber optics, which makes sense, fair enough, to increase the distance and ranges over thousands of kilometers, because, yeah, that seems like a good way to do it. Also, thank you,
Perfect.
Wilson. Obrigado.
Thank you, Chonkzilla, for the cable facts. More than 550 undersea internet cables connect continents with their countries, continents with islands, islands with each other, or various points along the coastline. These submarine cables are internet interconnection sites that have coastlines but do not share land borders. For example, between two countries such as Brazil and Portugal, where a direct link cable connects the countries.
Not to get political here, but who owns them? Anyways, because isn't the ocean like international territory? Anyways, that's not a conversation.
Submarine cables in Latin America are Curie, Google, Fermina, Google, Giganet One, Consortium, Pan Am, Lumen, Claro, Consortium, Seaborn, Consortium, Google, Telexis, Angola Cables, Consortium, and Elalink.
Something Monopoly, something. Tiago Donante making moves onto Kuja Terekov, and Kuja not fighting it.
47 minutes remaining in this race, left to go. Smart move to not want to fight anything. Getting to the line, perhaps Kuja Terekov has a bit of a pit stop plan coming his way to not have to fight Thiago Dinarte. Oh, Mike Nause, you can be my Shea Adams. Give us the pit and paddock report, sir.
Oh, yeah, so when it comes to the pit lane, everybody still has to make one stop. And that's
Everybody?
it. Yeah, literally everybody. Yeah, minus Jakob Trinka. He is actually the only driver in the exception that doesn't need to. Maybe Eric. I actually think Eric might not need to make a stop. Potentially. Let me think here. Maths, 15 minutes is going to be an hour. So actually we have 25 minutes. So actually, no, there's quite a few. Devin Anthony is good. Eric is good. Nicholas Menendez is pushing it. Timothy Judubal is good. And Casey Schutte is good. That's it. Everyone else,
So
most people,
drivers are
most people still need to pit.
Most drivers still needing at least a splash and dash to make it to the end of this race. That'll shake things up for one final time. I was thinking that a lot of the drivers, because my ACC TV, of course, just decided to crash itself. So, oh yeah, and how about the rain?
It looks like it's decided not to show. The clouds have hit the other burr in the area and not Bathurst. So, no rain predicted for the next 30 minutes. Looks like we're going to have clear skies to the end. And Rod Skyhook, we have our neighborhood superhero in chat. Welcome, Rod.
Rod, is that your real name?
I hope so. If it is, it absolutely is a 10 out of 10 name. Like, without question.
Okay. Oh, I guess you already gave it the grade. I was going to do the...
No, it's not even worth it. I've already done it earlier because I was literally calling him... I've been talking about how he has a superhero name. For sure my real name, not related to Mason Prochalski. Well, I'm going to go with that. Because I like the sound of that more than it not being your real name.
Well, it's interesting because the man actually knew how to spell Prochalski right. So I have a feeling like it's actually Mason.
You know, Saagar, now that you mention it, that's actually quite a decent point. But for the sake of my brain, again, I'm going to choose to believe that Rod Skyhook is in fact a real name.
My real name was too hard to pronounce, so I adopted a racing alter ego. No one cared who I was until I put on the Skyhook.
And then swing from airplane to airplane. That was what we established your superhero power was earlier, by the way. George was the one that dubbed it. You now can hook... Oh, no, it was Yannis. It was Yannis that dubbed it. That's right. You can hook onto airplanes that fly above you with your Skyhook. So that is your superpower. It's not necessarily one of the most useful ones, especially if you live outside of like an airport, or if you don't live outside of an airport. Like if you're near an airport, it's great, as long as you check the flight itinerary and stuff. But it definitely, if you're in like the Midwest and like you're not around an airport, your superpower might not do anything, unfortunately. So it's not like the coolest, but it's a cool name.
Wait, so he can hook on to planes, but he's still just a normal human, so like...
Oh, no, he'll take, like, okay. I mean, yeah, so, like, we didn't actually fully think this one through, because you're right, he would just splat if that was the case. But let's just say he's got some good hook control.
Okay, and what about his lungs? Because it gets
What about
cold
it?
up there.
Yeah, it gets cold.
And
So?
And he might run out of oxygen.
Bro's got a hook, he can just descend himself. It's a sky hook. It can be a less sky hook.
So he's attached to a plane and descends like 14,000 feet.
Holy yeah. Why not?
He's
Holy
hanging
smokes.
he's hanging like 14,000 feet below the airplane that he's hooked onto.
Well, yeah, he's Rod
Just
Skyhook.
dangling away.
That's Rod Skyhook. Thank you very much, Rod Skyhook, for the 10-month sub. That's almost a year, my goodness. That kind of gives it away that it is Mason Perchalski, but either way. I don't take fall damage. No, you definitely do take fall damage. That, I'm not giving you that superpower, sorry. You're not that cool.
I mean, you can always use your hook to descend.
That's what I mean,
yeah,
is you just have to have good hook control. That's what I'm seeing. You're following. Now you're picking up what I'm putting down, Saagar. You're finally following me.
So wait, hold on a second. What if the plane is moving fast over where he wants to descend onto? Is he still going like 900 miles an hour when he is above
Things
the ground?
in motion tend to stay in motion unless otherwise affected. So yeah, obviously.
So he's gonna have to like land inside of a pool or something.
Yeah, but he's got like Heelys on or something, so you know he can kind of like skate his way down off of like highways, so he can make safe landings on long run strips if they're relatively flat.
So Rod Skyhook, your superpower is that you have skyhooks, but unfortunately you still have to dress very warm, carry an oxygen mask, and also wear Heelys or something. And you still take fall damage.
Yeah, or
So
rollerblades.
there's that.
Rollerblades are also an option. You know, there's other wheeled shoes available. Heck, you could probably take a bicycle if you really wanted. That'd be pretty sick. No, I mean, it's not like, the thing is, right, is it's not the most useful superpower by any stretch of the imagination, but it's still a superpower, and he is a superhero by that definition.
I think Rod Skyhook actually asked a good question. Can he hook onto a large bird? Bird suit. Yeah, wear a wingsuit, man.
Again, we're still trying to like follow the laws of physics here, so if he hooked onto a bird, I'm pretty sure that bird's getting pulled down. He would Rod Skyhook it out of oblivion.
I like the birds. I like the wingsuit idea.
The wingsuit idea? I mean, you could try.
Yeah, and he just hooks onto a plane.
Right. You still have
he
that
could just
issue of landing.
Diesel design solved the issue. He's basically in a hang glider, and he hooks onto other planes.
That's assuming A, there's another plane in the area. That's, like I said, that's the biggest step one. But yeah,
Well,
why not do that?
If you're
That's
in
well
a
within
hang
his
glider,
lore.
You're probably near an airport.
Yeah.
Airport.
But if you have been flying on that airplane for like 3 hours, you're probably no longer near that airport.
Well, then you just descend and you go wherever you need to go.
Actually, we didn't really think about that fact either, huh? GPS ain't gonna work at that altitude. How are you gonna navigate? You know what? That's not my problem to solve. That's Rod Skyhook's problem to solve. So, you know, it's, look, we're just developing the lore behind Rod Skyhook currently. So, you know, there's gonna be issues. There's gonna be holes and theories and stuff. And a lot of it is also a bit of, you know, I don't want to say fluff, because it's all fluff, but you get what I mean.
I feel like we can make a comic book out of this now, not a cartoon.
Oh, I
but a comic
absolutely
book
think so. Like I say, he'd be one of the lamest superheroes ever. It's like, I'm gonna try to save a cat from a tree, hooks onto an airplane, and ends up like Tarzaning himself into a tree and knocking the tree down, and then the cat escapes that way. It's some like monkey's paw superhero, you know?
What's monkey's paw?
You don't know what monkey's paw is?
No, is that a karate move?
I mean, maybe, but no, it's like, oof, how do we explain this, chat?
Who said I would use my powers for good? Says Rod Skyhook.
That's a good point too. You could, in fact, use it to steal purses from grandmas, as I would imagine Mason Perchalski would do, his non-altered ego. Monkey's paw is a curse.
Can he only
yes.
attach for?
Sorry, go ahead.
Monkey paw is a curse. Could he only attach to planes? Like, could he use it for bad things and steal purses from grandmas? And...
Well, if he attached himself to a plane after he stole a grandma's purse, I'm sure he's getting away. I don't think any cop's keeping up with that. So there's that. I mean, if you want to...
But I mean,
like,
describe the man you're looking for. Well, I'm looking for a man with a skyhook.
I'm looking for Rod Skyhook. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. No, not Mr. Skyhook. We've been after him for 6 months.
He keeps on attaching himself to planes and getting away. What are we supposed to do?
Or like a killer bank robber. Loki, I'm not sure how you're going to rob a bank with this superpower. I think that would be your downfall if you were to try that.
Yeah, how are you going to get out of... How are you going to use the money when they use the blue ink dye? Like, what?
I mean, you know, that's the... Sure. I mean, if assuming you get out. But yeah, you're not shooting your skyhook through a roof of a building. So, I mean, you might, but then you're probably not making it out.
You just call
Either
it a
way.
Roof?
What? What else would I
Just
call
it? A roof? A roof?
I don't know how to respond to that. I don't think it matters, quite frankly. Roof.
Someone. Okay.
I don't think.
Roof?
I think it just matters where you're from. That's like.
How do I make a poll? How do I make a poll?
I actually don't know. I've done it one time before, and I don't know how I did it.
How do I make a poll here? I'm making a poll right now to solve this roof issue.
I, again, don't think... I think it's just a matter of where you're from. Like the equivalent of calling like a cow, like Eric's, like, for example, talking about like straight up Midwestern people. I'm just going to out Eric's wife right now. She is the one that would say like Davenport, right? You're not going to make fun of her for saying Davenport because it's a couch. It's just, you say it differently.
What's a couch?
A Davenport?
A place.
Yes, it is also a place. But it's also a couch if you are from the Great Lakes region of America.
It's not a couch? He calls it a Davenport?
Depends. I mean, like I said, we've severely derailed at this point, and I did also want to like clarify to you what Monkey's Paw was as well, because you asked, and I feel like that
was like an hour ago.
That was like 20 minutes ago, if that. But it's an important like concept, I guess. It's basically like, for example, if you were to say like, I wish for $1 million, and then it's like, okay, cool, your wish is granted, and then $1 million of pennies spawns above you and crushes you, you know? Or like, I wish my hand doesn't hurt anymore, and so now your hand gets cut off, and you know, something along those lines, right? That's like the Monkey's Paw. It's like the extreme solution to your wish, like a curse wish. Raining? What the heck? Wasn't supposed to do that. Okay, it's supposed to do that apparently. We got rain, folks. Saagar, did you have this one on your bingo card? Well, I mean, we did briefly,
No.
but I took it off.
Yeah, you stole it away from me. We're starting this rough pull.
Are you actually starting to pull? It's like, no, Eric actually brings up a great point. It's like crayons or crayons, you know? It just depends on where you're from and how you say it. Yeah, I wish I don't die at Skyline, dies before Skyline. Yeah, exactly. That is a Monkey's Paw example.
And the poll has begun, folks. Is it pronounced roof or rough?
I didn't
Please
say
let us
rough.
know
I
in
said
the poll.
roof. Let's be clear here. It's rough. No, it's roof. Now you've messed me up, sir. Look at what you have done. You are the problem here, Saagar. But it is rough, as you would have described it. It is not roof. Roof is weird. That sounds like the most American way to pronounce something that you could possibly imagine. Like, oh, I'm going under the roof. The roof. Like, that's a dog, brother.
Okay, how do you sing the song? The rough is on fire. No, it's the roof, dog. It's the roof.
The roof is on fire. What do you mean? It is the roof. Like, what are you talking about? This man is crazy.
Right now, there's 4 votes for roof, and there's 1 vote for rough.
And that one is me, I won't lie. So I am currently being outvoted.
I may or may not be voting multiple times.
Wow. Rigging. And we're not even talking about, like, forestry equipment either.
No, or roofing.
Or roofing.
Or roughing.
It's not roughing. That's a hockey penalty. This is not going to die. Chat, I'm being harassed. Help.
You regret joining me or regret having me on for the last
I regret
round?
not leaving and not coming back when I went and got food. Or food,
We'll leave it on
as you would
auto
probably
camera,
pronounce
Saagar.
it.
Good luck. Oh, goodness gracious.
We did have a full onboard lap redeemed for Eric Gakassian. He selfishly redeemed it for himself. That's why I hesitated
While
to go on
driving.
with it. While driving, so, you know. That's
Yeah,
a rough
say that
roof.
sentence.
It's a rough roof. Absolutely. It's a roof.
Rough roof.
It's a roof. Look, I also will admit
That's what Lexus does. Lexus goes rough.
No, Lexus goes roof, okay? Look, we're gonna agree to disagree on this one. As much as I hate to say it, it is what it is. We're just going to have to and agree that neither of us are right or wrong, or one of us is right. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, even if it's wrong. All right? That's what we're going with here. Nicholas Menendez has caught up with Eric Gakassian. We got a fight on our hands.
A little bit of a scrap as Nicholas Menendez in the 313 Ford Mustang chases down the AMR Vantage. Out in front, the number 5 looking to the outside line, coming in towards turn 2. And then in through turn 3. It won't even be a question because I believe Eric the Boss Gakassian has gone a little bit deep and wide. And now that move is done and done. The Noobs Are Us team gets the move done before the cutting. And that was a little anticlimactic. And there's another Noobs Are Us car. That'll be Devin Anthony.
This is the second time he's come a cropper on the mountain, and this time, well, another unforced error on the descent, though, this time around, and it was a fairly lazy crash, all things considering. Shouldn't have been too much damage on the 314. That is actually probably going to do more damage than the actual crash itself hitting the rear end there. That's going to be a very unhappy Porsche coming into a braking zone. Let's keep an eye on it now and hope that everything stays planted and it goes off the... Well, no. Good job, Devin Anthony. You kept it between the mayo and the mustard.
Good job indeed, especially with that rear wing basically not existing anymore as he backed that thing up into a barrier there down at Bentley's corner, or the Forest Elbow, whichever one you'd like to be able to call it. But yes, able to navigate the tight and twisty final chicane pretty significantly well and allow some other cars to unlap themselves.
I also got absolutely ratioed, by the way. So, yeah.
I did vote multiple times.
How many times did you vote, though?
I think I voted 4 times.
Oh, well. I mean, I'm still getting ratioed either way you look at it, but it's definitely a bit unfair. This is what we call a rigged election.
Can we poll the poll? Oh, people are now voting. There's more votes. People are helping you out now.
Hey, we got one person joining me, 2 people joining me. I feel like this is somebody using their channel points to vote.
I feel like this is definitely someone using their channel points to make things a little spicier than they need to be.
Caveman 4206966. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. Nice little move here for Gier Axlin, getting by Bernard Bendel for 8th position here. We also have some positions falling for Mikal Charles. He's dropped down to, or no, he's found the back of Quinn Smith now. What has gone on here? Did Quinn just pit? Yes, that is what has gone on. Quinn has just pit.
Oh, Nairati saying, so much for me bringing the 32 home. He was complaining about the wet weather conditions yesterday, not having a great time. That car, the number 32, must be having a terminal issue, or at least swapped over to a different driver if he's not too happy with the way the conditions have fared for him this stint.
Well, Eric's hit the wall on this lap, and then he hit the wall again. And we're going to miss the second bonk, but he's made 2 bouts with the wall this time round. Really bad in the wet, so you gave it over to Romery. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, goodness. Eric here. Not doing the greatest job keeping it in a straight line, but keeping it out of the barrier. We are going to be wet for the next, I don't know, couple minutes. It's just going to stop any minute now, honestly. So, we'll see. We'll see if these drivers do elect to change. Quinn here, he's on wets. Renato just had a brief little yellow flag. So dry tires are clearly not the easiest, but is it going to stay wet for the rest of this race? Track temp 28 degrees, Kuzhiterekov yellow flag. Everyone having a yellow flag at the same spot, which makes me think that ACC TV might be a bit weird there, but I also don't know.
Probably just thinking that the cars are slow based on the settings that you have set up for ACC TV. Just expressing that there's caution there. But Eric must be thinking that the walls must be named Lisa here, the way he's giving those things kisses left and right. What?
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. As we go on board with Eric Gakassian here for a full lap that he redeemed, let's see how the damage is faring after all things here. Huge liftoff into the braking zone. Very conservative. You can see the dry tires underneath him here are just dancing around on it. Every little step he's just tiptoeing. Has an assist into the barrier there as the Ferrari misses their braking zone and punts Eric there just briefly. Eric says, okay, go. Get out of here. I don't want you behind me. And they comply.
Eric really trying to give that Ferrari the get up and go. But unfortunately just not going for that move around the outside. Having to negotiate that one pretty carefully. And here goes Carlos Guzman, the 585 now trying to get by the 7th place vehicle. And Eric's going to have to let up here coming into Skyline, or not perhaps. And the 2 Aston Martin Vantages are nose to tail right now. Guzman losing a significant amount of time. Won't get caught up to the 8th place car anytime soon though.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. This is the mountain for you. You're going to catch traffic here. You're going to find an opponent who's going to catch some traffic here as well. Eric's going to run deep and stay on this line now. Sees Carlos Guzman to the inside, runs extra wide, and then gives him the ground. Now Eric can go flat out as he maybe squeezed Guzman there a little bit, just making sure that Carlos is aware that he's there. Trust me, Eric, he's aware. He knows that bright pink Trackalicious Bathurst machine is lifting off very early. Wow. Talk about passive.
Just being careful. Just being careful. Doesn't want to push it too much. He's already had 1 teleport to the garage and 24 minutes remaining in the race. He just needs to bring it home. As where is the 17th place car? About 80 seconds behind almost. So yeah, Eric's just worried about bringing this one home right now.
Eric asking how much longer for the rain. Any minute now, in theory. To be fair, it was supposed to be sunny, and ACC decided to say that it was going to rain all of a sudden. So I don't really trust the weather right now, but any minute now it can stop raining, and any second now Marc-Antoine Landry is going to get by Kuzhiterekov, and that was a pretty easy pass.
That must have been why Eric let off so early. He was typing.
I hope he's not typing into the braking zones. That would be the worst place to do it.
Maybe just pressing enter.
You have to be tabbed in. I don't know, maybe he's using his phone though. Either way, I don't know on that one, but definitely I wouldn't recommend anyone typing and driving. Eric just doing it to flex, and then he binned it earlier, so basically all of that flexing has been undone.
Poor Eric catching so much grief. Has he gotten his mandatory screen time yet so we can stop
He's
giving him
gotten
the commentaries
well more than his contractually obliged screen time at this point. And now we see the two Trackalicious cars actually lying in stern on track right now. The sister machines. Oh goodness, Eric. Don't kill your teammate. Don't kill your esports driver, Quinn Smith. That would be a bad look.
Looking like Quinn Smith is able to get by with relative ease coming out of the forest elbow. Go ahead.
I was waiting for Eric just to turn his wheel and pit maneuver Quinn there. Like, honestly. No, not really. Eric would never do something like that. For some reason, I just pictured it in my mind. The Trackalicious esports team gets by the Trackalicious Academy team.
Intrusive thought, Mike Nause.
Oops, I just pinned a message that I didn't want to pin. That was, I misclicked that, but I think we're just gonna leave that. Academy is generous. We'll take that. I thought that was a nice way to describe it.
Oh God. We should have pinned the poll. The poll
was
results.
Pinned. Oh, the results?
Was it pinned?
I don't know how to pin the results, I'll be honest.
Oh, well, neither do I. I know how to do a poll now. It's /poll, and it'll pull up the poll menu.
Oh, well, that's easy.
Yeah, good to know.
20 minutes left, folks. 21 minutes and change and counting. Big thank you to everyone that has joined us here tonight. It's been 12 hours from sunrise till sunset here. We've been at it for a while now. The drivers have been at it for a while, and they are going to be eager to sip some champagne for our front runners. And Renato Dornales, I'm pretty sure at this point, again, barring a disconnect, knock on wood, has secured the victory. No issues throughout this race, minus the issues that they had. That's the thing, right? Is they still had issues, and they made them almost look like they were just testing the waters, almost like they wanted that 10-second penalty just to make it their job a little bit harder. They wanted to crash a little early just to make their job a little bit more difficult. And they still win over 93 seconds. How?
Amazing job out of the first place team. The Vacuum Esports team doing a great job keeping it calm, cool, and collected the entire time over the Trackalicious team in P2 right now. Driven by Quinn Smith right now, doing a good job of also keeping it on the racing asphalt. But Renato Dornelles has driven a flawless race, and the Vacuum Racing team has done a fantastic job getting them to the checkered flag. Only one penalty the entire 12 hours. That sure is fantastic. Not even a drive-through.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, again, minus the penalties that they did have. They had a couple 10-second penalties that they were given for barging a couple people out of the way, I think. I can't remember. Honestly, it was the... It was the first incident that we had, at least that we caught on camera. The 888 and the number 31. That's who it was. Basically, the 888 attempted a pass on the inside and didn't have sufficient overlap, hit the curb, and then shot him out of turn 2 through the mountain bend.
Well, that's not a great penalty to get.
It was deserved.
Well, I mean, sure, But it's not a great penalty to get.
No, I mean, no penalty is good to get, but, you know, you reap what you sow, unfortunately, and when you sow destruction, you get destruction. One thing that still needs to be sown, though, in this race is our final pit stop. Renato Donales still needs to stop. So does Michael Charles. So does Marc-Antoine Landry's good. Kuzya Terekov does, though.
Interesting to hear that so many drivers still need to take a pit stop to get to the end.
They're just going to splash and dash. They're not going to take tires.
But still, surprising. Want a penalty?
Saagar's already earned a penalty.
Good. I'm surprised I didn't get another 5-second penalty for my other song that I was singing.
I wasn't paying attention.
It might have been while you were gone.
You got lucky then. Either way, Tiago Donate catching up with Kuzya Terekov. This will be a pass by the end, and it shouldn't be difficult for Tiago, considering that Kuzya still has to make their stop. So I would imagine that if Tiago does gain to the back bumper here on the Conrad, Kuzya's just going to allow him by, as he has done with pretty much everyone that has come up to him that's quicker than him. Gives them the run for their money up until the money is on the table. And then Kuzya, well, he tries to run away with it, but not really. And he just says, nah, you take the money. It's okay. He's a generous guy, is Kuzya.
Just giving up money left and right, huh? I'd like to become Kuzya's best friend then and take some money off of that table. But it looks like the please break at T1 is looking to the inside line for the King. And we'll get the move done and dusted before we come into the final chicane. And that'll be it. Kuzya backs off, and Tiago Donate goes forward.
Slight little tap of the brakes there before he got to the actual braking zone. Rather than lifting off the throttle, you can just hit the brakes. That'll slow you down, and you don't actually have to get that engine to spool back up to full chap. So great strategies around the board, and Eric, for some reason, wondering what the gap between P1 and 2 is. Very ambitious there, Mr. Eric Gakassian. But the gap is currently 85 seconds. That's not the true gap, though, because Renato still needs to pit and take fuel. So with fuel here at Bathurst, you're looking at about a 27-second stop. Give or take, we'll just round to 30. So more than likely, the gap's about 55 seconds.
Does that include transient time?
Yes.
Wow, that'll be a quick splash and dash to get him to the end.
Yeah, I mean, he's no need to take tires. So there's really just all about getting some fuel on board. He already has dries on, and there's no worry about Quinn Smith because Quinn took wets, I'm pretty sure, in the previous stop. Yeah, you can see there he doesn't have that Pirelli P0 stripe on his tires, so his charge is pretty much done, all things considering. He's still lapping quicker than Renato Donales at a 2:12.2 on the previous lap. 2:09 was the last lap for Quinn this time around, another 2:09, so Quinn is quicker. So, I mean, fair enough. I guess make me eat my words there. The wet tires are still technically quicker on circuit, but as we continue, they are going to heat up and inflate like balloons.
And the track is still damp now, although the driver looking for a damp spot on the racing surface to cool them off on is Quinn Smith, as he gets around the Audi on the racing line right now. Not the Audi, the AMR Vantage. Does a good job of giving him the big old flashy of the headlights to let him know that he is present. And then the next car up the chain should be the FNM team car.
Yes. Oh my. That was close. Good save there from Carlos Guzman. The Built Racing team, the Guzman, one of the Guzman brothers. Haven't seen Jose around in a while. Jose, if you're watching,
who's driving
get in there.
42 right now? That'll be Casey Chute in the number 42 in 10th place. This little swabble is heating up just a little bit, giving Timothy Jadubal a little bit of a jump scare there as Jadubal dips, dives, and dodges out of the way. And it'll be a battle between Guzman and João Dubal as João Dubal succeeds that position. And now it'll be in the normal running order, P2, P7, and P12. That doesn't sound very normal, but when you're talking about a 12-hour endurance race, it's as normal as things could get.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just everyone on different laps right now. Currently, our leader, 165 laps to the good. That's how many have been completed thus far. Quinn Smith on 164. So he is actually closer to being lapped by Renato than he is and actually overtaking him. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Renato does still need a pit. And he has to pit on this lap. Let's be clear here. He has to pit on this lap. There are no questions asked about that. So we'll keep an eye on him for right now and hope that he remembers that the stint timer is a thing. 70-minute stint timer. He's currently at 1 hour and 8 minutes. There's no way he can make another lap.
Renato Dornelis, remember to practice your pit entry, my good friend. Don't want to throw it away to a 30-second stop and go. That would be a terrible way to end this 12-hour charge. And he does decide to come into the pit lane. Renato Dornelis for the Backham Racing ORT 888, getting it down to the last second. Was that speeding in the pits?
No, he
So.
just practices pit entry. This is somebody who I honestly don't even need to tell this to. This is someone that I just expect to practice their pit entry. And judging by the hot entry there that he had, I certainly suspect he has because he timed it very well. There's 3 chicane kind of things that leading into the pit lane. Renato straight-lined all of them in his brakes at the perfect time to get it stopped for the actual speed marker. And then into pit lane, he'll be quick out. No, there he is already back out on track here. Predicted a 27-second stop throughout the entirety of pit lane, and as we crossed the line, it was 28 seconds stationary and 38 seconds is what you can expect here. Fair enough.
Mike's got a man crush on Renato Dornelis for practicing his pit stops. That's what I've gathered.
He's just pretty good. He's just somebody who honestly doesn't need to practice his pit stops. And I don't mean that because everyone needs to, but he probably A, just does, if I had to guess, and B, he's an esports driver. What do you expect?
True that. He's probably pit more times than I've done laps in these cars around this track.
Honestly, it's probably fair. We're talking tens of thousands of hours for these guys, so.
I used to be good at sim racing once upon a time, Mike Nause.
Same. That's those were the days. Now they are not. Now I am what you would describe as a washed-up racing driver and a commentator. Or otherwise known as a commentator, I guess.
Some days I don't even commentate on races. I just like to watch them and talk, smack to myself about them. I don't even get paid to do it. I just sit here and talk to myself, or I'll talk to Lexus about the races.
Yeah, we are weird like that, huh? Commentators are just a different breed, unfortunately. And if you yourself are a commentator and want to get involved here at TRACKILICIOUS, message me. Hit me up on Discord, Mike Nause, or X, or Instagram, or anything. Type !Mike to find my socials. I did a post today. Actually starting to post clips again. So if you guys want to see more clips they're more not necessarily TRACKILICIOUS related. They're all of my stuff. So you will see TRACKILICIOUS stuff. You'll also see some Williams stuff, some WOR stuff, so just a whole bunch of stuff over there. And so far, honestly, the clip that I posted today is doing quite well. So thank you guys for watching it and hitting the like button over there.
And I was a producer on two of those clips for Mike Nause.
You are,
so
yes.
If you're a Mike Nause fan, you're probably just a Saagar Bakshi fan.
True. Very, very true. No, Saagar doing production over there at Williams as well with us. That's absolutely awesome. And yeah, been an absolute pleasure. We thank everyone that's been along our journeys, kept up with us as people, not just commentators, but as people, and, genuinely care about us. So we thank you guys. It means a lot.
True. Thank you very much for all the love and support, all the cheers, asking us when we're going to get into the booth. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for all the love and support. And thank you very much, Eric, for the ! Saagar. I don't think I have mine working just yet.
No, you never made your socials in time.
because I don't have socials.
Yeah, you do. Well, you do now, to be fair. Saagar just made an X, so I will be updating that. Like I said, I had exclamation mark Carson. The fact that I had that shows that I at least put effort in. So I feel
Carson's in there.
Yeah, if you type exclamation mark Carson, you'll find his social. Saagar needs to get it. Yes, I know Saagar needs to get it. He didn't have a social till last week until I told him to make one. So
Pretty much, yeah. When we were in the heart of Twitter drama.
okay, we don't need to bring that up. That is firmly in the past.
Still present in my mind, though.
Oh, it's
Takes
very
up my
present
head.
in my mind. But like I say, we'll move on from that one. That's conversation for a different day. Nicholas Menendez here, catching up with Eric Gakasi and 205.6 on the previous lap to the 207.9. Eric, too focused on typing and not focused enough on looking at the road in front. Seems to be disappearing, and so do those lap times.
Unfortunate for Eric the Boss Gakasi, and if only he didn't have a keyboard in his hand, he could keep this pace up. Nicholas Menendez performing very well in the Noobs R Us car, but we have seen the Noobs R Us car make a few mistakes previously, and hopefully they don't make one this time around. Lose any positions that they've tried to gain to get behind Eric the Boss Gakasi. Are we sure that that's not Lisa?
No, I'm pretty sure it's Eric. I'm gonna be honest. Unless Lisa is really trolling, that would be pretty funny. If it is Lisa, that's pretty based, but I don't... The vocabulary doesn't... Although the emote... You know what? The emote... Eric wouldn't do that face, would he? Now that you mention it. I've never... Holy smokes! That was terrifying from that camera angle. I don't think it was as terrifying from Nicholas Menendez's point of view, to be honest, but that looked really close. It wasn't. There we go. Nicholas Menendez getting by Eric Gakasian. Not much of an issue there. He has fried that fish quite quick.
Eric says Lisa is driving. Or Lisa says that Lisa is driving.
Yeah, it must be Lisa at this point, but I'm still not convinced, because if it is Eric, then he's going to have a massive ego on his shoulder afterwards and be like, you see how I was typing and driving and didn't crash? And it's like, yes, Eric, yes, we saw how you were typing and driving and didn't crash. It's like, did you see how I was typing and driving? Yes, Eric, we saw, you already said that. Anyways, enough making fun of Eric. He's great. I just make fun of him because I can, and if he makes fun of me back, then he's a jerk. No, it's definitely not doing both. I hate you, Eric, if that is you. I have no idea. I will say, though, watching the TRACKILICIOUS stream the other day, or at least the clip, I didn't catch the actual stream because I was out, but seeing... I don't know if it was Claire or if it was Ophelia, who it was that came up to Eric when he was streaming and asking for Mr. Mike. I literally melted and definitely didn't have tears wiping down or dripping down from my face when I saw that. Definitely not. Oh, we do have Miss TRACKILICIOUS in chat, so... And we have Eric. I'm even more confused now. And that was Claire, okay. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Awesome. Sure. Miss Trackless says, if the kids aren't in the car, I'm not driving it.
I'm everywhere. And nowhere. I'm Rod Skyhook. No, you're not Rod Skyhook. Oh, goodness. That was... Moving on. Can you tell, chat, that we have lost... the rails? They're gone. The rails have not, they're not just derailed at this point. We have gone on to the actual motorway instead of the train track. We're in every lane. And we're not supposed to be there. Trains aren't supposed to belong on the freeway. I could have told you that. Oh, goodness! And Ferraris don't belong in the side of Mustangs either. Tiago Donante gets punted every which way to Saturday in this case. And with that, let's go back and take a look here. Was this just a miscommunication? No, not really. 53 here in the background. Currently sitting in P... Okay, thank you. Thank you, ACC. That was
Excellent camera angle.
Yeah, that really helped a lot. Great. So yeah, I don't know what just happened. Thank you, trees. 4 minutes until we have 12 hours done. Actually, it's been over 12 hours now, believe it or not. So this is going to be a 12-hour and like 6-minute race when all is said and done. Maybe not a race.
Because of the restart?
Well, I mean, again, depends on how you define everything. But yes, we started the green flag 12 hours and 3 minutes ago. So, you do the math. You know what else I need here? Axlin needs to turn their windshield wipers off. This is one of my biggest pet peeves, believe it or not, in real life, is when I see people drive. I live in Washington, so it rains here a lot. And when I see people driving without or with their windshield wipers on when it isn't raining, if it's dry out and they have their windshield wipers on, I actually get like mildly upset. Like, and I don't, like, it's not good, don't get me wrong, but I just, see, that's what I want to do. I want to do exactly what Bernard just did to that Ford Mustang.
Hunt him off track?
No, just a slight little tap to send a message. I don't want to ruin anyone's race or day, that'd be rude. But just send a message. Bernard telling him, turn those windshield wipers off.
I'm sure that's exactly what Bernard was saying.
I think that's exactly, absolutely. He didn't care about the position. It's not important. No, it is. If we gained a position, though, P8. Axlin down to 9th. Casey Schutte, 8.4 seconds to the background. And Renato Dornales will be beginning the final lap next time round.
Mike Nause couldn't sound any happier than he does right now.
I'm definitely excited to not be live streaming after 12 hours. Yes. Yeah. Just, I can't sugarcoat it. You're not wrong. Notorious road rager Mike Nause. I'm actually not. I have very, very little road rage, all things considered. Yeah. Also, yeah, just 2 secs, Saagar, and check your Discord here in a second. I need to.
Renato
Yeah.
Dornales on the final lap of this race, coming in through turn 1. Looks pretty neat and tidy. Checking away all the boxes for the Vacuum Racing ORT team, the 888. Now coming into turn 2, is doing a good job keeping this one between the mayo and the mustard. Driving this one forward for certain for the final time, as he is going to complete this 12-hour and 12-minute race here in just a few moments.
Indeed, and it's a long-fought victory here for the Vacuum boys. They gained 2 positions since the restart of the race. And with that, of course, the restart of the race gave them a big helping hand as they had some dramas early on in the previous session. Penalties, as well as contacts, damage, repairs. Everything has been thrown at Renato Dornales and co, and they have managed to deliver to perfection. Every single question that was asked has been emphatically answered, and it wasn't just one driver that did it either. It was every single one of them. Renato Dornales, Gabriel Felipe, and Wilson Fernandez. Each one of them owes a certain level of credit to this team and can take pride in the victory here tonight for winning the Trackalicious 12 hours at Bathurst. Hasn't done it yet. Still a little bit longer to go. Barring, as I mentioned, any disconnects with Brazilian internet. Heck, you never know. It could disconnect right before the line. But I think Renato Dornales has secured it and done everything required. Now, one more corner to negotiate before we take victory. The 888, Renato Dornales, take a bow. 12 hours down in the bucket, and he has crossed the line first.
Amazing job from the Vacuum Racing ORT team to clinch P1 in the epic 12-hour race here at Bathurst and surviving all the calamity here that the drivers had been thrown at them. Marc-Antoine Landry will cross the line in P2 about nearly 50 seconds behind the leader now, and is still coming through the mountain section now. You can see what a dominant victory that Renato Dornelis and the Vacuum QRT team had over the rest of the field. The Field Nothing Moto has nothing to be upset about. They did a fantastic job and provided us with some great entertaining racing. Field Nothing Moto coming in second place here at the 12 Hours of Bathurst, hosted by TRACKILICIOUS.
Yeah, what a drive. The Fear Nothing Moto team, finally. I think it's been a while since we've seen them actually have a result like this. This has been a long time in the making for the boys, and they finally can pat themselves on the back here at P2 finish. It's not a victory, but it's certainly nothing to shake a stick at. And with that, again, they can take a bow and know that they have done everything possible to secure themselves the highest position place available. And now, coming through the final corner, they will also take the checkered flag, and we'll be finding them in the interview room very, very shortly.
Reminder that we are doing liveries. Go ahead and head down to the green room, and we will be pulling in people for those driver interviews. And please go ahead and make your way there, and we'll quickly be grabbing drivers in as soon as the race concludes in just a few minutes' time. P3 will go out to Quinn Smith and the TRACKILICIOUS team in the number 31 BMW.
Yeah, what a drive. And next to the line, you mentioned there, Quinn Smith. Incredible. Worked his way through the field. Biggest gainer, 23 positions for the team. Tiago Donarte also gained a lot of ground up into fourth. Mikal Charles into fifth. But that, folks, is going to conclude us as we get back to the booth. I'm hoping everything is... I'm not wearing my tie again. Whoops. My tie is over there. No. Oh, well. This is what it is. We're not getting it at this point, folks. We're well too committed at this stage. Indeed. So, we'll be waiting here just briefly to get some of our interviewers in here and also exit the server before my game crashes. So that...
We have Tyler Carr, if you'd like to grab Tyler Carr, and Mark Anthony Landry and Michael Formato. I believe that's the FNM team. Should I drag all three of them in at the same time?
Let's grab one here. So, let's just grab one of them for right now. I don't want to... We got to make these interviews fairly short and snappy, folks. So let's grab... who finished? Actually, my
Mark
timing choice.
Anthony Landry.
Mark Antoine. Yeah, get Mark Antoine Landry in here then, and we'll have him do the interview as he was the one to cross the line. Oh, there he is.
Mark Antoine Landry. Hello, hello, hello. How do you do, my good friend?
Oh, so good, so good. Oh my God, what a last double stint, really.
Bringing home the car in P2 for the Fear Nothing Moto team. You did a fantastic job of driving this one home. Congratulations to you. Talk us through the 12 hours quickly and let us know how you got to that championship points.
We were very looking good, I think, before the crash of the server. It was just an easy drive. We wanted to keep it off traffic, keep it off the walls, and just drive. Then server crashed, restart. We got a little bit frustrated with the positioning. It's another race literally, so it was tough. We went into some trouble, but those two last stints were so crucial because we did the right decision. We put the slick tires instead of the wet, and we gambled it, and it worked. So we're so happy with that.
Nice. Very well done to you and your team. Did you guys do a lot of practice to get to the checkered flag?
It was my first time in the Mustang, so I did probably 100 lap, but I know this track like the back of my hand. I did the TRACKILICIOUS Championship back in the days, probably the first one on Sunday. And we did that track a few times, so for me it's home really. So I did a few laps with the boys, and that's it.
Well, good job, Mark Antoine Landry, and you did a fantastic job driving this one home to taking the checkered flag. Great job indeed. Is there anybody that you want to thank or anybody else that you want to mention before we let you go?
The team, man, the team was amazing. Like Formato and Tyler, wow, those two guys, like it just worked. It really worked. And we also have our strategist, I don't have his name right now, but he helped us so much. He's the one really responsible for saying like, hey guys, keep the dry. It's gonna dry up and it's gonna work to your advantage. And it did. It really did. It was Duarte that was catching us up, and suddenly we just had the pace again. So yeah, that's it.
Nice. Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate your love and support. As always, enjoy the champagne with the rest of the F&M boys. Tell them we said hello.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a great evening.
You as well. With that, I'm not seeing anyone else in the green room, so I think we're gonna raid, folks. And I haven't received a message back from Eric, so we are gonna raid Silent Scotty because it's what I got. Unfortunately, there's not many other people on iRacing right now. There's an ACC 24-hour event going on, but I don't speak French, and neither do most of our viewers, so we're not gonna raid them. If you are French and you want to watch a 24, this is 24 hours in French going on. Go watch that. Other than that, we're going to raid Silent Scotty, who is awesome and drives trucks on American Truck Simulator. And he's just a very entertaining guy and somebody that if you want up on your second monitor, but then it's great because he's just a great one to have up on your second monitor. Gabriel Felipe actually has managed to go into the interview room. Why don't we start off with, or finish off with them here tonight, Saagar?
Sounds good. We'll grab the 888 car. Gabriel Felipe, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing driving that 888 to the checkered flag, taking home P1 with your teammates? Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. We are very happy to bring the Brazilian flag to the top again. And I'm very happy to be there with my friends Dornelis and Wilson Fernandes. They are very good drivers and very good people too.
Absolutely. That must feel good to bring the flag to the very top, as well as crossing the finish line with your good friends as well. Wilson Fernandez and Renato Dornelis doing an amazing job of driving this one home. Is there anything in your race that you really want to highlight or anything that we may have missed as part of the action?
I just want to make sure to Wilson and Renato that they did a very good job with the pace of the car and the setup as well. And we had a pretty good strategy. And basically, when it started raining on both times, we had the best decision that we had there. And yeah, it was a pretty good controlled race. So we had not any incidents or hard crashes, but I had a penalty on the first thing that I had, but fortunately I was able to bring it back to the first position. So yeah, I'm still very happy with the results, and I'm sorry for Boris for that incident, but yeah, I misjudged the room that I had in the inside, so I crawled on the curb and my car was launched towards him. So it was very unfortunate, but I'm glad that this didn't end his race. And yeah, incidents happen, unfortunately, but luckily it was not that bad.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. And thank you for expressing the gratitude and the attitude for the situation or the remorse for that incident. Not a lot of drivers would have that calm, cool collectedness to apologize, but we all make mistakes, and I appreciate you owning up to it yourself. But it seems to have not mattered anymore. You just made the race a little bit more exciting for the rest of us in the booth. Thank you very much for joining us, Gabriel Felipe. Is there anybody that you want to thank other than your team? Go ahead.
I just want to jump in real quick here before we do go. Is there anything as well, Gabriel, that you would like to say to any of your fellow countrymen as well?
Oh, for sure. I would like to congrats everyone from Brazil that was in the race.
In Brazilian? Come on, in Portuguese? Come on, what are you doing? No.
In Portuguese?
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah. Então, parabéns aí, galera, que tava pilotando muito aí do Brasil, principalmente o carro aí do Dinart, que tava muito forte nessa corrida, chegou a liderar várias voltas, né? Infelizmente, incidentes acontecem, mas a gente tava ali disputando frente a frente com a galera top do grid do Mundial, basicamente. Então, muito feliz aí de ver o Brasil ao topo novamente, no AV. Campeões da FIA do campeonato da FIA Mundial aí de eSports, tanto no iRacing como no Assetto Corsa Competizione. E vamos aí representando cada vez mais essa galera. So that's it.
Awesome.
I'm very thanks for leaving me this space to thank my fellow partners.
My pleasure,
So,
Gabriel.
yeah.
You worked hard today and you earned it. So congratulations, not just you, but your teammates as well. Congratulations and enjoy yourself in the next one. Before you go, is there anyone you'd like to thank in English this time before you do leave?
Of course, I would like to thank my team, Oak Racing Team by Oakberry. We are sponsors from Haas F1 team, and we are doing a very good job with the Porsche Cup in Brazil. And yeah, I'm very happy that these guys support me a lot on esports. So I'm very thankful for these guys, and Vacuum Racing as well. The guys from Vacuum Race, Renato Dornelles, Rona Mendina, Wilson Fernandes. I would like to thank them to call me for that race, and I will love to race a lot more here on Tracklicious.
Excellent. That is so great to hear. And as always, it's a pleasure to have you in any race, Gabriel. You bring that standard up just that little bit higher. And of course, with Renato and Wilson in the mix, the standard gets brought up to an immense level. So it's always a pleasure to have you. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening as well. Enjoy the champagne.
Yeah, for you guys too. Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening to you, Gabriel. Bye-bye.
Well, Saagar,
Bye-bye.
before we get this stream on the road here tonight, first up, big thank you for joining me in the closing session here. It was a bit of a podcast at the end, but I absolutely loved it. I hope chat did as well. We had quite a few follows, but I think that was quite a good time.
I had a great time. Thank you very much for having me, Nause. Thank you very much for joining us on the Tracklicious stream. As always, folks, make sure you stay safe out there.
Indeed. And with that, folks, we are going to be ending the stream tonight. The VOD will be available on YouTube by tomorrow. But we are going to head over to Jake Wells, Mr. Jake Wells, streaming some ACC. So go over there and support him. It's a shame he wasn't in the endurance race today, but he's going out there to race some LFM. So go and say hi and share some love with the Tracklicious community for us over there. But in the meantime, folks, I hope everybody has a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. Thank you, and good night.